Hey, Trash, can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, sound good.
Hey, man, how are you?
Good, man. What's up? How are you?
Did you get some sleep after yesterday
Yeah,
and after the Trump marathon?
yeah, yeah. Definitely got some sleep. That's for sure.
Copy done. I was sending out the invites. Um, Slam, what's up, man?
Yeah, good. Thanks. How you doing?
Good, man. You woke up really late as well, like not long, like just a bit before me, no?
That's right. You kept us on for the long grind last night. That's why.
Jesus, yeah. I was meant to do like a 10-minute interview. I ended up doing like sitting there for 2 hours.
Yeah, it was late. I think I finally tapped out, at 11:30 p.m. my time, which is Pacific.
What was it your time, Slam, man, in the UK?
I'm sure was it about 8 or 9 a.m. in the morning. I know. I went to bed.
And then I call you after the space, and then I hear the alarm. I'm like, shit, man, is that your alarm? I thought it was a good joke. You're like, nah, it's my wife's alarm. I'm like, fuck. It makes me feel even worse.
Yeah, because she got up when I went to sleep.
All right, so today's a pretty bad day. I know we're chilling and joking, but also things in. I asked you yesterday, and I said, hey, man, when should I? When should we start worrying? When do we reach that level? Like, hey, this is worrying. And then we were just jumping on a call about 30 minutes ago. We were like, Mario, I think we've reached that level. And I agree. As soon as there's missiles coming out of Lebanon, it's relatively rare, at least in recent years. So I would agree that this does seem pretty serious. But maybe we can give us an overview.
Yeah, so I think one of the things this ties again. This is kind of the conversation yesterday, right? Like, it might be a tit for tat. It might be steady. But like any war, any conflict, especially Israel-Palestine, anything can turn on a dime quickly. And so what appears was the trigger for this latest attacks was the horrendous images we saw from the Al-Aqsa Mosque, where Israelis police forcefully removed Muslim worshippers in Al-Aqsa Mosque during the holy month of Ramadan. And that generally is something that causes a response. The response we saw was, originally it got, we heard reports, and it was about, I believe we said it was 8 a.m., 0800 Eastern Standard Time, so early morning in the East Coast of the U.S. We had the initial reports of rockets from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. It looks like the rockets were around between 20 to 30 rockets were launched. And that is because of what the historically calm aspect of the Israeli-Lebanese border. That is what caused I think now what we're seeing is the response. Currently, right now, we're seeing Israel launching airstrikes in Gaza. That looks like the predominance of Israeli military operations right. Senior Israeli officials to the Israeli press saying, hey, to leave in Lebanon. The concern obviously is if we see a significant Israeli military strikes in Lebanon, how does Hezbollah respond? I think a lot of this kind of ties into that. The belief is that because again, Palestinian groups still operate in southern Lebanon, like they're still Palestinian groups there, obviously. And it looks like kind of like these were the groups that were responsible for this. But I think any Israeli response to Lebanon can force Hezbollah to get in. And now once you get a Hezbollah-Israel conflict or war, you know, I think history is a good guide of how severe that can become. So clearly, I think that from the Palestinians' point of view, the trigger was the Al-Aqsa Mosque, what we saw happening there. This is why we're seeing this response areas. So the Israeli airstrikes right now into Gaza, we are seeing Israeli and Palestinian groups in Gaza launching rockets. The last one was Siderat near the border of Gaza. That's where most of the rockets. We're seeing the typical footages of Iron Dome being launched to intercept Palestinian rockets. And I think we're just going to need, and Mario, what I'll do is I'll continue to monitor, see if there's any breaking news, anything like that. Not before I join the space, no words on casualties.
In the group, the rockets are ongoing.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's ongoing. So let me just take a few steps back. Sleman, I know you're doing a thread. So there's a thread being posted on my account now. This one I personally reviewed. So Sleman wrote, I reviewed. And it just summarizes what led us to where we are today. Sleman, maybe you can give us a quick overview of, because it all started at the mosque when Israeli forces raided the mosque after worshippers barricaded themselves in there. That's what I understood. And then you explained to me briefly why the worshippers were barricading themselves. So maybe give us a quick overview of the whole story behind the mosque, what happened, because it was 3 days in a row, and that's leading to the escalations.
Yeah. So what happened was, so basically, ordinarily, or in Ramadan, generally, tensions do flare up, and it generally is because of some form of attack on Al-Aqsa Mosque. So in this scenario, what happened was something horrific or horrendous, something very basic. And the reason for that was because Israelis were doing some animal sacrifice in or around the vicinity of the holy site. So they barricaded themselves, and then we saw the horrendous pictures of Israeli forces coming in with batons and hitting, and then stun grenades and so on and so forth. That's on tweet 2 of your thread.
How big is the mosque? Because stun grenades and stuff, barricading themselves. Does anyone know how big that mosque is? Now, just for anyone that wants to see videos and photos, I've just pinned the thread that's being updated live now. So they're tweeting this shit as they go. They started tweeting 8 minutes ago, first tweet. So you can go through the thread now. There's videos. You can follow it up. Or you can go through it with us as we break it down for the audience. I haven't seen the videos yet, so I'm going to go through the videos now. But we could see in the second video, there is Israeli forces in there. They walked in, and they're telling people, I'm guessing, to leave the mosque. Is that correct, Sleman?
I mean, I wouldn't call it leave. It's more like beating people, unless we're talking the same thing. But
no, we're talking about different videos. I think mine is just there's no beating up in that one. Oh, maybe hold on. And I need to show the thread. Sorry, I didn't show the whole thread. Oh, okay, the second video. Yeah, they're beating people up. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see the second video. I was watching another video. So yeah, that second video is we're seeing the forces beat people up. What do we know about that video? What's the purpose? Why are they beating the people up? What do you know, Slayman? Also, what do you know?
I've got some stuff.
I mean, so sorry, go ahead, Trash.
I was just gonna say whenever I can color in some lines when Suleiman's done.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, jump in as well. I didn't know who knows what about the story, because I know Slayman, you wrote the thread, so I've got a bit of an overview. But yeah, anyone that can color in Trash, and anyone else that can color in anything that is missed, please do. So Slayman, let you add your points, and then Trash and all sorts. Would love the context as well.
I mean, what it is they barricaded themselves in. So they went in. I mean, you can say that they were angry that why they basically barricaded themselves in, but the response is completely disproportionate. It's very aggressive and very abusive, essentially, because just think about that. You're coming in, you're beating people up, you're throwing grenades at them. It's just, I mean, as balanced as I'm trying to be, it's like just completely beyond the red.
Can I just ask you a question? Like, this is the language that's been used, okay? So this is the language that's coming out of Israel, that they barricaded themselves in. So let's just take a step back. This is a mosque. I've been to that mosque, Mario. It's not huge. It's like probably it's smaller than Regent's Park Mosque, put it that way, and it's not multi-layered either. It's just one layer of a mosque. Now that's the first thing. Second thing, what I will say is, although I think there might be a basement in it, but the second thing is these were Muslim people in their place of worship where they went to find safety, and they shut their door of their place of worship. So I think we just have to just take a step back from some of the language that they use. You know, barricading yourself in, it automatically set the tone of some sort of violence going on there. They went into their place of worship, and that place of worship, you know, mosques are open all night in the Middle East because people sit in i'tikaf at night, which means that they sit in meditation at night. So this is what was going on at the time, right? I think. What do you think, Salman?
Yeah, so Trash, and also, so any further context on the barricading and the videos we
Yeah, a little bit. So they were saying that based on just what Khaleesi said specifically. So I mean, there was reports of people saying that they blocked the door of the mosque, and 100 people, hundreds of others, to prevent police from entering before they broke in. But again, that does not give me necessarily context of what the pretext was to that. The gentleman that actually gave that quote was Moyad Abu Mayale. He was 23-year-old. He was one of the ones that were arrested. And it did seem pretty violent, the way things went down there. And some arguments were being made that there was like firecrackers and stones being thrown by pro-Palestinian people. And so I'm not entirely sure of the pretext of why they barricaded. Some were making an argument that that ritual slaughter had been, banned or barred from the site, but a lot of Jewish extremists were trying to revive the practice, and that's why they said that they were barricading. That's not entirely clear, but that's the most details I have to color those lines in. Mario.
also say anything else as well?
No, I mean, and I'm not the only one who feels this, and I am actually in contact with a lot of accounts that are from Israel, that live in Israel, that are Jewish and etc. And they condemned what happened in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I mean, I'm sorry, like there's just no, like you can't justify that video. Now, I think the flip side to that is also that doesn't mean you can justify obviously the rockets being launched against southern Israel, right? This is the holy month of Ramadan. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, the custodians is actually the Jordanian kingdom, right? The Jordan actually is kind of like currently the legal holder of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the ones responsible for maintaining it. So this idea that, if you have Muslim worshipers worshiping in Al-Aqsa Mosque, even let's just say, let's just make the argument. I'm not saying it is, but let's just make the argument that they're there to protest, even if that does not in any way, shape, or form justify what we saw in the footage. I think, and trust me, I'm not the only one who thinks it. And unfortunately, this is a standard response from Israeli police when we see incidents like this, and then we see the response from Gaza and Lebanon. I mean, I'm sorry, from Gaza militants launching rockets. Where I think the significant aspect of this is the rockets being launched from southern Lebanon. And that's kind of was what everybody caught their attention. It's like, okay. And it wasn't a 1 or 2 rockets. I mean, you're talking about 20 to 30 rockets.
No, we'll get to that one. I think this is the escalation that we mentioned earlier, which is a very serious escalation. Let's continue with the thread. I want to go through the whole story of what led to where we're at now. So we saw the second video, which I think just shows too much force being used, and I think we all agree it's pretty disgusting. Just beating anyone up. Now, the reason I've asked for context is I didn't know whether there's, things I didn't know that are not shown in this video. Maybe there was a similar, similar behavior from the other side. But it seems, based on the videos we've seen, everyone that spoke so far, it doesn't seem to be the case. Now, what we saw afterwards is around the same time Israeli forces shot a 13-year-old Palestinian child in Silwan. So then we have any other context to this one? Was it shooting at protesters, anything at all, and then a kid got shot, intentional, close range, anything else, Lyman, that you know?
No, I don't know them. I don't know much more details. I know that it was a young child who was shot, and specifically, I believe it's. I mean, actually, I'm unsure about the specificity, so I don't want to speculate.
Okay. All right, so we have that one. By the way, anyone that has more context, just jump in and let us know on the story, piece by piece. So then that happened. So after that, after the mosque and the child getting shot, I'm guessing, retaliation by the resistance groups that launched rockets over Gaza, and those were intercepted. So most of them were intercepted by the Iron Dome. And for anyone that doesn't know, the Iron Dome is just a defense system that Israel has that essentially shoots down any rockets coming towards the territory. And it was introduced a long time ago now. It's been like over a decade, hasn't it, also?
Yeah, it's proven itself. It's a very, very effective. I think over 90% interception rate. It's a very effective anti-rocket mortar missile defense system. Very effective.
Okay, so that happened when exactly? That first mosque, the barricade, the police coming in and beating up the worshippers. When did that happen? How many days ago? On Tuesday, and today is for Thursday. All right. So I'm guessing Tuesday, Wednesday, the first bunch of rockets were launched from Gaza towards Israel, and then on Wednesday, the Israeli forces targeted and attacked the Palestinian observatories in the Gaza Strip. So it's retaliation there. And then for the second day, Israeli forces stormed the mosque again. Now we don't have. This is the video I saw. This is where Sulaiman. I'm like, I didn't see any beating up. This is the one I saw. And it seems they've asked people to leave, but he said, Sulaiman, there's reports again of worshippers getting attacked.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
And then the next one has a video, and you've put the video there of an unarmed man getting shot from close range in Al Arub camp in North Hebron. So that's unrelated to the mosque, correct?
Yeah. I mean, it's unrelated in the sense of it's not in the same vicinity as the mosque, but yeah, it did happen. So
and is there? Does anyone know if there's any statements made by the Israeli forces regarding that shooting? Did he have a gun beforehand? Was there anything at all, or no justification?
I don't believe he had a gun because it clearly says in the report that he was unarmed.
Okay. Anyone else have more context on this?
Not on this one, Mario. I'm digging.
Cool. All good, man. All good. And guys, just if we could not bring up speakers, please, because we do have a panel that's being invited that's been prepped in advance. That'll be great. Then we have, furthermore, a Palestinian child was shot in Al Wad Road in the old city of Jerusalem. I don't know why you have video of rockets there. And then the same video is posted in 8 and 9. All good. So then Palestinian groups in Gaza launched rocket attacks into Israel again. Was there any casualties also on the Israeli side?
Specifically, are we talking about the ones in Lebanon? I believe there was a couple. I think there was. I would have to.
No, we're not up to the. No, we're not up to. Lebanon is one. The next one. So now we got the next one. Tweet number 10. I got the video there, and again, for everyone is just pinned above. You can go through the thread. Tweet number 10. A large number of rockets were fired from Lebanon. From Israeli sources, 30 rockets were fired and 15 were intercepted by the Iron Dome, but some did get through. And then Hamas denied all responsibility. Can you read that?
Yeah. So I think generally when we see these types of operations, especially lately, it's the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That's the group that's generally responsible for these type of rocket attacks. Generally.
Okay, and Hamas denying responsibility, is that common?
I think this goes to something that Mohammed said and the previous Israeli-Palestinian state. Like Hamas and Israel, I mean, they kind of have clearly a way of operating, and there's like an understanding, and actually not that far different from, let's say, even Israel and Hezbollah, right? There is an understanding, and Mario, just to your point, like the bombing the Israelis did in these observatories, right? Like that's the couple tweets in the past, like that's a standard response, right? Okay, you launch some rockets. We bomb an observatory or a military camp or whatever. Generally, they're abandoned or there's nobody there. Okay, you sent a message, we sent a message, and then it kind of just dies down, right? But the continuation of this, and then you have other groups that might be operating that might try to spoil this modus of operandi that we have, and that's where we see that's why the Lebanon into northern Israel, that was like, oh, that even the accounts that track Israel Gaza, they understand, okay, this is standard, this is normal. But everybody, when it was like Lebanon into Israel, was like, okay, like that was the oh shit.
When was the last time there were missile rockets fired from Lebanon towards Israel? Because as far as I know, it was a really long time ago.
So there has been, but I think the number, and I think this is the largest salvo we probably have seen in over a decade, if not since 2006. I mean, again, if it's, I would have to go back, but at least 30 rockets, this amount, at least a decade, if not longer. That is not a common. Generally, the last time I think maybe it was last year, I believe, or 2 years ago. But again, maybe onesies or twosies, but not 30. That's a lot.
Okay, I'm just going through the bit of updates. And did Hezbollah claim responsibility for the rockets fired from Lebanon?
I am not tracking, but I think I saw Hadi. He raised his hand. Maybe as I'm not tracking Hezbollah claim taking responsibility.
Jump in, Hadi. Just need anyone that has clarity. Just jump in.
Yeah, sorry. I agree with All Source News when he said that it's not something new. Last time there was a rocket fire, I think it was around 10 months ago, same area, and the people who did that were arrested by the Lebanese authorities. So, I would say symbolically arrested, but then they were released later. It happened only 2 rockets, so 1 rocket.
But back then, did Hezbollah claim responsibility
never
for
claims
those
responsibility rockets? Because the people arrested are usually the Palestinians. So whenever there's an attack, rockets from these specific areas, when it comes to the western coast of Lebanon, southern Lebanon, that's usually where the Palestinian refugee camps are located, and that's usually the Palestinian fractions that claim responsibility of those attacks. Hezbollah never claimed responsibility, and they remain silent until now. There was no official response on what's happening.
There was I also saw a post. I can't remember. Someone on Twitter. Someone posted it in the news group. Hezbollah posted a photo. By the way, get Xerxes in here as well, also, if you can, if he's free. But they posted the an image of soldiers holding the flag, and it was like 3 times. You saw
that was around minutes ago or something. They released a
statement. Sorry, can I interrupt you 1 second? There is something urgent. Hi. The Palestinian resistance, we will use long-range and destructive missiles according to the course of the battle. So it's still on. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so that was an announcement by one of the groups.
Yeah, and there's one thing that we should highlight. After the 35 missiles were struck at Israeli territories, like the settlements, there was 3 more rockets fired from western areas of South Lebanon, which there's no Palestinian presence there, only Lebanese presence, usually Hezbollah and other Lebanese resistant fractions. So that's definitely some Lebanese side, which is not Palestinians as well.
And I think one of the this was really important. I mean, and maybe Hadi can, if I mispronounce your name, please correct me.
No, it's fine. It's correct.
One of the things you have to take into account is that from Hezbollah's point of view also, I think there's one of the aspects is Lebanese domestic politics and its economic situation is they have a very deep political and economic crisis currently right now that has really much consumed, at least from the political apparatus, that Hezbollah's focus. The last thing that, at least from where I'm looking at and analyzing the situation, I think the last thing they need or want is in any way, shape, or form a major Israeli-Hezbollah war that would just be devastating for Lebanon.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they said it. Hezbollah leader Nasrallah said it before. He said, we prefer not to have a war, as in Hezbollah. But if they were forced into one, they would probably do it. And I think if they were involved in missiles, and I'm pretty sure somehow they are involved because they definitely know if there's missiles going to come out. So maybe they're going to allow the Palestinians to do it. It's some sort of a message that's also connected to what's happening in Syria and the routine Israeli strikes. I mean, this week alone, Israel, I think, struck 4 times Damascus and other areas around Syria. So I think that's also connected to that. And they want to send a message to Israel that we're ready whenever you want to escalate things in the region.
There's just one thing I want to add. So when we're going through this thread, the night after this incident within Al-Aqsa, when the electricity was shut off and the soldiers went in and people after, the Palestinians went back to pray at Al-Aqsa Mosque as they would normally do. But because Al-Aqsa Mosque itself was closed, they prayed outside, which is, you know, it does overflow and people do pray outside in the courtyard. And whilst they were in prayer, the IDF, the IOF soldiers came and whilst they were in prayer, were pushing them back and making them just completely disassemble, standing in front of them. And that, I think, was the thing that really escalated this, because they were standing in prayer at the time. I've got the link to it. I posted the video. I can DM it to Suleiman if you want to.
Yeah. No, I had that video. I would just I was trying to decide whether to include it because I wanted to make it. I want the thread to have all the major events. But yeah, I can see your argument that that was a major event, and I was just trying. It was 50-50 whether I was going to include that or not.
So I'm trying to just put this into context. One of the audience members told me, all source, that in 2021, and by the way, I see Ariel here with his hand up. I'll give you the mic, Ariel, and just a couple more questions I have. In 2021, Lebanon sent 19 rockets in Lebanon. I'm not sure which group, so it'll be interesting, Ravid, if you could tell me which group in Lebanon sent those rockets, but sent 19 rockets or launched 19 rockets towards Israel. And then before that, according to Ravid, is all the way back in 2006.
Right. So
Is
I think
accurate?
that's the point. Like if the 30 rockets, it's why it's the 30. Like yes, we've seen it in the past, but the quantity is what makes it all the way. And I think that's all the way back to 2006, which is the Israeli, Hezbollah war in Lebanon. I mean, that's why the amount and everything we saw was so significant and raised kind of alarm bells with observers of this, because that amount in such a short duration of time in a specific area is not common. And I believe when he said 2021, if I'm not mistaken, that was the last time we really saw a major, Israeli Gaza conflict. And it was just as Palestinian groups also operate, as he said, in southern Lebanon, that it was kind of tied to that aspect in that conflict specifically. But 30, we haven't seen that, as you said, since 2006.
Yeah, but I'm really curious as well on how related this is to what we saw in Syria, and obviously the deal between Saudi and Iran, whether there's reasons behind the scenes regarding this, or it's all related to the clashes or to the events that happened at the mosque. Ariel, the mic is yours, man.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I would like to offer you another interpretation, which is more accurate to the videos you uploaded here. Those are not worshippers. Those are a group of anarchists coming to the mosque and denying other people which are worshippers to come to the mosque. So since this mosque is in Israeli region, the Israeli police must come and help the worshippers to come and pray. So this interpretation that you was given before is not just not accurate. It's out of bounds. We must help the worshippers to come and pray. This mosque needs to be open, right?
Ariel.
So I saw a video. Yeah, there is. So I'll give you the mic, Trash. But Ariel, you remind me of a video I saw today. I woke up like maybe less than an hour ago, and there's a video I saw that was circulating. The person that tweeted it is a lady. Guys, you might remember her. She was a lady in our previous space about the Israeli protests, and very vocal. And she obviously agreed on more things with Ariel. You might remember who she is. Like if you do, I'm trying to find her name because I'm trying to find that video. And I didn't verify the video. She just tweeted it out. And it was one of the worshippers that was saying that, again, I don't know if he's using that as an excuse to get out, etc. I have no context whatsoever. But it was a video in which one of the worshippers was being questioned by the Israeli forces. And he's saying that they were not letting him out. So people walked in, they were masked, they barricaded the door, and they were not letting him out. Has anyone seen that video? Has it been verified?
Yes, I will explain that. Listen, not everyone that says Allah Akbar is a terrorist, and not everyone that says Allah Akbar, that means that he's a worshipper. That's something that we need to take in account.
I mean, Ariel, to be fair, that's a bit of a weak argument, isn't it? To say that you were trying to help worshippers and your way of helping it is to basically cause another conflict, hitting through batons, throwing grenades. I mean, if that's the mode of helping, maybe it's better you don't help. Even though
Well, if I can just
I don't agree that that's helping.
yeah, no, if I could just interject, can you
Ben,
hear me?
no, Ben. Well, no, what's happening with your mic? It's something's rubbing on it. So if you could.
Well, if worshippers are coming and asking the police for help because someone closed the doors of the mosque, why are you closing the doors? Why are you bringing weapons inside the mosque? Why? And why are you not allowing the true worshippers that are coming to pray 5 times a day? Why are you not allowing them to come and pray? For what reason? To escalate things in the middle of the holidays? Everybody is having holidays. The Christians having the Easter, the Jews having the Passover, and it's the Ramadan for the Muslims. Why are you not allowing people to come and pray? For what? For what kind of reason?
Is my mic better now or
Can
no?
I just ask you something? So what about the following morning when people weren't actually praying and the video clearly shows they're in the middle of their salat and the IDF soldiers came and stood in front of them and pushed them and shoved them and pointed guns at them and broke up their prayer. And this was outside in the courtyard. So were they helping them as well?
Well, this is your interpretation, how you put the
I'm
things.
asking you yours, because that's your answer, wasn't it? You said they were helping them.
I'm trying to explain. Okay, you want to ask? Okay, so close the mic. Tell me when to answer.
I will tell you when to answer. So here's the thing. You said they were helping them. They were helping the Palestinians because they wanted to be in the mosque and pray, and they went to the police for help. And it's the month of Ramadan, and Muslims should be allowed to pray. So I accept if that's your interpretation. So now I'm asking you, what about the following morning when they're outside in the courtyard praying? And the IDF or IOS soldiers come in front of them and break up their prayer and literally manhandle them, push them away whilst they're in the middle of their prayer, you know, point guns at them and shove them away and break up that entire line of prayer. What were they doing then? They were in the courtyard, no one was barricaded, as you say, so what was going on? Can you tell me?
Yes, of course. When they are doing this scene, like they are praying, but they are not going into the mosque, they are not praying, they are doing that for you to watch a video and be angry. That's what. That's all this scene that is being fabricated for you to see.
Ariel, are you asking us seriously to forget that Israel is an apartheid state as in accordance with many
so now we have an apartheid state.
Let's move away from this. Just I want to go back to the events. I think Ben, you were adding something to the events that happened at the mosque.
Yeah, can you hear me now, or is my mic still?
The mic is perfect.
Okay. Yeah. So again, look, I mean, clearly it's a very highly charged issue and so forth. I mean, look, the reporting coming out of Al Jazeera is going to have a certain narrative. The reporting coming out of Israeli press is going to have a certain narrative, right? So it's complex. I think that. Well, before I go any further, I'd like to hear with other people. There's another gentleman in here, Gilad. He could probably offer more commentary. You know, we need to just bring the temperatures down, right? We're all friends. I know it's a very hotly debated and it's a politically charged, situation. Now, to quickly to the gentleman, like at the end of the day, people can go on and on and on. I'm sorry, I have to say this and say, well, the entirety of Israel is an apartheid state; it shouldn't exist. But the fact is, it does exist. I think that most people, even the people who hate Israel with a passion, are going to acknowledge, even if but in the privacy of their own mind. Even Hamas is saying, listen, they've said it. Israel is going to exist. So I just don't think it does any. It does any good.
Are you proud that it exists as an apartheid state? That's the
I think
Allow me to answer. Allow me to answer.
Go ahead, then, Ben, and then I
Thank
want your thoughts on the events as well that happened.
Yeah, so I am very proud of Israel. I was born there. I haven't lived there in some time, but I'm absolutely proud of Israel. I am very sad that there's not, a comparable peace plan, solution, and so forth. Do I blame the entirety of it on the Palestinians? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Do I place the entirety of the blame on the Israeli leadership? No, absolutely not. It's a delicate situation. You obviously know that as well. So, you can make your talking points all you want in accordance with international law and so forth. I don't think it changes the fact on the ground. Israel exists. So the only way forward is to have some type of negotiated settlement between the two parties, right? You can't put Iran or Syria or Hezbollah or Hamas or Lebanon or even the United States, for that fact, as a component of it, right? It really doesn't have a lot to do with anyone aside from the two parties. That's when peace will come. Now, as for the events that happened recently, look, I think that they're awful. They are. I don't know. I've read the reporting in the Hebrew press that that it was the Palestinians that called the Israeli police from the mosque because a group went in with masks or something. I'll be very frank, right? I'm a moderate person. I try to be objective. I don't necessarily know if that's the case. It might seem a little provocative, given Netanyahu's situation. He may have been wanting to stir something up. I don't know. I'll let someone else comment on that. But yeah, let's just in this space. Let's just talk.
So there's interesting.
Let's just talk to each other.
You're quite a rational person. Ben, you're quite a rational person. We talk often.
Thank you. Yes.
I mean, logically speaking, does this? I mean, obviously, we're trying to weigh up what actually happened, and then we have the video evidence. Like, logically speaking, just from a rational mind, I mean, it does seem like this was essentially Israeli forces going in and attacking those worshippers. Now,
so I would disagree with you on that, and I can point to my own time in Israel. There were many, many, many instances where, yes, it is true that the worshippers in the mosque, the Waqf, I don't know how you say that in English, did in fact call the Israeli authorities because there were people, that they viewed as being disrespected, young people usually, doing things that they considered desecrating the interior of Al-Aqsa, and they did in fact call the Israeli police to evict them. That is true. That is not me inventing that. That is absolutely clarified and verifiable facts. In this specific circumstance, the answer is I don't know. I'm very skeptical of both sides of any type of news coming out of Israel, East Jerusalem, regarding the Temple Mount right now. I don't know, but I don't think that anyone should be attacked during prayer. So I don't. I have to wait till some more facts come out. But I would not give Israel a blank slate with this.
Simon, one thing that Ben, you said, and by the way, Ben, sometimes your mic rub on something, so I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's your shirt or something, but you can hear you most 90% of the time pretty well. You mentioned something interesting. Is that I completely forgot, slipped my mind that we've mentioned this in a few spaces, and also I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Now we've talked about when a country is having a lot of domestic issues, they try to bring awareness to a bigger problem. We were using it as an example for China yesterday. We said if China, the CCP feels threatened, they'll use Taiwan as a rallying cry to get everyone to support the CCP again, or the Chinese Communist Party. So considering and this is just pure speculation, but considering the domestic pressure that Netanyahu is facing in Israel, could this be an intentional way to kind of create tension with Palestine, and that tension leads to a whole different story that takes everyone's attention and rallies everyone in support of the IDF? Is that a fair speculation? Again, it is pure speculation.
Can you hear me now, or is my mic all muffled?
It's good. No, we can hear you fine. It's just sometimes you move it. I don't know what you move it on, and it makes.
I have a cheap headset. I have a cheap headset on with a microphone. Okay. That's probably why. But
it's good. No, it's pretty good. Go ahead. It's actually very good.
So, I probably don't agree with that assessment. However, I don't exactly have any facts to confirm or deny that assessment. So I don't know. I would like to say that Netanyahu would not do that, but I am an objective person, so I do have to say there is it's possible, right?
And just to be, I'm mentioning, by the way, I'm mentioning this. I don't think it's true. I have no idea. But it's not a narrative I believe, and I tend to avoid such narratives of things being fabricated, because most of the time it's not the case. But there
Mario,
are
I think
important
though to highlight is that Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, he did mention that, I'm paraphrasing, but basically he mentioned that if the enemies of Israel's things that are domestic politics will hinder our ability to defend Israel, they're surely mistaken. I mean, it was basically the message, not necessarily utilizing the domestic unrest as a rallying cry, rather trying to say to those that oppose him, that those that might take advantage, if they want to take advantage of the domestic unrest that Israel is suffering right now, that Israel will respond to it and they can still maintain the security of the state. I did want to just quickly provide just some information. So one quote from the Al-Quds Brigade, which is basically the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They did announce a state of general alert, and then this is the quote, to target occupation checkpoints in the West Bank and Jerusalem. So I think that's something we have to monitor.
Who released this alert?
The Palestinian Islamic Jihad. I'll share it in the nest. It's from Intel, George.
Okay, and how significant is this? Is it relatively common?
So, yes. If we remember yesterday, the space we talked about is what we've seen in the last couple of months is an increase in more violence, let's say, in the West Bank rather than in the Gaza Strip. The Palestinians, so a lot of the groups that are operating in Gaza also have significant presence in the West Bank as well. And so the question though comes back to the back and forth. I mean, this could just be a public statement just for a public statement. We have to witch in the ground. But does this show that there's plans to do more than just rocket attacks? Do we see an increase of what we kind of saw in the past of increased gun battles, attacks in the West Bank? And again, and so that what matters of that is where does this direction go? Do we try to see both sides do a tit for tat and then try to quickly get to an area where there's an off-ramp and then there's a cessation of hostilities? Or do we see either side expanding this because they do a type of attack not seen in the past that might escalate this to a different degree? And you could see how rocket attacks, let's say, from Gaza, consistent rocket attacks from Gaza, and then you start seeing reports of shooting, bombings, or attacks against Israeli checkpoints in the West Bank might forces Israel to then escalate from their own way, and then that's again the escalation ladder with no end in sight.
I think also to think you mentioned Netanyahu's statement. What he said was, our internal dispute in Israel will not prevent us from acting against our enemies. We'll hit them hard and they will pay the price for all their aggression. And that was his statement released this evening.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I just didn't have the exact quote, but thank you so much for that.
That's okay. There's just one thing I want to add really quickly, and I think it's really important for any space. When somebody comes on a space and says, Israel's an apartheid state, I don't think the response should be, Israel has a right to exist and no one can say it doesn't. You're conflating two completely different things. Apartheid state is one thing. That doesn't mean someone saying it doesn't have a right to exist. It means it's conducting apartheid and it should be addressed as an apartheid state.
Well, thank you for clearing that up. I concede that correctly. Thank you for correcting me. I mean that. Thank you. And I'm happy to know that you think Israel should exist. Thank you.
Absolutely, it should. But I also think it's an apartheid state, Benjamin, and I just don't think we can conflate.
No, that's fair enough. That is my misinterpretation of what you said, so I do apologize, and that apologies.
No, it wasn't me who said it. I just heard it, but that's all right. Thanks, Benjamin.
By the way, Ben, I'm going to get you a gift, and that's going to be a new headset. It's moving. I think the mic is moving.
Well, I got to make the big bucks like you, Mario.
Okay, Ariel, I'd love you and Gilad to just give us your thoughts on what happened, and then I want to start digging into also. So I want to chat to you a bit about history between history about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the involvement between Lebanon and Israel, and how common that is, because that for me seems like the most major escalation we've seen so far.
Okay, thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to answer the question of Mr. Ahmad Suleiman. about the assumption that we are talking about the Netanyahu case. The Netanyahu case is proved to be absolutely nonsense. In fact, the situation, the legal situation now, it's this court, this case in court became a court against the prosecution and to do reforms, and it highlights all the bad issues that we need to fix here in our judiciary. And I would just, I'm saying that for you to take something in mind, that Benjamin Netanyahu is the only Israeli prime minister that are respecting human rights and civil rights of the Arab population inside Israel and helping them generously and taking into account all their issues. You should ask Arab civilians here in Israel, not people that are trying to incite or have other kind of grievances that, and they are living outside Israel. They have no connection. So what you truly needs to ask is the people inside, not the people outside. Now, this court that you spoke about, Ahmed, is offering a talk behind the scenes to close the case now. So it's not that you can incite all kinds of provocations or can incite all kinds of fabricated court cases that is going to do any kind of this is not the strategy. This is not the strategy to act.
Okay, so before Yunus or Gilad jumps in, also, you with me? Also, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mario.
All right, War Monitor, you there, man?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so I know you guys analyze this stuff. In 2021, and just I want to put this into context for the audience to understand why I think, and also agrees that this is major. I still first want to know, and that's the first question I'll let you answer as well. Who claimed responsibility for the missiles launched from Lebanon? Now, why am I mentioning this? In July, so there's been many rockets fired from Lebanese territory towards Israel. In 2021, rockets, but there's only two. 2014, 2. 2013, 1. 2013, 1. 2010, 2. Katyusha rockets. 2010, 4. 2009, 2. 2006 is the last time we've seen multiple rockets. Obviously, there's been 4,000 launched during the Lebanon-Israel war, the second Lebanon war. And last one before that was in 2000. According to ChatGPT to kind of give me an overview, there was several rockets. Didn't give me the number, but since 2006, since the war, there's never been any instances except 2010. There's been 4, and only 1 got through the Iron Dome that were fired. Also, how many were fired this time around? You mentioned the number earlier.
The last report I saw is 30, so around 30 rockets were launched. And just to be clear, there is no indication that, or any proof that Hezbollah claimed responsibility. I think this has all the hallmarks and indications of Palestinian militants.
Okay. War Monitor, what do you know about these rockets fired from Lebanese territory? This is the most rockets fired since the 2006 war. How significant of an escalation is this? How do you think Israel will respond? Who do you think is responsible? And what's been the narrative within Lebanon after the rockets were fired? Has anyone supported them? Has there been any statement, official or unofficial, from the Hezbollah side?
Yeah, so we had 36 rockets, 34 around noon, and then 2 later on in the night. We had 36 in total. We had Hezbollah completely deny their involvement, and obviously I agree with that. It's obvious it wasn't them. The Palestinians also completely denied their involvement. Palestinians being Hamas and PIG. I think the Israeli response is because the cabinet of The State of Israel released a statement a few minutes ago, 10, 25 minutes ago. They said that they would deliver an accurate response to Hamas in Lebanon and targeting those who carried out the rocket attack. So that would be probably assassinations. It could be strikes on the, fields or training fields that the Palestinian groups used. The view in Lebanon is, from the people I've spoken to, a lot of them don't really care as long as it doesn't escalate really bad. But the overall view is, it's relatively neutral when it comes to this. You have your extremes, people who completely support the Palestinian rockets fired from Lebanon, and you have people who oppose them. But overall, it's a calm atmosphere.
Okay, well, it's good to see. And you said that Israel's blaming Hamas, but Hamas denied responsibility, didn't they?
No one has claimed responsibility yet, and Israel's blaming Hamas.
And also, do you think it is Hamas, or it's just a independent group unrelated to Hamas?
So, I mean, it's hard to speculate. It's kind of hard to say definitively. I mean, I think just for historical, when we see in Iraq, let's say a rocket attack or a mortar attack against a U.S. military installation, generally we just see this obscure group that is never heard of, nobody heard of exists, claim responsibility, and they're kind of a front for one of the larger, pro-Iranian groups that operate in Iraq. We kind of see that also in Palestine in some ways. In Palestine, though, more often than not, they're a lot more vocal in claiming responsibility. But you can make an argument of why Hamas might want not to claim responsibility, even though they might have done it, because of kind of the situation and the kind of the fact that they control it. We just don't know. And I think if the Israelis accuse Hamas says no. Which side do you believe in? But it's kind of really hard in a situation like this, especially with the myriad of groups that exist in the West Bank. It's kind of hard to see exactly who might have been responsible.
Hadi and Gilad?
Yeah, so I'm just going to add one more thing just for context. Historical-wise, the past few years, especially after the war in Syria, when Hezbollah attacks Israeli troops or sends missiles or whatever, they claim responsibility and they do it instantly. They never hide their actions. And if they were behind this, they would have said it. I think that the main two cases I can think of is 2015 when Israel assassinated Jihad Moghni, and other Iranian leaders. The son of the big Hezbollah leader was assassinated in 2008, Ahmad Moghni. Hezbollah responded to Israel by attacking an Israeli convoy on the borders, and they claimed responsibility for that. And another time, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 2017 or 18, when Israel bombed Damascus and 2 Hezbollah soldiers were killed, and Hezbollah instantly responded at the borders and they claimed responsibility for it. So if Hezbollah was directly involved, I don't think they would hide it. They would just do it. But I believe them when they say they're not behind this. They probably know who's behind it, and they probably facilitated it or allowed it to happen, but they didn't directly do it.
Even facilitating it, that would be very risky for them, considering what the response will be from Israel.
Probably,
they are facing a bit of heat right now in Lebanon, considering the economy's collapsed, and obviously the explosion that happened a few years ago at the port. So I would be surprised if they would risk anything with Israel right now. But then I could be wrong, because I know we're going to talk about the meeting between Saudi and Iran in China, which caught us all by surprise live yesterday. Gilad, Ariel, Rafael, I see a few hands up, and Eunice.
Thank you. So a few points that
can you get closer, Gilad? Can you get closer to your mic?
Pretty close, actually. Do you hear me well now? Do you hear me better
now? Yeah, it's better now. Go ahead.
Okay. So one very important point that there was the question if someone thinks that Netanyahu will use the situation because of the protests, but I don't think it's going to change anything right now, because most of the people that are going to the streets, they don't gonna stop right now, even if there will be escalation. And
the protests are ongoing. Because go ahead.
Yes. I believe that this weekend will be another protest. Maybe it will be a little smaller because it's a holiday, but still people in the movement against the current COP don't gonna stop with that. So what I think that actually will happen is that this situation will be probably the first time that Israelis would not immediately, be behind the government. And as for the situation in Al-Aqsa, so there are a few points that are very important to understand. There is kind of an agreement, which is silent agreement. Mostly, nobody actually want to admit that. Not the Israelis, not the Waqf. The Waqf are the Jordanian that take care of the mosque. But there's a kind of an agreement that beside the last 10 days of the Ramadan, nobody should be in the mosque at night. Now, what happened sometimes that young people do not accept this agreement and they get into the mosque. I don't know what happened in the last escalation.
So when the IDF entered the mosque, I think it was the IDF or the police force.
It's the mostly the riot police. It was in the middle of the night. Yeah. Okay. So there were cases of firing the fireworks, but I don't think all the people in the mosque was involved in that, of course. And the response and the violence that I saw, at least, is condemned by most of the Israelis.
Gilad, let me jump in quickly. It's just a few updates here.
Yeah.
So in southern Lebanon, the UNIFIL, the United Nations United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, they're carrying out patrols every half an hour. There's calm now in the town of Kulaya, which is where the rockets were launched, and around there's patrols every half an hour. In the Gaza Strip, after and there's calm now after the raids that were launched earlier. The Islamic Jihad movement did say the following: any Israeli bombardment will be met with bombing, and every aggression will be responded to in kind. That's the Islamic Jihad movement. And I'll read out more updates. South Africa condemns the storming of the mosque, and that was how many minutes ago? That was about 20 minutes ago. So that's the updates. And then the aircraft targeted a site in the resistance in the central governorate with a number of missiles. That was a minute ago. So I'm seeing if this is new now. That just came out in a Telegram group about a minute ago.
May I intervene, please? Because I've been raising my hand for a while. If that's
of course. Yeah, Khaleesi, you want to comment something before Eunice jumps in?
Yeah, just very quickly. I'm looking at something 40 minutes ago from TRT World showing explosions in the center of Gaza, and I'm seeing quite a few reports on this, and there's a video of it on TRT World as well.
Yeah, so Osos will be with us. Osos works with our War Monitor here. Osos just jumped off his phone for a few minutes. But War Monitor, are you there? Is he there? Has he dropped out as well? Okay, seems it was glitching for a lot of speakers. Yeah, go ahead, Eunice. I'll bring up War Monitor. Him and Osos keep track of these on the spot. But I did see there's an aircraft that's just launched rockets with a number of missiles towards the central governorate. So I'll update you more as I get this confirmed by the team.
Sorry,
that's
a report on Israeli occupation.
Palestinian reporter.
Hold on. So Eunice and Brunella, I'll let Eunice go first, Brunella, and then I'll give you the mic, and then we'll go to Rafael and Ariel. Go ahead, Eunice.
Okay, my name is Eunice Tarawi. I'm a Palestinian reporter. I do reports on the armed escalation that is going on in the West Bank, Gaza, Jerusalem, like internal Palestinian affairs. So I've done a lot of interviews with Palestinian officials and Lion's Den, whatever, the whole shebang. First of all, just to comment on the Gaza thing, and then we go to Jerusalem. On the Gaza issue, the Israelis have just bombed training sites that are known to have been targeted for tens of times. So they're targeting sand areas. This is not something new. Everyone in Gaza knows about this. There was no like when they say that they bombed tunnels. These tunnels were already bombed tens of times during the previous years. Something special. I think the Israelis never use fight or strike when the iron is on heat. They do it on silent. That's what they're doing in Syria and Lebanon and in other areas, or in Iran. I think that this will culminate in an assassination of any Hamas leader who has been involved in the rocket targets. Maybe Saleh al-Arouri, Osama Hamdan, who's Hamas representative in southern Lebanon or in Turkey. That's about Gaza. This isn't going to change. Because you're just throughout you're speaking symptoms. Let's go to the root causes. When it comes to Jerusalem, there has been a very misleading rhetoric and statements from the Israeli side. I begin with saying that there is an occupation. This is the bottom line. Before I even argue with some people and start doing some psychological physics or gymnastics here, I had to. You have to recognize there is an occupation. So back to the Jerusalem thing. When you say barricade themselves, you're just giving the impression that the Palestinians are having agoraphobia and are fanatics and anarchists, and who just want to blow up the temple mounds, quote unquote, or Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's not true. Why are the people giving the fireworks only happened the first day, which was also misleading? Only happened the first day and with stones. Why are they doing this? You're now like stating symptoms of violence, right? That there has been clashes on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. What is the root cause? Someone said, I think it's my dear friend Gilad, there's been a Waqf announcement. And this is the entire Israeli narrative of this. This is partially true. I posted a thread about it, and I contacted the Jordanian official who works at Al-Aqsa Mosque back then. And he said that this was an announcement for people that the i'tikaf, so-called overnight prayers, will be at the last 10 days and Friday and Saturday. Please have a bottom line on this, because these were the days that they actually attacked on one of them attacked the Al-Aqsa Mosque and evacuated them. The first day after the attack, the Jordanian Waqf, no one knows about this. I doubt that maybe 10 of 5,000 thousands here know about this, but they should said, you know what, we're gonna do the i'tikaf the entire period of Ramadan, and we ask Palestinians to fill the whole prayers in Al-Aqsa Mosque and be there and do something called ribat, like being stationed there and confront them. And this is what the Jordanian Waqf, which is affiliated with the Jordanian ministry. So yesterday, when Israeli forces went up, there was no fireworks. They were waiting for fireworks to be launched because they wanted it. We wanted a narrative and a false accusation against the Palestinians. There were no fireworks. And the other lie, which was very, very beautiful, painted, but it was also a lie, and you can also see videos, is that they barricaded themselves. And they closed the doors. No doors were closed. And I'm now speaking like I have a lot of Jerusalemite friends who were at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They were literally, and you're laughing, Ariel, because you don't see videos, waiting for the people, the prayer worshippers, to get outside the mosque, and then they enter it. So they didn't allow the Palestinians to close the doors. This was happened. This is a fact. It's not opinion. You can go back to the videos and look upon it. So there was no fireworks, no doors, but they want, this is a very important thing, they want to set a new equation. This is what I'm going to mention now is the most important saying of everything that I've just previously mentioned. The Israelis want to change the status quo. Oh, you're making a very hyperbole statement. No, I'm just giving facts. Back in pre-2000s, there were no into the Aqsa Mosque. When Ariel Sharon started with some very minor groups at the beginning of the second Intifada at the 2000s, they were 5, 10. Okay, this is 2000 years. But now in 2020, over 53,000 settlers stormed. I use the word stormed because they aren't legally, or like maybe they have a religious historic perspective. The status quo is status quo. This is something that Israel signed upon with Jordan back in the 90s. This is something that is known, but the Israelis also have been acknowledged.
Just 2 seconds. War Monitor, can you just update me if this is true? So I'm just seeing updates here that an Israeli soldier was injured in a shooting attack in Jerusalem.
Yes, it occurred at Adam settlement. He was moderately injured. There was some bullets that
did it just happen? Did it just happen now?
No.
It happened 4 hours ago. And the attacker fled the scene and went to the town of Ram, which is North Jerusalem. There is now an incursion, and they're searching houses. I'm giving you the sum up.
Cool. And there's also, I'm just trying to look at the sources here. I'll let you continue. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, this is the Galitz radio, which is the Israeli official army radio. Okay. So this is about Jerusalem. When you say about changing the status quo, and this is a very important statement because the Israelis have been trying. This is something new. This was not something that people spoke about back in 2010 or 2014, back when Kerry was at the U.S. office.
So Yunus, I got a question for you. It says that there was an explosion in central Gaza. Has there been any casualties?
No. What happened was there was some oscillations because of the echo of the explosion. It made the house collapse. There was no one who was seriously injured, just minor injured. There was some training sites. That's why Palestinians in Gaza are wondering, what is Israel doing? They didn't say that we were going to pay the heavy price. Why didn't you just attack tunnels at 2 training sites and an observatory post on the border? That's why many Palestinians say that it's a distortion, that the Israelis are doing something behind the scenes to just, or maybe they're deterred. I don't know. This is something that I leave it to the Israelis.
So let me get Ariel in. Ariel.
Yes, thank you. We can look at Jordan. There is 0 Jews in Jordan.
You can speak with Jordan. Why do you speak with Palestinians?
Hold on. There
are 0.
Go ahead, Ariel.
Yes, there are 0 Jews living in Lebanon or Syria. There are 0 Jews living in Egypt.
Go and speak to Lebanon and Egypt and Syria.
There is one Jew still living in Pakistan.
I'm not Pakistani, I'm Palestinian.
So maybe we need to think about 2 issues. Firstly, who exactly are we calling apartheid state? Secondly, if we are accepting and people are very welcome here that Arabs in Israel have equality, have all the services.
So I live in the village of Na'im. This is very important to you, Ariel. I live in the village of Na'im.
Can I finish?
Ariel finish. Eunice,
yes. So we have Arab Muslim worshippers, and they are civilians in Israel. So what exactly do we plan or want to see in those kinds of videos that we offer services for those Muslims, which are servicing in our police, in our IDF. They are judging us. They are doctors in Israel, etc., etc. What exactly do all this marvelous space think that we should give as religious services to these Muslims? Should they have a mask, or you think that we need to deny them the right to pray in a democratic, liberal country? This is absurd, of course. So people will always have a mask to come and pray in Israel. This will always be the situation. Thank you.
May I answer on the question?
I would like
really quickly.
One sec, go ahead,
Ariel, initially when I was speaking to you about the events of the following morning, so you gave what I would call is a really good narrative of the night before, that the IOF, the IDF soldiers and the police were there to protect the Muslims, to help the Muslims. They were called there. They have a right to pray in the mosque, and they were there for the benefit of the Palestinian Muslims. So I asked you, what about the following day when they were praying in the courtyard outside in peace, and the soldiers went up, moved them at gunpoint, pushed them, stopped their prayer, pushed them around and made them leave? And your response to that was, oh, well, if they set it up as a photo opportunity to, create propaganda. So I wanted to come back to you on that point, because I'm sat here thinking, right, so the Palestinians went to pray and had somebody there with a camera to film it, to set it up as a photo opportunity. Even if that was believable, how did the Palestinians know that the IOF soldiers were going to come and break up their prayer and push them around and force them out of their prayer, mid-prayer, and make them move? How did they know that was going to happen? Are you now going to claim that Palestinians dressed up in IDF and IOF uniforms with guns and pretended to be the Israeli Defense Force and did that? So, when you come here, Ariel, right, I think everybody on this space wants peace. And when you talk about the fact that,
we want just peace. The peace is not something that I believe in. I want just peace. And we can all have just peace, not peace alone.
Yeah, sure. And I agree with that. But the thing is, to move to that place of conversation, we have to have a degree of honesty about what's happening there. Because there's also Christians being persecuted. It's not just Muslims. And I think when you look at a video where men praying in a courtyard are being harassed to that degree. I mean, it's Ramadan, and these soldiers are completely armed to the hilt, and they're breaking up prayers. Then I think even a blind man has to look at that and say, okay, that's wrong. You can't justify that with, oh, it's a video opportunity, because even if I set it up, they came and did it, Ariel.
I would like to.
So the situation is that in the 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. everybody's waking up and they're supposed to go to the mosque in the early morning. You can't occupy the mosque, close the doors, and make a lot of menace over there, because then you are disturbing the peace of those worshippers. And what you see are not worshippers. That is where you're mistaking, because those are anarchists fabricating, like someone is coming and harass worshippers. They are not trained. They are not religious. Yes, because they are doing it. Because they are doing
and
it
I cannot hear
on a
you
daily
saying
basis.
that because it's ridiculous.
Hey guys, one at a time, please. I'll get to you, Gilad. Go ahead, Ariel.
Yes, those are not worshippers. If they were worshippers and they were going to the mosque and they were not doing menace and they will not terrorize the worshippers coming to the mosque, nobody would have nothing to harass them or do something. This will represent peace.
You haven't seen the video.
They were not worshippers, Alicia. Can you accept
but
this?
Going back to
Yes.
Omar, so I'll let you jump in just if you've got more updates on any activity at all before we continue.
Yeah, I think we had a few more airstrikes on Gaza in the past few minutes. We also had air defense, Hamas air defense engaging a few IDF planes. Yeah, but that's about it for the past few minutes. I just wanted to say that regarding the whole mosque thing, Ariel, I think Ariel is living in a land of fantasy. Ariel believes a lot of the things he receives on WhatsApp. I think if you just sit back and look at why these people were in the mosque, and they did barricade themselves in, and I'm not going to deny that, but if you want to know why they barricaded themselves in, you would look at the radical Jewish Zionist group that called for a goat, the whole sacrifice to be done at the so-called Temple Mount, which is Al-Aqsa Mosque, and they want to go and slaughter the goat as a sacrifice on top of Al-Aqsa, which is by anybody's standard beyond disrespectful. It's like going and doing a satanic ritual in the Vatican. I'm not equating the two, but it's of two different religions, and it's a sacrifice, and it's a different tradition than the religion has. So the Palestinians had no choice but to reside in the mosque. They had to they had to keep themselves in. They had to bring things to defend themselves with, aka fireworks, and they used the fireworks to defend against the invading Israeli troops that came in and stormed the mosque in order to make way for the settlers in the morning to come in and slaughter the goats. Now, slaughtering the goats was also the reason for the 2021 war, I believe, and it was also the reason for the 2014 wars. One of the reasons.
I want to bring in Gilad. Gilad, is he gone?
He's dropped out, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Eunice, you were going to respond then?
Yeah, and then I've got Sent Defender as well. Also, Defender. It'd be good to get his overview on the escalations and his take, because this is what you cover at OSINT. So your take on how serious this is. But I'll let Eunice jump in first.
And we haven't when we speak, when we have dialogue, there has to be a bottom line.
Why'd you put your voice down? Is someone sleeping in the house?
No, because yeah, maybe I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, no, then your mic. I think your mic's a bit far from your mouth. Then
okay,
so not as clear as you were before. It's not as clear as it was. We can hear you, but it's not as clear as it was before. Go on.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I will just.
Yeah, sure. No, I'll let you. While you're waiting, and would you have a journalist coming in from Gaza directly? I'm not sure if anyone else is from Gaza here on stage, but would you have a journalist coming in who's based in Gaza? So it'd be good to get an underground update. OSINT, how?
No,
I would love your take
on
Yeah, go ahead, Eunice. Your mic is not that great still. Let me go to OSINT, bro. Let me just get a quick update, and I'll give you the mic afterwards. OSINT, would love to get your thoughts on this on these escalations. Also, back up with us, and also told me that the line that we were discussing a few days ago and when we should be concerned, I think it was like 2 days ago, in his opinion, has been crossed with what happened in Lebanon. But considering that Hezbollah did not take responsibility, despite the number of rockets launched, is there a possibility this doesn't escalate much more?
Can you hear me, Mario?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Awesome. I definitely feel that the line has been crossed. I'm honestly surprised that Hezbollah has not taken responsibility yet. They're usually pretty quick to jump on that kind of stuff.
No, they've done the opposite. They've said we have nothing to do with it.
Of course. I mean, I think that's probably what's preventing any sort of retaliation in Lebanon so far by the Israeli Defense Force. I do still feel like we will probably see it, maybe in the next few hours, maybe in the next 24 hours. I don't really know, and to what extent it's going to be. I think right now, what we should be waiting to kind of see is if the Lebanese military somehow steps in and does something. I think that'll be the big deciding factor of whether Israel decides to respond in a significant way or in a bit smaller scale of a way. What we're currently seeing in Gaza, I personally do not believe is related to what we saw in northern Israel today. I think this is more related to the rocket attacks that we've seen over the last week from Gaza. I think this is more of that. Of course, it could be partially related, but any sort of actual response to what we've seen earlier today from Lebanon, the 36 rockets fired. Some are saying up to 40, but I think 36 is all we have confirmed so far. I do not think that we've seen the response to that yet, as the meeting did just wrap up with the Israeli can't think right now, Security Council. I think we'll probably see that response, as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said tonight and in the future. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but I think I personally feel it will be significant.
All right, cool. I appreciate it. Eunice, I'll give you the mic back. And also, Eunice, if you know someone from Gaza, we do have a journalist by the name of Mutassim Ad-Dalul, who's a journalist based in Gaza. But since a few minutes ago, we saw the rockets. Wasn't there more rockets fired at Gaza a few minutes ago? Correct, War Monitor? About 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, we had.
Exactly. So since then, we had the air defense. So there were missiles that hit Gaza, correct? A few minutes ago.
Yeah, those were airstrikes.
Yeah. Airstrikes, yeah. I heard you say air defense. Yeah. So airstrikes towards Gaza.
there was Gaza and air defense strike hitting the Israeli planes. But yeah,
okay. And were the plane hit?
Of course not. It's an F-16.
Okay, that's what. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I was a bit surprised. All right, so Mutassim, just when those strikes happened, he went offline. So he probably went into went down to shelter. So hopefully he'll be back online with us shortly. Go ahead, Yunus.
Did you see that your Palestinian journalist went to shelter?
I'm assuming so because he was online. We were just chatting, and he just went offline when the strikes hit.
May I clear this?
He messaged me about 8 minutes ago asking if you can access the mic.
Yeah, he messaged me. He messaged me 4 minutes ago. So we were chatting.
By the way,
yeah, go ahead, Yunus.
But yeah, by the way, there's a big misconception. There's nothing with something called shelter in Gaza. You can ask any Palestinian journalist.
Yeah, there's no house shelters, but like just trying to find a safe spot. I'm guessing. But yeah, they don't, obviously they don't have the same infrastructure. Of course.
I want to comment on the escalation in Gaza. You have to understand that neither Gaza nor Israel is interested in an escalation. Hamas knows, and this is not something that I've said. This is something that Hamas senior official Mahmoud al-Zahar said maybe a couple of weeks ago, where he said, "Oh, we're not going to get into a couple of fighting rounds with Israel. What we're looking for, what we're aiming for, is the biggest liberation war that is coming." That's what he said. And then I have been speaking with a lot of Hamas officials during the previous years. They knew that they're not going to get anything from the escalation. What do I mean by that? For a war, you need money. This is the most important thing. Hamas doesn't need money for the rockets because they're getting it, but they need money for the reconstruction of what's going on in Gaza. And providing this money. So they have now realized that getting into war rounds will not benefit them. Maybe just a limited some days operation, like back in August by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, will maybe it's a political push, but that's not why they enter wars. You have to have goals. The problem with the Palestinians in Gaza, when the armed factions, is not getting into war. This is the most easy thing for them to do. Is the most difficult thing. They had never done so back in 2000 and back in August.
Yunus, on just two quick updates. So the director of the Air Defense Department of the Syrian Arab Army, the Syrian air defenses are on high alert, ready to support the friendly country of Lebanon in confronting any possible aggression on its territory. That came out of War Monitor, who's on stage with us. Ocean Defender did tweet out, the Israeli Defense Force has announced that they have targeted a heavy machine gun in northern Gaza that was used against Israeli aircraft and military forces conducting operations near the territory. So that was a few minutes ago by Ocean Defender. And last one is local sources say the Israeli army arrested two young men, Mahdi Jaber and Harbi Rajabi, from the town of Silwan. So that was just a minute ago. Just a few quick updates, then I'll keep sharing them with the audience. By the way, Yunus, I hear you walking around. Where are you based, Yunus?
I think I would prefer to reveal my my residency because of security reasons. Because there's a lot of people who stalk people around.
Okay, but in the Middle East region, I guess.
Yes. So back to you said Syria, about the operations that are going on in Syria. They were looking for someone called Akram al-Ajuri. He's the one who's financing the Jenin battalion in northern West Bank. He's been wanted. He's been on Al Jazeera documentary. They have tried to assassinate him several times, reportedly a couple of days ago as well. That's in Syria. When they want to target people, they don't target people that are not relevant. Okay, they may target some Iranian guards, but that's not their main cause, because Iran is in Syria. They're trying to prevent the proxy, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who's trying to bring all those Iranian capabilities into the occupied West Bank or Israel. So that's what in regards to Syria. With regards to Lebanon.
Yeah, just before you continue as well, man, I want to just let you know Mutassim is on stage with us from Gaza. So I'll let you finish off and then we'll give him the mic. And not Akun and Benjamin and Ariel, you want to speak. So we'll get you guys in a bit. But yeah, go ahead, Yunus.
Yeah, so that's with Syria. With Lebanon, they don't have any interest. The resistance, so-called resistance to Lebanon, they ended their main operation, main target, which is to liberate southern Lebanon, and back in 2000s, and liberate prisoners back in 2006. So neither Syria nor Lebanon is interested in escalation, because what we're going to do with it, they're not going to liberate Palestine. The change has to be from within. and that's what all Palestinians agree upon. So that's what with regards to the Lebanon.
Right,
but I want to finish with this sentence, if I'm
quickly go ahead.
able to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and the term of occupation, like you speak, not you, like, but I'm speaking about these my fellow Israelis that are on the stage. You speak about the Israeli, what's happening in Israeli policies, but no one is addressing the word occupation. It's like the word occupation is a cheese burger from McDonald's that is just rotten and thrown away. This is the main root cause for all of this. So I would like to hear some voice from the Israeli side that said, okay, we're occupying you, we're doing some very, very cruel things upon you because we're the occupier, but let's sort things out. But I'm not hearing this from the Israelis. I'm just hearing, you're terrorists, you're anti-Semites, go to Jordan. This is not that.
I never said that.
No, not you, no, I don't know. There is some...
Neither am I.
Oh. No, I'm not speaking about you. I'm speaking about some Israeli right wings and Hashbarites, not Israeli leftists, because I have friends who are Israelis.
So Ariel, Benjamin, I'd love to give you the mic as well, and Kunji. Anyone else that would like to speak? Sammy, I see you quiet as well. Feel free to put your hand up whenever you'd like to speak. But I want to go quickly to Mutassim.
I would just like to. Okay.
Yeah, I want just Mutassim to speak because I don't know how long he'll have internet for, Ariel, and I'll give you the mic. Mutassim, how are you? Mutassim, you got to unmute. So bottom left corner. How are you?
I am fine. Thank you for accepting my request to speak to this audience, this respected audience.
Are you in Gaza at the moment, Mutassim?
Yes, of course. I'm in Gaza. Unfortunately, I can't leave Gaza.
And can you give us an update on things on the ground now, the sentiments, the damage, any casualties? What do we know?
The last Israeli airstrike launched in Gaza took place about 15 minutes ago. There were two big explosions resulted from big airstrikes. The Gaza Strip, is a very small area. When there is an airstrike carried out in the east of Gaza, it is here and it impacts the west, and when it is carried out in the south, it affects affects any airstrike traumatizes all of the most of the people are still awake, and children, not only children and parents, all people are traumatized and feel when they hear the Israeli airstrikes, even if they are not near or very close to them, because an Israeli strike shakes the homes. And might cause people in Gaza are living in a state of fear. They are waiting for the and until now, there is no casualties among the people. No one were reported wounded or killed in the strikes, alhamdulillah. But one family became homeless because of after its house was demolished due to an airstrike near to the house. Sorry. But the most important thing is that people are scared. They have bad experiences from the past in 2021, 2022, in 2018 and 17 and 14 and 2012 and 2008 and 9 and so on. So that they have bad very bad experiences from the past. So that and they are waiting or watching news or listening to news, and the Israeli leaders say that they will increase or widen their operation or their attacks against Gaza. In fact, there is some retaliation from the Palestinian factions in the Gaza Strip, but what are the retaliation that the Palestinians do with primitive rockets or weapons against nuclear power?
Can I ask you a question? You might have answered this. When Gaza is attacked, because we heard reports that the center of Gaza has been fired on. I mean, what do Gazans do? What do Palestinians do? Where do they go to safety?
Unfortunately, when there is one airstrike in Gaza, Gaza tends to unsafe place. All of the Gaza Strip tends to unsafe place because it is a closed area, very small area. There is no shelters at all for the Gaza residents. Gazans don't have shelters to hide in when there are Israeli airstrikes or artillery bombings. No shelters at all. So that when there is an Israeli strike, it means that it must hit buildings, residential buildings, or people inside them. Sometimes, like what's happening now, the airstrikes carried out in empty areas of farmlands, but farmlands are surrounded by residential buildings. Empty areas are I want to tell you something. When you hear that Israeli airstrikes or Israeli rockets hit empty areas, it doesn't mean that. Don't imagine that there is a very big space or empty space. No, it could be a farm which is 1 kilometer square per by 1 kilometer square. This is the largest, or most of the large areas, empty areas in the Gaza like this, and this area or this farmland is surrounded by
Mutassim, let me ask you another question, Mutassim, and Simon, I know you have a question. When after the 2021 conflict, we had another speaker mention how there isn't any money coming into Gaza for reconstruction. How is, I've obviously never been to Gaza, so how is it? How is it there? How is it like? Is there a lot of destroyed buildings still, or are they reconstructed but not done well? Is there still a lot of debris? Like when an airstrike happens, how's the construction like? What happens to the buildings? And I'm referring to what happened after 2021. What is there still destroyed buildings and stuff?
Unfortunately, many of the buildings destroyed in 2021 is still not still the same. They weren't built. Or rebuilt. Was on the other hand allowed the. In fact, there have been many buildings which were most of the buildings is still the same. Most of the people still I can't say homeless because they live in homes or temporary or with relatives or temporarily with this, but the community in Gaza is integrated, and so that they don't allow people to live in the street. They take them to live with them, so that everyone who has his house demolished in 2020 or any previous offensive on the Gaza Strip has a friend to host him or a relative.
Mario, I just wanted to respond. First to War Monitor. So in terms of the occupation, yes. I just want to make my position clear. But look, I'm not a right-wing guy, I'm not a left-wing guy. And my question was to, I believe his name is Mutasa. And this is a legitimate question. This is not a snarky question. But so I understand that, the money for the construction and so forth is depleted. But how is there money for countless rockets?
Another speaker mentioned this. Mutassim dropped out, but another speaker. They're building them in. Khaleesi?
Rockets through tunnels and
that a Palestinian group of people who clearly haven't been given their rights, according to whatever treaties that have existed historically, should not be allowed to get resources from outside parties.
Oh no, they absolutely are. I'm just not aware of the intricacies of that situation. I haven't lived there for 25
I've got just been up. So Hamas, the group. So Hamas is known to manufacture its own rockets and other weapons. In the past, Hamas has relied on a variety of methods. And producing some components locally.
Very good. And my last question was to War Monitor. Now you mentioned the Temple Mount and the story about the goat. I remember reading about that in the Israeli press. That's fine. My question is this. I mean, clearly the agreement signed, which the Palestinians, the Jordanians, the Israelis brokered, I believe it was by the Americans, obviously, ensured freedom of worship. So I do think. Listen, I'm a secular person. Clearly, the Temple Mount doesn't have a lot of meaning for me, but for all religions. So I would like to ask you then, if there is freedom of worship, why is it that Jews, in your mind, are not allowed to go up to the Temple Mount to perform their own rituals or what? I mean, that is the basis of it, right? You're allowed to pray Clearly, the issue is not with Jews worshiping on the Temple Mount. Jews are not allowed to go up to the Temple Mount, right? Why is it so? Itamar Ben Gvir, when he went up there, he didn't worship anything. He gone up many times before. But why is it?
The idea of Jews going up to the Temple Mount is them going up to the what they think is the historic Temple Mount, which inclines that the Al-Aqsa Mosque should be demolished. That's what it means.
So
it means that they don't believe the Al-Aqsa Mosque is really there and it needs to be demolished.
Right, but at the same point, you would argue that the temple never existed there. My question is this, and you seem like a gentleman. Do you have a problem with me as a or a yarmulke, or just to cover my head, or even without one? Do you have a problem with me going up to the Temple Mount?
As long as you don't slaughter a goat and plan for the destruction of the Al-Aqsa. No.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
But I think this is again, this goes back to this idea of religious sensitivity. I mean, let's be real. In Mecca, only Muslims are allowed, right? So again, and I got it, it's the holiest site, but this is all about whataboutism or what about this religion. Every religion has one way or another that puts in positions on one or another, and so it's never going to end, right? I mean, and so can you make an argument that one religious group should be able to at least visit? Sure, should they be able to pray? I mean, me personally, I pray wherever you want, however you want, and wherever you want to do it, but it's not as important to me. But I can understand also on the other side of this just fervence and this importance that they put. But I think that's the foundational problem of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that we cannot ignore also the religious aspect of it. And right, you can have a conversation of a two-state solution, but there's always going to be this underlying tension with the Al-Aqsa Mosque that prevents a lot of this conversation, even it's such a sensitive topic that is a barrier to peace. And I mean, that's probably pretty damning for religion.
Absolutely. Like Suleiman and I talk in private quite often, and if him and I were the leaders in the Middle East, there'd be peace tomorrow probably, right? For me personally, the Temple Mount doesn't hold a lot of significance, but I realize that for others it does, right? And you're absolutely correct. That is why normally the negotiations have always broke down, right? People can say what they want about Oslo and Camp David, Taba and Sharm el-Sheikh, but at the end of the day, it always came down to the area of the Temple Mount. You're absolutely correct. And the funny thing is, I
want to add something, and you know what it is, and like you said, you're right. We do talk in private quite a bit. The issue is this: that look, although me and you are a bit relaxed about these issues, when it comes to people from the Jewish faith or the Muslim faith, they're not as much. And in terms of the sacrifice, the reaction could have been worse. I mean, the reaction could have been going for a fight, good shooting, killing, but it wasn't. They just went to the mosque and ensured that nobody else entered. So I don't think that's a massive escalation in terms of what happened in their reaction to something that was basically considered.
Oh, my comments.
I agree with. I also agree with what you said. Anyway, there's nothing I disagree with what you said.
Right, but Suleiman,
let me finish. Sorry.
Yes.
At the same time, a group of Muslim worshipers went to worship in large numbers. Their reaction would have been the same, if not much worse. So my point is this: I actually don't think the escalation was because of the sacrifice. I think the sacrifice made the Muslims, make themselves stay in the mosque, close the mosque off. But then that's not enough for the reaction that we saw in terms of the videos that we're seeing.
Yeah, but I was proud with that though, because there indeed was nobody that went up to the Temple Mount with a goat, right? That person was detained, so there was no goat up at the Temple Mount. The Israeli forces. This is not me parroting Israeli talking points. I'm a relatively objective person, and I can call out bullshit when I see it. But at the end of the day, there was no person up on the Temple Mount with a goat, right? There was a group of people that said they wanted to go up, but they were arrested and detained. So there was no goat on the Temple Mount. That's just important to know.
That's fine. I mean, for me, that bit of the story doesn't make any difference whatsoever. If there was or there wasn't, that's irrelevant to me. What the main part of the story is you basically had a group of human beings who were upset. Maybe they incorrectly thought that the goat had been moved up there, or maybe they were upset that whatever the reason is, that they basically closed the mosque off their own holy worship place of holy worship and closed it off. Whatever the reasons for that are, that then does not give one the basically modus the opportunity to basically come in such a aggressive manner, and the videos are very aggressive. Like, we would never want to see that if my children were at the like,
absolutely.
So that's what it is in terms of escalation. That I just think, and I'm with you. Like, for me, when it comes to like these religious ideas, they're not as important as human life or safety and these type of things. But when you look at the level of escalation that's occurring, it's always like a situation where too much escalation has occurred. So them closing off the mosque, that shouldn't have been the reaction. And then because we had that reaction, then we had and then that child being killed, then we had a further reaction with the rockets, and then
I remember tensions always get heightened around Rosh Hashanah, Eid, Ramadan, Pesach. I remember very clearly the Passover suicide bombing. Right? I mean, those are by design, by both, by groups to stoke the flames. Right? There are those who simply don't want any type of compromise. Right? They on both sides, they view some holy war up and coming, and it is just very sad.
Can I just say something regarding the relation to Hezbollah with the whole situation in the north?
Yeah, go for a moment.
There's if you guys don't know, if you guys didn't keep up last year, there was the whole event with the oil fields on the coast of Lebanon and the occupied state that we had. The Israelis took Kaddish oil field. We took Qana. I believe I might have gone the mix. I'm not sure. But these are two oil fields that we both. There was discussions between the extraction companies and the Israelis, and we got a pretty good deal, I believe. And this deal is being used now as leverage by Hezbollah, as in if the Israelis do attack the south of Lebanon, then they would respond with destroying the oil rigs, and so that's been one of Hezbollah's main talking points over the last few months, and this is probably why we're probably not going to see even a wide response in Lebanon or even airstrikes because of the threat of the oil fields.
Yeah, tell me. Yeah, so I heard the oil fields. So that's the oil fields that Lebanon and Israel were negotiating, correct?
It wasn't direct contact, but yeah, it was negotiated. Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't direct? It was unofficial, direct behind the scenes.
It was negotiated through the U.S. It was through the United States. The United States acted as the kind of like the neutral party in those negotiations.
Yeah, and how major are those fields? Are those oil fields, and what's the conclusion there? And what you're saying, War Mother, is those are one reason, because this is obviously going to benefit both countries. And Lebanon desperately needs the money. So what you're saying is that those oil fields are a reason that both sides don't really.
Second update I put in the nest Yusuf Haddad, which is a Muslim, by the way, okay? But this is not the punchline. The punchline that he brought a testimony, a good testimony that reveals exactly how the Palestinians riots started. The riots at the Al-Aqsa at the expense of true Muslim worshippers over there. So this is something that I put in the nest, you can see, and of course people here are afraid to show their faces, because if you are Muslim and you say the truth, other kind of anarchists and terrorists will try to harm you. And this is something that we can't accept, because the fact that you are a Muslim, you are a civilian in Israel, and you have all the rights, we can't do it on your expense of your security and your freedom of worship. Now, another issue is that we need to take in account is the equation freedom of worship does not equal freedom of ownership. Now, we see all over the world, this is a worldwide pandemic, I would call it, that people that calling themselves Palestinians and going to, let's say, Saudi and say that Mecca is their place. And that the people of Mecca, the Saudis, stole Mecca from them. Or Jordan, they say that Jordan is it's their ownership, Palestinian ownership, and the Jordanians stole that from them. Or Syria or the United Kingdom, you see the same situation. You see the same situation in the United States where people are calling themselves Palestinians and say that the United States is their homeland. So this is a worldwide pandemic or phenomenon, or I don't know how to you can call this phenomenon, but it's real. Okay, thank you.
So I would like to. I would like
let me get Khaleesi. Yeah. Okay, just for myself, we'll go to Gilad right after.
Thank you. I just want to say here, right? Okay, so here's the thing. When I hear there's been a few statements made here about, religious sites and, whose religion allows what. And I think that I hear this a lot when the Israel-Palestine debate comes up, and I run spaces on this. In fact, since last night, we've been running a space, but also other times as well. And I find what happens is that it's a real distraction. When people come in and say, this is our holy site and that's your holy site, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about an apartheid regime, and it's about how you're treating citizens of that country, the Palestinian citizens. And Ariel, when you sit here and I listen to you, I tell you, you are describing an Israel that not even the United Nations envisages. Seriously, it's like the perfect land where you're the protectors of the Muslims, you're the defenders of the Muslims. Everything we see, all the videos that come out, what Amnesty International says, what United Nations says, what Human Rights Watch says, what the European Council says is all a lie, because you are protectors and defenders. And until everybody starts to acknowledge that there is a serious problem in the way that some citizens of the Israeli country, of Israel, are treated, and it is an apartheid regime when you're treating, the Palestinian, and it's not just Muslims. And I know, Ariel, you keep saying Muslims and Muslims. It's not, because Christians as well are treated in this completely vile way. And until you acknowledge these human rights atrocities, until you acknowledge that you're keeping people cooped up in an open air prison in Gaza where they're suffering literally, then nothing's going to change, because we can sit here and we can have these rose-tinted spectacles on and say, yes, it's fine, it's their fault, it's our fault, it's so-and-so's fault, but there is something seriously wrong there. And in order to fix it, first you have to accept it. And Ariel, your statements are just deluded. I'm sorry.
Khaleesi, can I ask you, but can I really want to get your opinion on this, right? Because I think I understand your argument and your point, right? But if we're going to look at the international arena right now, I mean, historically, and we can argue how truthful, but the Arab powers have generally been the main leaders of the Palestinian cause. And since the Abraham Accords, what we're seeing is that a lot of the Arab world is just moving on, right? And so I'm not trying to make if it's right or wrong. Please, I just want from your point of view, right? Because I understand, like, yes, the international community in a lot of ways condemns Israel's attitude to Palestinians. I'm not denying it. But if you actually look at the ground and the powers in the Middle East and around the world, unfortunately, it's like they're done with them. They don't care about the Palestinian issue. The Arab world is moving on. We're seeing the Abraham Accords just moved on from it.
Yeah, that's true. However, the situation there is that the Abraham Accords was yesterday, and China has started to broker peace between Iran and Saudi Arabia. China also has, as a policy, to have peace in the Middle East for its own growth, whereas the US and Western powers do not want peace in the Middle East for their growth. They want to have these conflicts festering on, which has been the history there for over 70 years. And so when there's a shift of power as well, there'll be a shift of policy, and we'll see what comes of that.
But okay, we can argue that China space. Later. And
yeah,
then
let me just answer your question from my perspective, right? Because you asked me this question, and it's a really interesting question. So the minute you say the Arab world is moving on, the Muslim countries are moving on, okay, you're making it about religion again. I don't care what Saudi Arabia or Qatar or the UAE think about this. It's not their responsibility, because Christians are also being persecuted. So it is the responsibility of Israel to sort its shit out. Excuse me, and I don't usually use that word.
Christians now.
The United States of America is not an honest actor in this. It funds it, it encourages it. I think you need to get some honest actors in there to really create some peace there, because it's not happening. It's not, I can't hold the United Kingdom responsible.
State.
But hold on. But hold on. I think, if I may. But this is the issue. Because I get the point about China, and I got it, and then I know that we're going to discuss that later on, because I'm not in that level of agreement of what your point. But let's just, for argument's sake, let's say you're right about China's role in this, right? Yeah, I mean, China has extensive diplomatic and economic relations with Israel, right? You can argue maybe they condemn the Israelis, etc. But in no way, shape, or form are we've seen China be of at least modern history, let's go post Mao, really advocate strenuously in any way, shape, or form for the Palestinian cause. If anything, China is the utmost international player of my interests first, the rest be damned. And so I guess that's the fundamental issues, though, that although, Khalisa, I understand your point, and I get it, you do have to analyze this from an international point of view perspective, and negotiations and peace treaties is all about not only power but diplomacy and who you can rely on to advocate on your behalf. And I just think, unfortunately for the Palestinians, the players that might advocate for the Palestinians are getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So in what way do the Israelis then, if you're looking at it, have an incentive in any way, shape, or form? Or who's going to force or anywhere to actually advocate for a two-state solution, because nobody is pressuring it?
I'm not advocating for a two-state solution. This is all a bogus kind of, theory that the Palestinians want a two-state solution. They don't. It's going to be a one-state solution. This is something floated by the West. And every time there's an onslaught like this, it's, oh yeah, we're going to look at a two-state solution. Nobody's consulted the Palestinians, because they don't want a two-state solution. And I'll tell you something else also, Steve. That's a really good question you've asked me, because at the end of the day, the first thing, when you say, that the pool of supporting countries for Palestinians is growing smaller, so where do we start? I'll tell you where we start. The United States government stops giving billions every year for military aid to Israel. That's the first step right there. That's where we start.
I just don't think that's feasible. That's not a feasible solution.
I mean, Halisi, would you add Egypt to that as well? Because they're the second most funded.
Because Egypt keeps the Rafah border closed. That's the only reason Sisi gets the money, and he's propped up there as a dictator. And before him, before Morsi, it was Hosni Mubarak. And they get billions as well in aid. Why does Egypt get billions in aid? The Rafah border is just like, it's a prison site, literally. You can't get in, you can't get out. And that's why Gaza is a prison camp. I mean, guys, we're talking about other human beings. Put their color, put their religion and everything aside. You're keeping
no arms for Gaza. No arms. No arms for Gaza. No weapons for Gaza.
No arms for Gaza. So what does Israel have then, Ariel? Why is it one rule for you and one rule for the Palestinians? Give up your arm. They'll give up their arm.
No weapon for Gaza. Is this okay for you?
As long as there's no arms for Israel, I'm fine with it, Ariel. We've got to have the same rules for everybody, right?
Okay, yeah.
So, few important points that I think are very much missing here. So, first of all, I heard the man from Gaza, I forgot his name, Mutassim, I think. Yeah. So one point that he made, and it is a very important one, and actually, I as Israeli, I feel very sorry for people living in Gaza with the situation. I wish it will be better. I wish they will have really open borders. That they would be able to travel and everything. And the situation in Gaza is definitely terrifying. Many people in Israel, like myself, they just want this to end. But there is one point that he made, and I actually I was for a while in the south, not far from the border, and I remember the shells coming. Back then, there was no Iron Dome, and there is a constant trauma. We even in both sides, we don't live even in a post-trauma. We live in a constant trauma, and this circle of violence and circle of, everyone is trying to justify who is right, who is wrong, and the most important is to understand there are two sides. Nobody will go away, not the Palestinians, not the Israelis. And, I see that, I see this conversation around the few goats. And there is one point that is really missing in this, because I was raised as a religious in a settlement. I left this, both the settlement and the religion. And it is actually forbidden for Jews to do that right now. What these guys, which are mostly youngsters from the Hilltop Youth movement, they are extreme radical, do. They are coming there with the goats just to provocate. They are not planning actually to slaughter the goats in the Al-Aqsa or the Mount Temple, depends whom you ask. This is not their plan, because they cannot do it. So what they do, they are coming with the goats just to create this tension. This is why the police arrest them. And this actually happening for decades. It used to be just one.
Can I ask you a question? If I remember right, you were the person who came in the last space, and you said you were Ben Gavir, basically, when you were younger, radicalized you and made you do a number of terrorist attacks. Is that right?
Yeah, I was one of his confidants, one of his closest confidant at the time. I grew up reading, let's say, my society was the Kahana movement, and I think like 2 months ago there was an interview with me in the New Yorker where I told how he took me when I was 14 years old to break into a UN base in Jerusalem, and so I was in the very hardcore part of this organization.
And just for the audience, Ben Gavir is basically the alt-right Israeli who Netanyahu recently made a deal with and gave him his what they call National Guard and what others call a private army.
National Security. He's the Minister of National Security. It's basically the Minister of Internal Security, which is extremely ridiculous for me, with both knowing him and also understanding this ideology. But
I know this might be a personal question, but what made you? So he was obviously a radical, and he was making you do radical acts. What made you leave? What made you leave him?
So he's not the only one. He came as to be known as the spokesman of Kahana movement. I grew up there. My story is a little bit crazy to explain here right now, but if someone wants to know more, there is a film called Best Unkept Secret. It's available in Vimeo, but I grew up there, and I did not choose actually to be part of this movement. I was indoctrinated. I left this movement in the beginning of my 20s.
And so coming back to that,
he cut out. I think he cut out. Yeah. Just quickly, Sami, I'll let you keep asking the questions. And I see Sami. We can go to Sami and Raphael next. But Qatar condemns. So this is a statement just out now. Trash sent it in the group. Qatar condemns in the strongest terms the Israeli occupation forces storming of Al-Aqsa Mosque and attacking worshippers. So that was just went out by the the Media and Communications Department of the Qatar government. Go ahead.
But if I may, Mario, I think this is something that, again, is an important thing to highlight, right? The Qatari government, which
there's rockets fired now from the Gaza Strip, and the Iron Dome is trying to intercept them. So that was 3 minutes ago.
Right. Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of that.
I want to just make my point and just clear one thing. So about this goat, sorry. What we see actually is that these few youngsters that are actually they remind me myself like 20 years ago. They are serving some purpose of other people, but what they do is just a provocation, and this provocation, especially this year, worked for them very well because they came few with, they were arrested, they used the social media, they took selfies with the goats, but I don't think they need to be the center of the conversation.
Do you know the reward they gave them if they did slaughter the goat?
They will not slaughter the goat.
Yeah, but do you know the reward they had in place for the people that did slaughter the goat if they did?
They managed to. They said that someone will get some payment for that, but
yeah, do you know the payment?
What is it? We'll monitor.
I didn't look at it, but it's not important because all of them do it not. Okay. Because it's important to understand, all of them knows that they will not do it actually. They are going there not ready. In the Judaism, like the Islam, you have halal. In the Judaism, there is a kosher slaughter. All of them, none of them actually have the right to slaughter the animal according to Judaism. So what they do, they are going there just to provocate. 100% sure about that.
Gilad, I mean, just to back up your point, I mean, I do speak to a number of people from Jewish faith, and they say the same thing, that is impermissible in Judaism. So it wasn't a holy religious act, but it was specifically, as you said, to provocate and to cause problems. So, I mean, just to back you up, from a number of Orthodox Jews who I speak to, that is confirmed that it is impermissible, which Muslims would call haram, but basically impermissible in Judaism to do so.
Thank you for that. And then the other point is what happened in the mosque. This violence of the police is something that almost everyone I know, even from people that are right wing, people that are from the left, people in the center, many people just condemn that, because what we saw there and what we sometimes see, sadly, it is really nonsense. Is a violence that should not happen, and it doesn't matter. And this is what I was trying to say in the beginning, and I was cut. It doesn't matter if there were a few people with those fireworks coming inside. Once the people, even they had, let's say, you want to arrest those guys with the firework, you cannot use this force against people after they, let's say, surrender. So what happened there is totally wrong, and most of people I know are condemning it. And I think that it is very important also for me, like I think that there should be a right for for worship for everyone, but at the same time I totally understand when people see those guys trying to provocate. This have nothing to do with religion, and it's totally wrong. So that's the main point I want to do. And I think that I listen to Ariel, and I feel sorry to the people that have to listen to that, because this is not represent majority of Israelis. There is, of course, many people that believe that Palestinians should have equal rights and that justice must be done. And there are people that see that in a little different way, which I totally against. But what I listen to Ariel is another. We have this phrase sometimes. He's living in a coconut. It is not connected to the reality of most of the people.
Thanks for that, Gilad. Either Ariel or Raphael, one of you two can come back on that, and then I'll go to Sammy.
I let Rafael do it first, Steve.
Yeah, go ahead, Rafael.
Well, good evening, everyone. Good listening to you, y'all, as usual. So one thing is that it is interesting what Khalisi said about occupation and stuff. I mean, I clearly, as an Israeli, I couldn't go to any Palestinian areas. As an Israeli, yesterday we saw few Israelis that enter Nablus or Shechem to try to find out pita bread, which is, of course, is Passover right now. And a lot of Israelis, they don't eat pita bread because it's chametz, and they eat matzah, but they try to go into the Palestinian territory to get more pita bread, but because they saw the license plate, the Israeli license plate, the Palestinians there start to basically almost lynch them. But because of the Palestinian police intervention there, they helped the Israeli to get out, which show a little bit of stupidity. And those people probably entered the Nablus area where probably, of course, not right-wingers definitely opposed Netanyahu's governance, and which is a little bit interesting, talking about occupation. I as an Israeli, I cannot go inside Palestinian territories as a free man, because if they know that I'm Israeli, I'll probably be hanging in one of those trees, and of course they're going to celebrate with some baklavas there in the street. Another thing is, Gilad, you keep saying, I'm sorry, which a little bit shows about your personality. I mean, of course, you were part of Ben Gvir youth, I guess, right up. I'm not into Ben Gvir. I kind of dislike the man. I see him as an amateur. Yet, I know who are the people I'm dealing with, who are the neighbors. And as someone who served in the military, someone who served in the IDF.
I don't think you know me, so.
Okay, shut up. You don't get right now. You can answer later. I did not intervene into your ward.
We'll get. Go ahead, Rafael.
Yeah, Rafael.
I did not intervene into your ward, Gilad. Don't intervene into mine. Okay, thank you. So, as someone who served in the military in Israel, in the IDF, not the IOF, as Khalid said, in the IDF. We could see a lot of things from the Palestinian territory. Yes.
Ask you a question, and you can carry on. Don't worry. You said that you don't like Ben Gvir, and I forgot what you said. Now you said he was a joke or a cow or something. I can't remember what you said, so apologies.
Yeah, so I say that he is an amateur. Yeah.
Amateur. That's it. Sorry, thanks for clarifying. Yeah. What is it about him that you don't like? Because he seems to be getting a significant power now in Israel.
He's someone with a big mouth who likes to just shout, but when it comes to deeds, he doing basically nothing. So I don't have a lot of respect of people who just say words and do nothing.
But then, I mean, he's gonna get a national guard. Some people call it a private army. I mean, do you not think that
it's the same? It's the same idea as the National Guard here in the United States. It's nothing different. That was.
No, but I'm saying, don't you think that he's gonna do something with it?
That was already talked about when Prime Minister Naftali Bennett was.
No. What I mean is, you're misunderstanding my question. I'm not talking about whether he should have it. We discussed that before. I'm saying that because you're saying that he doesn't do anything. But I'm saying, but he'll have a National Guard. So you think even when he has the National Guard, you don't think he'll do something?
And what powers would they have? What powers would the National Guard have? What authority they have?
I don't know what power of authority they have and what are what are going to do. I think the idea model is like the same National Guard that you have in the United States. In terms of carrying weapons, I have no idea what if they're going to carry weapons. I don't know what kind of weapons they're going to carry. But that's not the topic here. I want to talk about Khalisi, what you said about the Christians. So if you want to know a little bit some facts about the Christian in the Palestinian territory, see what's going on in Bethlehem. Okay, Bethlehem was a Christian city, majority of Christian city. In the 1920s, it was about 85% of the population in Bethlehem were Christian. Now it's roughly about 4%, even maybe 4 to 5%. What happened there? Well, let's talk about persecution. You want to talk about persecution? There you go. You have a lot of Islamists. I'm not calling Muslim. Muslims are it's a one thing, and Islamists are another thing. Islam is more like the ideology, the more fundamental, radical Muslims, and they just basically chase after Christian, and a lot of Christians left that area. They left to Europe. They left even to the Israeli territory.
Blatant lies.
No, that's not lies. You can look it up. There are
Who stormed? Aren't we talking about what's going on today?
A few weeks ago and destroyed the
So again, you're intervening into my words. I did not intervene into your words.
Raphael, go ahead. Raphael, and then exactly, we could do like a back and forth with Raphael, Akun, Mr. Akunji, and Warmonger. I think would be a good back and forth. And then I know Sammy, you're waiting. Go ahead, Raphael.
Give me 1 minute, and you can say whatever you want. Just please don't intervene. So the Christian population in Bethlehem decreased over the decades. A lot of them moved to Israel. In the Israel territory, they live in a mostly Christian population, like in Nazareth, which is Nazareth, and other parts of Israel in the north. A lot of them moved to Europe, and now I need to think about, because my thought was cut for interpretation. But and as someone who served in the military, and so what happened in Gaza. Okay, so Gaza, if some of you don't know, Gaza used to be open for Israelis decades ago. Israelis could drive inside Gaza and buy stuff from the markets, and buy goods, trade like the old times.
When was that?
Oh, that was up to Ariel is older than me, so he probably remembers. But that was up until like the 80s, Ariel?
Yeah. No, in the 90s.
Even in the 90s?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything was okay until the radicals came.
Yeah.
But
we'll let Raphael finish. Let's do a bit.
Yeah, Ariel, let me and I'll close my mic.
Yes, please do.
So we, as a soldier, I encounter a lot of stuff when it comes to Gazan who try to leave Gaza because of the situation that was there, not necessarily with Hamas, but also with the radical people who try to harm the people inside Gaza. We had so many cases of people try to cross over the fence, the security fence, with tears in their eyes, okay, with bruises on their arms. They were saying that they will be killed if they're not going to get inside the territory in Israel. And of course, we let them in and gave them shelter and given a lot of stuff in order to help them. I don't know what the Shin Bet did with them after, but that was not just one case or two cases. It was almost every month we had encountered like about dozens of cases, like people tried to leave Gaza because of the threat that they felt there inside the territory ruled by Hamas. Anyway, I'm closing my microphone. If you want to ask me something, go ahead.
You can address one point.
Of course. So we'll go. Khaleesi, Akunji, and Warmonger. Sorry.
So this is the problem that I always have when I understand and I hear what you're saying here, okay, Raphael. But when you say, Israelis cannot enter Nablus because it's dangerous for them. 3 days ago, the IDF, the IOF, went into Nablus and killed 2 Palestinians. So, when we talk about something, see, now you're going to put your hand up and tell me exactly what happened, but then you should have said that, right, when you were talking, because when you're selective and talking, and it's always coming from a place of how the Israelis are victims, the Zionists are victims, then you lose the argument from the minute go, and then I just think nothing here is the truth.
So
can I chip into that quickly?
Very quickly, Raphael, we'll go to Akunji.
Right. So I'm not talking about military.
There's rockets fired towards Ashkelon just now, about 2 minutes ago. That was Warmonger who reported it. Go ahead, man.
Okay, Mario, thank you. Khaleesi, I'm not talking about the military and what they are doing there as they're part of their operation. I'm talking about regular Israeli citizens.
But Raphael, if your military is going in and shooting people point blank range, and then you want to go in and feel welcome, realistically, I mean, come on, let's wake up and smell the coffee. It's not going to happen.
Why would I let people from Gaza, okay, to come to work to Israel, and also people from the Palestinian territory to come to work in Israel? Why would I let them in if they are threatening to murder me? Why?
See, the thing is, here's the thing, Raphael, right? You just said it. This is the real crux of the issue, that you feel you have the permission to say whether or not they should be let in. You don't. It's equally their land as much as it is yours. You don't have that right. That's apartheid right there.
How is it
Khaleesi, if I may, but I think so. Khaleesi, I think I understand you. I this is a common thing that I hear right? And this is one of also the problems when we're trying to talk about Israeli-Palestinian negotiations. So like when they're talking about peace treaties, a lot of the issues that managed to break down negotiations in the past has been this issue of the right of return, and from Palestine. But, let's just be blunt. Let's just be real.
Also, right? What is the right of return?
So the right of return is after the 1948 war, millions and millions and millions of Palestinians were expelled from Israeli lands, or we consider now modern-day Israel, and they became refugees in Palestine. But at the same time, right, part of that also conversations where millions of Jews were also expelled from Arab lands and were accommodated into Israel, right? The issue that happens when we're having this conversation about the Palestinian right of return is Israel is this idea of a one-state solution is not feasible. I understand that there's a desire for that from certain sectors.
Why isn't it feasible also?
Because so who's the predominant military power in the Middle East right now? Israel. Let's just cut the morals. Let's just pure power politics. Pure power politics. Israel's the dominant military power in the Middle East. Israel has managed in the last decade to open diplomatic relations with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco. We're all waiting for Saudi Arabia. It's not if, it's when, right? So in what, and by the way, also Israel is one of the largest economies of the Middle East.
Guys, we do have some breaking news if you don't mind. We have explosions in Lebanon.
Yeah. Oh, there's explosions in Lebanon? Can you tell me exactly where?
Where?
In the south, probably next to Tyre, as of now.
It's next to the Layle on the coast, north of Tyre.
Okay, and is that how close is that to the border?
That's not very close actually, but
it's in the south,
around the area where the missiles were fired. The rockets were fired.
deeper in the south, quote unquote.
Deeper in the south. Yeah,
okay, just hold on, guys, hold on. So just to understand, so it generally when Israel responds to missiles from Lebanon, now I understand that they generally hit back near the border. Is it common for them to hit back deep inside the country? Question number one. Question number two, if not, could it be targeting certain officials there?
Usually the response of the Israeli occupation forces towards Lebanon missiles is like in open fields. That's where usually attack. I think there was a case years back when they attacked a Palestinian refugee camp in the area around it. I believe this time it's going to be an open field, but there's nothing confirmed yet. Until something's confirmed, then we can talk about it.
Mario, the other thing is like it's generally near the border. This again, tit for tat, and how it ends is it's generally localized in the border area, and as Hadi put perfectly, a lot of times they just hit open areas. But by the way, both sides do this, right? Because it's like, oh, this is our message.
Yeah, usually
here is deeper. It's deeper. So the question, and I think this is to Hadi's point, like what did they target? And I think if they hit that deep, my impression and my assumption right now is that they did not hit an open field. I think they targeted something. And then the question now is,
we had one of our speakers mention that they could target an official from Hamas. I can't remember who mentioned that. So that could be Sami. I saw your profile. Where are you based, Sami?
I'm in London.
Oh, okay, no problem. All right. Just was wondering if you're in Lebanon. So I know you're waiting, so I'm going to give you the mic, and thanks for being so patient. Okay, so one more. Do we know anything else about these explosions?
No, not really. We've confirmed them from Al Jazeera, and the IDF has said that they've launched some kind of attack on southern Lebanon.
There's pictures right now coming out that the attack was in Al-Rashidi refugee camp for the Palestinians in Tyre. So it's like inside the camp where the smokes are rising.
Yes, I understand in Lebanon there's a lot of Palestinian camps from a long time ago.
Yeah,
correct.
But the main one is the south, the Rashidi, where the attacks usually come from.
Okay.
In Tyre.
And is that Hadi? How common is that?
Tyre is basically it's like usually if there's like a Palestinian attack from the south, it's not there's like we have two refugee camps in the south. One is located in Saida, up in the south, and one lower. It's in Sur on the coast. Sur is Tyre, by the way.
But considering, and we see Austin is going to be coming up, who can give us a bit more insight. But sorry to interrupt you, Hadi. Just another quick question there. On the fact that Hezbollah did not claim responsibility It just seems, from what I understand, that they want to distance themselves. And obviously, there's the gas partnership between Lebanon and Israel. So a partnership, as in like there's the agreement. So considering this, that could be just Israel hitting back. UNIFIL is conducting patrols. Does it look like a rogue group who conducted this? Because it was a lot of rockets. That's what surprised me. It wasn't just 1 or 2 as usual, because rogue groups usually send out 1 or 2 rockets into Israel. We saw 30-something rockets. So from obviously you've got a lot more expertise, Hadi, and War Monitor. Is that just Israel hitting back, and that should be the end of it? Because again, if Hezbollah's not involved directly, there should not be any escalation from the Lebanese side again.
I mean, like I said before it happened, it's not something new, and Israel did attack the refugee camp, so that's not something that's new. But I mean, the retaliation is different because, like, since 2006, not that much rockets were fired. But 3 weeks back, Hezbollah leader warned that any attack against anyone who's even if it's Palestinian officials within the Lebanese territories, there's going to be a severe response to it. So that's what's different now.
Fuck.
So we don't know what's going to happen.
So the way I look at things is from an incentive model. So what is the incentive of each side? And Austin, I'll bring you up shortly. Just need to get. I'd love your thoughts as well, because you cover these things. But I'll organize the panel in a bit. But I look at the incentives. So what incentive does Israel have to hit back hard? Do they have any incentive to escalate this? Does Lebanon have any incentive? Does Hezbollah, etc.? So looking at Hezbollah only, is Hezbollah for now. Hezbollah, do they have, and War Monitor, that goes to you as well, do they have an incentive to escalate this? When you look at their position in Lebanon, and obviously the power grab and the political difficulties they're facing after the explosion, do they have any incentive to escalate this or not? That would be my first question. What do you think is their position? Because I see they might want to escalate it to get some support behind them, but at the same time, Lebanon does not want war. I think we all know this. The country is pretty fucked right now with the explosion and the currency collapsing. So what do you think, guys?
I personally think, yeah, that's it's not incentive to like power grab or like to escalate things. It's just like power balance more than anything else.
Yeah, but can I ask a follow-up here? Like, so there's a lot of people that are probably listening that aren't very well educated in this topic. I mean, I'm an American, and a lot of times I kind of stay out of it. I'm not speaking for anybody else, but I try to hear from both sides and let's do the best I can. But so what you're saying here, just for clarity, guys, is that a Palestinian refugee camp deeper into Lebanon was hit. What is the motivation of hitting a refugee camp? Are they suggesting that this is somehow where it was like filtered out from? I don't understand.
That's a good question. My guess would be, and I'll let the guys explain, but my guess would be just hitting a specific person, a specific leader of some group would be my guess, unless there's weapons there as well. That's the only thing I can think of.
We do have the Hamas, one of the Hamas Telegram channels tends to send out voice memos of what's happening and their field operation. And one of them just said that there's been a strike on a position in South Lebanon. If you guys want to hear the voice memo.
The voice memo is in Arabic, I guess, correct?
It is. If I don't know.
I wouldn't. How long is it? Actually, I'm curious to hear it.
10 seconds, 6 seconds.
Yeah, play it, please.
تحياتنا لك هذه اللحظات مصادر اللبنانية حيث استهداف هدف من الطيران الحربي لكي جار ومطالب بلغ الجميع.
That's fascinating. So this is. So what did they say in that voice note?
They said that a Israeli plane has targeted a site in southern Lebanon.
So when you say a site, that means it's specific, something military that was targeted. Is that how the way you interpret it?
No, he said that there's war, harb. There's war. It's ours war. That's what he said, right? So that means that you are threatening a war on Israel. That's what he said, right?
No,
I didn't say harb. Listen to it again. Harb, it was harb.
I'll let you take a breath. So I know you don't speak Arabic, so maybe you heard the word harb. So let's have War Monitor respond. So War Monitor, can you explain that word harb, what context they used it in? Yeah, what you're muted.
Was that directed to me?
Yeah. Just the harb. Are they declaring war, etc.? Because you heard the word harb, which means
even used the word harb.
Okay. I'll have Ariel. What we could do is you can pin the voice note above War Monitor. You probably tweeted it, and anyone that wants to listen to it can. Okay, Ariel, you can listen to it above and maybe have someone. Hadi, I see you on mute, and the reason I'm really sticking to this is for the audience, because any war is bad, but if Lebanon gets dragged into this, it just makes it into a bigger geopolitical issue. So that's why it's a very serious escalation if Lebanon does hit back or any group from Lebanon.
Mark, can I ask a question to War Monitor?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Hey, War Monitor, have you tracked specifically Hezbollah? Any comments of what if Israel conducts strikes into southern Lebanon? Is there a specific red line that Hezbollah has publicly stated where they would either intervene or at least threaten to intervene? Has Hezbollah said anything of that nature?
I think there was many statements that came out over the past few hours. We can't really, verify each and every one of them because the news was coming in so fast. But I think one of them was from the less senior officials, and it was along the lines of, depending on the severity of the response, we would respond in, this way.
Well, Mara, can I ask you a quick question again? So Hamas voice note, what did it say exactly?
Should I play it again?
No, just tell me. They say it indicates. So you said a specific target was hit by the Israeli Defense Force.
The second one said that they've it gave out the exact location, and what the Palestinian journalists are saying now, the ones that I'm keeping up with, that it was the exact location where the rockets were fired from.
Could he play that? Could he play that 5-second clip again? Is that the one that's up in the jumbotron?
No. I can't really post the jumbotron.
Why is that?
That's just the scene for the picture.
Oh, okay. Could you? Is there Mario? I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you play that in Arabic again? Some of us in here speak Arabic. Would that be possible, please?
Yeah, Omar, if you can play it clearly. Can we tweet the? I've added pictures in the thread, so there's a thread. I'll pin it on my profile. That Slayman and I are writing. So I've added, and I take a lot of content from War Monitor and Ascent Defender updates all there. So if you want live updates, make sure you go to Ascent Defender and War Monitor who are covering this. But I've included the thread, some pictures. I'll try to include the voice note there as well. If you want to send it to me on WhatsApp. I don't know if you have my WhatsApp, War Monitor. I'll send it to you.
I have Bob's. Should I play it?
Yeah, please play it and just make sure it's very clear, just so everyone could hear it.
تحياتنا لك هذه اللحظات مصادر اللبنانية حيث استهداف هدف ما من الطيران الحربي لديه جار وطالب بلغ الجميع.
He said طيران الحربي, which means warplanes.
Yeah, warplanes. Yeah.
Well, there's another one as well.
Okay, what's the other one? Can you play it?
Just came in.
في لبنان كيف سيرد حزب الله جيد هذا العلم طرف الجميع.
What did they say?
He was talking about Hezbollah's involvement. I didn't get the whole thing because
he said that now we will see how Hezbollah will respond. We're all waiting.
Yes.
Oh fuck!
It's not good.
Guys, do you have any indication? Does anyone from the audience has some indication of how Hezbollah will respond? Please DM me. But guys, anything on the ground of how Hezbollah will respond to this?
And also, real quick, if I can get some clarity on something real quick. So I heard War Monitor said that some of the journalists are saying that location that was within the camp or whatever is actually where the rockets were originally fired from. So Israel was hitting back on the exact location. Is that what I'm hearing?
So they're hitting back.
They hit a lot. Yeah, Heidi, they hit a lot deeper because the rockets went out. So I don't think there's capabilities to hit from so far into Lebanon. The airstrike hit north of Lebanon, which is very deep into the country.
But what's also
the airstrikes went out from the border. Go ahead.
What's also very important to note is that the response normally for Palestinian rockets is artillery fire towards mountains and hillside. So it's basically always been artillery fire.
Yeah,
I think this is the first airstrike we've had because the journalist now just said that it was warplanes. So I think this is the first airstrike we've had since 2006. I'm not sure.
Yeah, until if it's confirmed, it's airstrikes.
Yeah.
Is it confirmed? Is it confirmed that it's an airstrike?
The location of it indicates that it is because it's so far from the border.
It could be
so
also from the ocean.
It could be.
Usually they fire from the ships.
Okay, that happens often. The ships happens often, but airstrikes don't happen often, correct?
No, often as in like, you know.
Often as in it happened since 2006.
I mean, sometimes they fire at Syria from the ships, so it depends.
But that tweet up there, I'm sorry, if that does that say Surah? If that's Surah, that's nowhere near the border with Israel. That's up near Tripoli, isn't it?
What is in South Lebanon? I mean, Lebanon is very tiny, so it's like for you guys who want to drive. My hometown basically is on the border. So if I go to Sur, it's going to be like 30 minutes drive. So it's not exactly at the borders, but this is where the refugee camp is based, and this is where the attack came from, and usually comes from. It never happens in actual deep south, because that's where Hezbollah is located. So if it happens by Palestinian groups, it's going to be in that area only, and that's where usually retaliation happens.
So we have Israeli Chapter 13. The IDF strikes targets belonging to Hamas in southern Lebanon.
Sorry, say that again.
Israeli Channel 13 said that the IDF strikes targets belonging to Hamas in southern Lebanon.
I'm just trying to see if there's any. I'm trying to check in our group. So now we'll probably, if Hezbollah does respond, it won't be till tomorrow.
All right, we have a confirmation from this journalist.
Say something.
Everything he says is confirmed.
Just hold on. Ariel, hold on. Not yet.
Okay.
Sorry.
So basically, Ali Shahab is one of the most trusted journalists about these issues because he's affiliated with Hezbollah. He follows like the news 24/7. He said it was 3 missiles that fired from warplanes towards open fields in Sur area and the Rashidi refugee camp in the same area.
So number one, it is warplanes. Number two, but why such a I was gonna say why such an escalation? Like why they're using warplanes, but the reason could be because it was so many rockets. But
I think because they want to get a precise attack inside the camps, so they can't do that unless they use warplanes. They can't do it with. Yeah.
That's a fair point. We have also.
So sorry. Can you guys confirm exactly what was the town? Because I'm seeing a town from Joe Truzman, who tracks this a lot, and he says Rashidia. Is that where we're tracking the strike happened?
Yes, Rashidia is the refugee camp in Sur. It's called Rashidia.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Ricardo, just quickly, Ricardo, if you could give Ricardo's probably listening. Can you give my number to Hadi? War Monitor already has it, just so I can add him to the breaking news group. Just to keep getting the updates there, we can all share because my team is sending some update as well. Okay, so Palestinian. So there's an update. I'm just going to read out. That's from Joe Truzman. He put a tweet. Let me read it out. I don't know who Joe Truzman is. You guys might know him better. He says Palestinian Islamic Jihad Palestinian Islamic Jihad spokesperson Abu Hamza hints that armed groups will respond to Israel on different fronts. That came out 9 minutes ago by Joe Truzman, who's a research analyst focused on Palestinian militant groups and non-state actors in the Middle East. I'm just reading it as bio. So I'm just gonna, I'll pin it above. I can't pin it from my laptop. And then we got here, Al Jazeera says, I'll read out. So when I read things, I'm just reading out as they are. Al Jazeera channel says the occupation planes, so Israel, I'm guessing they're referring to Israel. Israeli planes fired about 6 missiles at targets in the vicinity of the Lebanese city of Tyre. We know that already. So yeah, just wanted any updates from your end, any voice notes or anything, War Monitor?
No, we had Al Jazeera saying that there were 2 planes involved in the strikes.
All right, so Sami, I'd love to give you the mic. You haven't had a chance to speak, and then we'll continue the discussion. Ariel, I know I interrupted you earlier, but I'll give the mic to Sami first, since we haven't spoken. And Sami, maybe I know you probably want to respond to previous points, but also if you can tell us, since you study the issue, how serious is this? I remember how bad the 2006 war is, and how as far as I know, both sides really don't want an escalation. So we've obviously seen all sorts mentioned in the previous space. It's all for tit for tat, where one small thing could end up leading to something significantly larger. Just one thing leads to something worse, something worse, something worse. And we're kind of seeing this exact scenario unfold here, where it started off with the issue in the mosque, which we've discussed already, that led to strikes, retaliation, and here we are, Israeli warplanes hitting targets deep into Lebanon, so Palestinian targets deep into Lebanon, Hamas targets. So would love your thoughts on this, Sami. In the meantime, if there's any updates by Ocean Defender, Hadi, or War Monitor, if there's any updates at all, please interrupt and let us know. Go ahead, Sami.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for this group, and thank you for discussing this particular topic. I think first and foremost, there's been a lot of focus on the mosque and the what took place in the mosque and goats and all these other things as well. But I think that it's important to note that the reason why these escalations appear to be far more dangerous than previous escalations is because Netanyahu is taking advantage of an unprecedented international climate. By unprecedented, I mean that for the first time, Netanyahu is now facing a Palestinian movement that no longer enjoys significant support from the likes of the UAE, that have normalized, from Saudi Arabia, which is flirting with the idea of normalization, and indeed this idea of Arab states normalizing with Israel, not necessarily because they like Israel or they want to have good ties with Israel, but primarily because they believe, as the Qatari Prime Minister Hamad bin Jassim said in 2018 in an interview with France 24, that when Arab states get close to Israel, it's not because they like the Israelis, it's because they believe that Israel is the door to the Congress and the door to the White House. And as long as that is the case, as long as they believe that they will have that access, they will continue with normalization. So that has nothing to do with the Palestinian cause. The reason why I mention that is that Netanyahu has been very loud and vocal in terms of his intentions to annex the West Bank. By that, I mean, for those listening, Netanyahu has been openly stating that he's going to turf more Palestinians from their lands, and he's going to take more of their lands, and he's going to start ousting them from their homes. Go ahead.
I just want to say one thing quickly, Sam. I mean, I'll let you continue. I hate interrupting, but just two things here. So there's explosions in the northern Gaza Strip that just came in now, but also I was interrupting to say there's an update here that the town is east of Al Tufan neighborhood, east of the city. Also, one last thing is that we have a correction from the voice note. It does not say of how. The voice note does not say how will Hezbollah respond. The voice note says when will Hezbollah respond. I'm not sure if you can confirm this, War Monitor, but had someone correct the voice note. If you can listen to it again, War Monitor, does it say how or when? If you could let us know, War Monitor, because that's a very important distinction. Because if Hamas is saying when, they might already know that Hezbollah will respond. If they say how, it's different. Sorry to interrupt, Sami, I'll let you continue. Sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you very much. No problem at all. So the point here being is that Netanyahu has been very vocal, very open in his intent to annex the West Bank. And since January this year, we've seen repeated raids on the Jenin refugee camp, which is going towards the West Bank. The idea being to harass the Palestinians essentially into either moving or indeed paving the way for essentially some annexation. And Netanyahu's intention was so potent that the Americans had to intervene and try to convince Netanyahu not to annex the West Bank, to tone down plans to annex the West Bank. So the idea being here is that the Palestinians have been very aware since January or even beforehand, but let's keep it close to the event at hand, because I heard someone say earlier that the events began with the mosque. The events began before that, in that Netanyahu has very aggressively, since coming back to power, saying and promising, I'm going to annex the West Bank. And as a result, in the past 3 months, more than 90 Palestinians have been killed in the pursuit of paving the way for the annexation of the West Bank. So the reason why these escalations are dangerous is because Netanyahu no longer believes that there are international checks and balances on his attempts to aggressively expand Israel's borders, because he believes that now he is able to do it with impunity, that nobody will necessarily stand in his way should he do so. And the evidence of that is that despite the tensions between Washington and Tel Aviv over Netanyahu's provocations towards the Palestinians, Blinken, in every single statement he makes, he affirms that U.S. support for Israel is ironclad. Even when the U.S. citizen Shireen Abu Akleh, the journalist, was killed and shot, and even when the investigations revealed that she was most likely killed as a targeted attempt, this did not change the language from the US ambassador, who expressed his sorrow when you compare that with Ned Price, who described the death of journalists in Ukraine as horrific. So you see here that for Netanyahu, when he's sitting in Tel Aviv, he's thinking to himself that for the first time ever, I'm able to aggressively accelerate the process of annexing the lands. The reason why I start with this is because this is with a context in which these rocket attacks have taken place against Israel. It's not justifying the rocket attacks. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that this stuff has not happened in a vacuum. The idea being that the people that are under occupation, we saw last year or in May 2021, we saw the demolition of homes. We saw the forced eviction of families from Sheikh Jarrah. The idea being of changing the demographics of Jerusalem so that Netanyahu or the Israelis can come out in the public. They can come out in Mario's group and say, look, we didn't kick out the Palestinians. They left by themselves. The idea being to try to alter the demographics of that area so that they can then claim it. And I think the reason that Washington is so keen on the status of East Jerusalem is because Washington itself is aware of the aggressive attempts at trying to alter the demographics of that particular area. And this is why I think that when we're looking at these rockets that took place, when we're looking at the retaliation of the Palestinian groups, the reality is that Netanyahu has been goading the Palestinians since at least January. And the reason why I'm saying January is because I don't want to provoke a debate into the history. If you start from January itself without going back to the history, without going back to 2006 and the like, you can see there is a very aggressive goading of the Palestinians. And now what we see now is a golden opportunity for Netanyahu. Golden opportunity in that at a time in which he finds himself under significant political strain as a result of protests with regards to his judicial reform, those rockets have now given him the perfect excuse to rally the Israeli factions in his government with whom he's fallen out with some of them over the judicial reform, to unite everybody behind a common target, which is to bomb these refugee camps, which is to bomb Gaza, which is described by Human Rights Watch as an open air prison. And the reason why I offer this particular context is because it's easy to talk about peace. It's easy to talk about let's all get along. It's easy to talk about the religious differences. But the reality is this is not the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue is a very simple one. An Israeli leader or Israeli leaders, but let's talk about Netanyahu to keep it relevant. An Israeli leader is openly telling his people that I am going to turf another population from their land and from their homes. Judging from the discussion that I've been hearing so far over the past hour here in this particular group, there seems to be a lack of appreciation as to what you would do if you are a Palestinian family sitting in Jenin, sitting in these areas, knowing that your house is next, knowing that Netanyahu has made it an official policy of which US support is ironclad, that he's going to be going into those territories in order to turf you from your homes. This is not to justify the retaliation, but rather to put this into context. You cannot equate an oppressor with the oppressed. You cannot equate the one coming to seize the home with the one who's trying to protect his home. This is not to say that the Israelis shouldn't be entitled to live on the land, but rather instead what we're seeing unfold before us is two very different standards of life. You have the Palestinian who wakes up in Jerusalem, who has to go through 3-4 different checkpoints before he arrives to work. At each checkpoint, he is humiliated by having to provide all of his paperwork. He's put in between these two fences. He has certain roads he's allowed to walk on and roads that he's not allowed to walk on, while another section of the population are freely protected and have all of their rights afforded to them. And the reality is this, that if you look at every event in isolation, then it's very easy to condemn both sides. But if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, the reality is that the situation in Palestine is becoming even worse. And it's becoming even worse primarily because no one no longer believes in the two-state solution. No one believes in the peace process anymore, because with every peace process, when you open the map of Palestine and Israel, you see one state getting bigger and bigger. You see one population becoming more and more refugees. You see greater refugee camps. And the final point I'll make is this, apologies for going on, but the final point I'll make is this, that when rockets are fired in retaliation, again, I'm not justifying it, but when rockets are fired in retaliation, the debate is not with regards to the accurate dynamics of the situation, but instead it's spoken about in abstract as if both sides are in the wrong, when the reality is that there are some certain grounded principles that we should all abide by. And I think with the Palestinian case here, this has the risk to escalate into an all-out war, primarily because the checks and balances that existed before, the international ones, do not exist today as a result of the normalization of ties between the Arab states and Tel Aviv.
Thanks for that. I'm going to give the mic to Raphael.
I can just give some news.
Oh, go for it. Go for it also. Then
I just wanted to give just a quick update from the IDF, so that way there's a good point. So a statement from the IDF, this was tweeted out by Joe Trosman. Again, I'm just going to read it verbatim. The IDF struck targets belonging to the Hamas terror organization in southern Lebanon. Overnight on Friday, the IDF struck targets including terror infrastructure belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization in southern Lebanon. The IDF will not allow the Hamas terrorist organization to operate within Lebanon and holds the state of Lebanon responsible for every directed fire emanating from its territory. Just a direct statement from the IDF.
Sorry, hold on, let me go to it. Because I heard you say, I was just tweeting it out in the thread, and I heard you read out, so the IDF will not allow the Hamas terrorist organization to operate from within Lebanon and holds the state, oh fuck, it's the opposite of what I thought I heard, and holds the state of Lebanon responsible for every directed fire emanating from its territory.
That's a standard.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Israel does the same with Gaza, with Hamas. They hold Hamas responsible for everything from Gaza. Here, I think they're saying because Lebanon, I think it's a way to acknowledge that Lebanon is the state, and they don't want to give credence to Hezbollah as being the state actor. But in Gaza, they say Hamas. Here, they're going to hold the Lebanon state responsible.
Okay, and War Monitor, I'm sure you've seen a lot of such statements. And before going to Raphael and Ariel, just for a response to Sami, I want to go to you. I do have a video as well that I'm just posting in the thread of the explosions that happened. I'm just going to put it in the thread now. But that statement, War Monitor, compared to other statements, and Hadi, anything out of the ordinary with that statement? Is there, and what I'm looking for is any hints for escalation, because we did one of the points that Sami made, is that Israel or Netanyahu could be in a position, or Israel in general could be in a position where they have an incentive to escalate because Palestine is just not getting the support it did. We saw Saudi and Iran meet in China. We saw UAE normalize relationships with Israel. If my terminology is wrong, please do correct me. So Palestine or the Palestinians or Hamas, all these groups are in a bad position right now, and that could give Israel the opportunity to take advantage, strategically take advantage of that weakening position. That's just, I'm just speculating here, and I want some, that's why I want you to analyze that statement, and I'd love Raphael and Ariel to kind of give me their thoughts on all this. Hadi and War Monitor?
So you can start War Monitor, it's fine, and I'll continue.
All right. Yeah, regarding the statement, I think it's just, like a diplomatic statement. They want to stay in the middle. They don't want escalation, obviously. And it's a statement that, restricts escalation. Now, regarding a few, I did see from a Palestinian journalist that there were 3 injuries from the strike. We also see on the news feed for Al Mayadeen, we see an ambulance on site. So I'm not sure about the whole, this isn't confirmed. It's just speculation as of now. About the voice memo, it said كيف سيرد Hezbollah, which means how Hezbollah will respond.
And Hamas said that?
Yeah, that was the voice memo.
Hadi, go ahead, man.
Just gonna add something right now because I was talking to my parents and my cousin sister in South Lebanon. Apparently, the plane came from the seaside. They didn't cross into Lebanon. They came from the seaside and they bombed because everyone was looking at them. I just want to talk about the...
So Lebanese were just watching the planes fly.
I mean, usually we can see them. When they bomb Syria, we can see sometimes the missiles flying above our heads. So, yeah.
You go ahead.
So I just want to say that Israel, since the beginning, you can see from their statements, the Israeli officials, they're trying to shy away Hezbollah as much as they can. And they're saying that they do not want a war or escalation in the region. And what they did, the funny thing they did hours ago, that the Israeli Foreign Ministry, the official Twitter page, I shared it as a thread on my account. They shared a picture of Hamas leader in a refugee camp in South Lebanon from 3 years ago. They said that was days ago. And they blamed Hezbollah, Hamas solely to the attack. So they had to use a fake image. It's not fake, it's just an old one. And lie about it just so they can pin this on Hamas only and shy away from
So they're trying to target Hamas and not Hezbollah.
Yeah, they're trying as much as they can not to have any confrontation with Hezbollah.
Okay, well that's at least I don't want to use the word positive, but that's not a it is a positive indication because if they were pointing at Hezbollah, that could lead to severe escalations.
From past experience, if Hezbollah is going to retaliate, if there's no assassination, no targets against Hezbollah, no targets against any personnel, there's going to be a response, it's going to be like in open fields in occupied Palestinian territories like before. So it's going to be like this back and forth thing.
It might be a symbolic response rather than one directed at action.
Yeah, since there's no assassination or actual legit target.
So Raphael and Ariel, you've been waiting very patiently. I appreciate you both. Maybe you want to go first, Raphael, and then we'll go to Ariel.
Yeah, thank you, Mario. One thing for Sammy, and I'll continue a little bit farther. Sammy, is that the same Netanyahu was in favor of taking Jews from Gaza and in 2005? Is that the same Netanyahu want to annex the so-called West Bank? He voted in favor to take more than 8,000.
For the audience, just sorry, I just forgot to tell the audience we've
Yes.
just added the video of the airstrikes in Lebanese territory to the thread, so I've just pinned it above as well. Just that video, which was taken from the gentleman we referred to earlier. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Raphael. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so in 2005, Israel agreed, the Israel government agreed to take more than 8,000 people, Jews, from Gaza, and they kicked them out from their houses there in Gaza in order to have the entire Gaza Strip to the Palestinians there. So Netanyahu voted yes to do that. So is this the same Netanyahu want to annex the West Bank? I don't know. It's a little bit it's a big word to say that he wants to annex the West Bank. Another thing is, like in southern Lebanon, who supported Hezbollah? It's the Iranian regime. In Gaza, who supports Hamas? It's the Iranian regime. Iran supply all those forces with munition, with money, because they actually want to see the suffrage of the Palestinian people. They don't want to see the Palestinian people enjoying their life. They don't want to see that. They actually want to have the Palestinian in suffrage.
This Mossad propaganda.
Okay, so again, cutting into my words, I did not interrupt to any one of you, but because you don't want to,
you are the reason why Palestine is liberating. Exactly, you are the reason why it's from the river to the sea. All of them.
Some things that you don't hear because they block your ears from what to listen to around the world. That's why you interrupt, and you don't let people to say those words. So again, you can say whatever you want. I'm not gonna interrupt. In one way, the Palestinians. Yes, I mean I don't. Rule them, okay? Rule them who actually want them to stay in the state of suffer. They want Iran, the biggest terror supply in the world right now, is supporting the idea. Even though Iran is a Shiite country, okay, and they support Hamas, which is mostly it's a Sunni Muslim rule, but the idea here is just to make the propaganda more clear and let the Palestinians suffer more. Now, of course, I would like to have the Palestinians to have enjoy their life as they should. They should. But why do you think you have all those fences? Why do you think you have those barricades? Why do you have to have these checkpoints? There's a cause for that. There are codes for that.
Rafael, let me quickly update, and then one more I'll let you respond. But we do. So just to confirm, so far we do have an airstrike on Lebanese territory. It was deep in the territory. The Air Force did not fly over Lebanon, as in the physical ground. They flew over the sea. So could be an indication that they do not want to escalate with the warplanes flying over the coastline. We have reports of injuries, as War Monitor mentioned, 3 people injured. We do have a voice note that War Monitor played earlier of Hamas saying they're waiting to see how Hezbollah responds, not if. So we'll see first if they will respond, and then we'll see how. And then we do have the strikes in Gaza. Apparently hit a hospital as well. And the hospital is called Al Dura Hospital, and the surrounding houses with more than 12 missiles. So significant damage to the hospital. So it's 3 minutes ago. I'll leave you, so Raphael, I'll let you finish off, and then we'll get War Monitor to respond. I think Raphael go to Ariel.
Yeah, thank you. So the big picture here is, yes, of course, the two-state solution is something that is still on the table, but the way it looks right now over the past years, it's actually the percentage is going down, because of course you have in each side, the Palestinian and the Israelis, the side that believe that there should be only one land. Now ask anyone here, I wanted to ask anyone here in this space, actually, do you believe that there should be a Jewish state in Israel?
Woman, I'll let you respond, and we'll go to Ariel.
No to the last question. I don't really need to go back and forth with this guy. I don't really negotiate with terrorists that much, but just go. I do need to go. But there's this ongoing, also a joke in Lebanese Twitter now, because they did apparently hit a field of banana trees. So there's this, Lebanese people are spinning it and saying that they want to, cook up some dishes with the strikes they're doing, because they're afraid of a response.
Akunja, let me respond to Rafael.
I
want to jump in there.
To say, what has this got? The existence of a state, Israel has exactly the same right to exist as England or Britain, France, and America, which is it exists while it exists, really. Why would it have a different status to anyone else? And that's a distraction from the issue. The issue is, whilst this state exists, which it does, why is it oppressing people within its state? Why is it that every international monitor has stated that Israel is affecting an apartheid regime? Israel exists. Don't pretend it doesn't. And don't talk about what other people want about, the French want England not to exist. The French want England not to exist for centuries. They fought them for nearly 100 years. So, yeah, what other people want of other countries is irrelevant. What's relevant is how the Israelis are behaving towards people under their own legal occupation.
Akunji, can you expand on that a little bit?
Khaleesi,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in really quickly to something Raphael was saying to Wall. I've got to make sure War Monitor. He was on my space yesterday, and I kept saying his name wrong. So to War Monitor.
But Khaleesi, just quickly, anyone that knows Joe Truzman, do hit him up. We'd like to have him on the show because he seems to be covering this very closely at the moment. So anyone that knows Joe Truzman, hit him up. Tell him to message me. It'd be good to have him on the show. Sorry, Khaleesi, go ahead.
No problem. So Raphael said something just then. And he said that basically Hezbollah, Iran, are supporting the Palestinians, and they don't want the Palestinians to be unhappy. And the cause of the Palestinians' unhappiness and why they're suffering is because of Hezbollah and Hamas. This is what he said, right? But I can tell you, if I went, I have actually been to Palestine several times. I have yet to meet one Palestinian. And if I ask them, why are you unhappy? Every single one of them, without a shadow of a doubt, would say because of this apartheid regime. They appreciate Hezbollah for supporting them. They appreciate that at least they have that much support. Now, when you come on here and you say something like that, Raphael, what you guys are saying is, we want to annihilate the Palestinians and we want to continue doing it, but no country and no group of people should actually support them in any way. Because if they do, then they're the aggressors and they're terrorists, and we're going to make sure that they're known as that. That's what you're saying. And it sounds ludicrous even when you say it, Raphael.
That's what you say. I did not say that.
No, you said that on this very space. We're all sat here.
No, you put in more in your mouth. I did not say that. Please correct yourself.
No, I'm not going to correct it, because you said they don't want the welfare of the, the reason why the Palestinians are unhappy is because they're supporting.
They're unhappy because the Iranians want them to be unhappy.
So
can I just say something before I leave, because it's a bit early in the morning here. Because I just want to quick on Fael and just quick roundup summary of thoughts.
Sure, and then we'll have Ariel.
I just like to say, it's 5 a.m. I'm very patient. It's 5 a.m.
I know you have been patient. I appreciate it, Ariel. Thank you. So yeah, Sammy and Ariel. Actually, I'll let Ariel go first, and then Sammy, I'll let you round it up. Okay. Go ahead, Ariel.
Okay. Firstly, I posted the picture made in the 23 in April 2022. That's 1 year ago, and you see that the propaganda of the refugee Palestinians inside was what they are publishing now and of course, these are not worshippers. Again, those are terrorists that are terrorizing the worshippers inside the mosque, and that's why they've been arrested. Now, we need to be fair and to say that we have in our side a few anarchists too. So people that were dancing with knives, and they were going to what they called the hatred wedding. Okay, that was a big scandal in Israel, and part of their rehab after they were arrested and they were sentenced to time in prison in Israel. Okay. One of the rehab was to stop speaking about the hatred and to do hate speech. Now, one of them was Dov Moral. The other, these Gilad that were here before, that's one of his colleagues. So if this is part of his rehab, I don't know if it's not just the accountability. It's about speaking the truth. This is not speaking the truth. This is about part of his rehab to not continue with his hate speech. But that doesn't mean that he has to put up with fake news about Israel. So we need to be clear. Now, the other issue that we heard here from all the speakers is about refugees. Now, let's all conclude that we are talking about a refugee situation. This is a refugee situation. Those people that we are seeing, those are refugees. Can't come and say that Israel can't continue to be a Jewish state as it is just because you want your refugee. You can't come and give us all the grievances. You can stay in your home and continue to work over there. It seems that you have a lot of work to work on over there, right? So people are giving you work permit, and you are complaining about the checkpoints. That's absurd.
Okay, guys. Before I know everyone's going to want to jump in and respond to that because it pretty much understood what was being said there. But Ben, before you make your comment, and then I go to Sammy before he goes, because I know that there's going to be pushback on this. I can already tell. But Ben, could you kind of summarize real quick what was brought up there, if you were listening for me, and then I can allow obviously a response.
I wasn't paying that.
Yeah.
I was having a cigarette. No, I mean, yeah. I'm not going to go there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought so. Okay.
But I'll come back to my next point. It has to deal with just something. I caught a little bit of what he said. So we were talking earlier. I think it was All Sports News was speaking about this. So we have to be very. I'm going to sound a little bit mean and rude by saying this, but I mean, this is just the reality of the situation. It's not that I agree with it, but in terms of the Palestinian refugees and so forth, of course it's an issue. But the idea that, it's a non-starter. There's never going to be a situation in which millions of Palestinian refugees return to Israel. I mean, whether I agree with that or don't agree with that, that's just something that Israel would never live with. It's just, a fact. So, I mean, in terms of this one-state solution, that's never going to happen. I have family who are very, very, very left-wing. They're the ones waving the Free Palestine sign in Tel Aviv. But at the end of the day, they would support two states for two people, clearly. But in terms of one unitary state. That's just never going to happen. So everyone can make their talking points about this and that, but we have to deal with the facts, right? We have to deal with the realities. It's like, you know what, like when you and I speak, when Trash and I speak regarding legal issues regarding Trump, right? We can only deal with the facts at hand. And the idea that the character, whether people like it or not, the characteristics of the Jewish state being a Jewish state, it's not going to change. So the answer is, I don't know. You know what? Thank God I don't live there anymore. I love Israel, but you know what? It's the same story year after year. I remember the same people having coffee at the same cafe in Tel Aviv when I was a kid, talking about the same damn thing. One was an Arab, one was a Jew, right? It's the same thing. Oh, next year, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Here I am, 25 years later, people are still there, but older. So I've just thrown my hands up. I'll let the people who live there decide what happens.
I appreciate you, Ben. Thanks. And then
I'll go for Alsos. You got to update.
Yeah, I just wanted to, like, Benjamin, that's the point that I was trying to, and then we had the breaking news, and I think this is directly, to Khaleesi. This is like, and the facts are on the ground. People might disagree with it or have moral objections, but power determines everything. It's either a two-state solution or the status quo that we're currently at, and so that's the reality on the ground. And the entire.
I just want Sami to speak before, and then.
For anybody under pressure, it's about to hit 3 a.m. and I've got about an hour, 15 minutes before to start eating before the fast starts again. But the point I want to make is this. First of all, I'm very wary of power dynamics. I'm originally, my mother's Algerian, and we were colonized for 132 years. So 25 years is very short compared to 132 years. And I think that power dynamics can change. The second thing is, I'd be very wary of an argument that says, look, we took your home, we took your land, live with it. You have to move on and go find another land on which to make a state and live with it next to us instead. I think I'd be very wary of that. The third point. Sorry, just to finish this point, please just let me finish. The third point I will say is this: is that you can talk about Hamas and you can talk about the other groups that are firing rockets or the like, but the reality is that you have 2 million Palestinians, all who have the same view of what is taking place, which is that it's an occupation. They are tired of checkpoints. They're tired of being harassed in the streets. They're tired of the beatings that they saw in the mosques, and the reality of listening in this group at this moment, if you were living if you woke up tomorrow and you were supposed to go through 5 checkpoints to get to your workplace, you living in the free world would not tolerate it. If you went to the mosque at 12 a.m. in Ramadan to go and sit and do i'tikaf or to pray to your God, and you were battered with those batons, I promise you not a single one of you would tolerate it. And if somebody came on Mario's group afterwards and said, look, I want you to be equal to me, but there are power dynamics, you would not tolerate it either, because you would feel that you are abandoned by the international community. The reality is, what is unfolding before us is not a battle between 2 equal parties. It is, what we're seeing is the expansion of a particular state at the expense of a people. It is the turfing of people from their homes and putting them in refugee camps instead. And then it is the dehumanization of these people by pointing to rockets that are going in when you're firing state-of-the-art weapon and artillery on innocent families who didn't really take up arms against you in the first place. They were sitting in their homes in 1940. People turned up at their door and kick them out. I think that the reality is that we need to put this into context, in that, yes, you can talk about power dynamics, but I want to leave everybody with this thought. When I was growing up, or when we grow up, we read books about the South African apartheid, and we ask ourselves, how did the world tolerate apartheid in South Africa? And the reality is that when you hear discussions such as what's taking place in this group, and this is not to denounce the group, I think this is a wonderful platform for dialogue, discussion, and I'm very happy that we're able to exchange opinions like this. But when you hear the justifications for what Human Rights Watch, which is not Palestinian, for what Human Rights Watch describes as apartheid, for what Amnesty describes as apartheid, for what congressmen and congresswomen are starting to call apartheid, when you see the justifications for it being in groups such as this, the reality is that now you can see how an apartheid like South Africa was able to manifest itself, in that you saw black populations in camps, in refugees and the like, while the other population said, look, we want to give them rights, but this is the situation. They have Nelson Mandela and the ANC. We have to do what we're doing. I think the reality is that we need to put things back into context. We need to humanize this conflict and not dehumanize it. When people fight, the people don't go and take up arms willy-nilly just because suddenly they decide in the morning that they want to do it. Something drives them to towards it. I'm not justifying it, but I'm asking for empathy in terms of what's taking place. Because if we talk about power dynamics, the reality is that power dynamics does not justify putting thousands and thousands of people in refugee camps and creating an open air prison based on the basis of 1,000-year-old grievances. The reality is that what we're seeing before us today, and I'll finish on this point, what we're seeing before us today is a state that openly says, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for your land. I'm coming for your home. And that's become acceptable political speech. Netanyahu said it as soon as he came into office, when he was coming back to form his government, I promised to annex the West Bank. A leader is saying this openly. If you were the family on the land that Netanyahu is saying, I'm coming for you, ask yourselves what options you have when the US says their support for it is ironclad and the Arab states no longer support it. The final point I'll say is this: beware how this conflict escalates, because when we move away from morals and principles to power pragmatism, we're going to have a horrible, horrible conflict such as that which is unfolding before us tonight. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming, Sammy. I appreciate you. Also, I want to come back to you specifically. So, why is a one-state solution not a viable solution for you?
I mean, I think it's just because of the facts of the ground. It's just the Israelis are never going to accept it.
So basically,
whether they accept it or not, it's not their choice, is it?
It is their choice. They're a belligerent of this conflict.
No, but hang on. You asked me that question, so let me give you a response to it, right?
Okay, go ahead.
So I heard what you said, and I heard what Benjamin said. So Benjamin made a statement that, look, it's just not feasible for millions of Palestinians after like however many decades to come back to what you call Israel or Palestine, whichever. I'm not getting into the semantics, but to come back there. So his justification is a one-state solution is not feasible. Yours is the power dynamics, right? So I'm going to give you a really simple analogy here. It's like somebody coming and renting a room in my house and saying, I'm going to rent a room. Then they take over 90% of my house. And then after so many decades, they say, let's do a two-state solution. And the 10% I've actually afforded you, you can keep. And the 90% is mine. That's what's going on in a two-state solution. So that's not feasible. Wait, let me finish. Wait, let me finish. So here's the thing. I just want to touch on Benjamin's point. So Benjamin, look, the thing is, until you get some honest actors involved, right? And start on the process of a negotiation, you don't know what's feasible or not, because you're assuming millions of Palestinians want to come back. The Palestinians I speak to, who are third generation born in America, in the West, because it has been that long, okay? They're second and third generation. They don't want to come back. What they do want is the right to visit it as a home of their ancestors. Pretty much like Jamaica, people of Jamaican heritage born in the UK will want to go back to Jamaica for a short holiday, 2-3 weeks, because it's where their grandparents came from. Or people go back to Asia or wherever. So that's what they want. So, to give a blanket statement that millions of them will want to come back to Israel and therefore it's not feasible and power dynamics are not there, it's not for us to decide. So what you need to do is get the USA getting themselves out of it, get some honest actors involved and get to the negotiating table and start talking. And until we start rolling that dice, we don't know what's possible or not possible, because it's up to the Palestinians and the people who live there to decide, not for anybody else. And when you negotiate it, you'll find a way. That's it.
And so
but you don't have any taboo, you don't have any papers about any kind of possessions in this neighborhood. So the fact that you are Muslim, that doesn't give you any right to say that this is your state or this is not your home. Khaleesi, you are not from Israel. You are not.
Wait, please, guys, please, Khaleesi, I'm gonna let you respond because I know he responded to you. So from what I understand, from what I've been told, and I'm going to ask Benjamin this, the reason that the shared state wouldn't exist is because of a voting majority versus minorities.
That's part of the reason. The other reason would be this, and look, I'll just be very blunt when I say this. Whether people like Israel or do not like Israel, at the end of the day, it is a democracy, right? You cannot mix a democracy, people who have democratic ideals, and it's a liberal democracy, right? I'm sorry, but and I've been to Gaza and the West Bank, both professionally and personally. At the end of the day, democracies do not. You can't intermarry and intermingle democracies with peoples who do not clearly, and I'm sorry, they do not want a democratic style of government, and that's the right to not Absolutely. If they don't want to have a democratic system, that's absolutely their prerogative, right? So it's just not going to happen.
Then can I ask you a question on that?
Of course, sure.
Why would they not? Why would they not want?
Just let me just quick update. Yeah, just so the War Monitor has even though he's not on stage, he's awake. He's sending us information. So he did post a video. War monitors of the Hamas office in Rashidiyah in Tyre, Lebanon, that was hit by the Israeli airstrike. So that was posted now. And then we've got other videos posted by other accounts, which we'll put into the thread. Sorry, go ahead, Salman.
So, can I answer that question? Like, ask it, but Benjamin, if you may, let me answer that. But Suleiman, please ask the question.
Yeah, to either one of you, like, why would Palestinians not want a democratic situation when in reality they're the majority? So by having a democratic election, they would then be the leadership. And the only reason the minority population are the leadership is because of significant financial funding from America, significant financial years and decades of support of basically propelling them into that position. So I'm saying, why would they not? Because if they had a democratic situation,
I'd like to respond to that. So can you please point? Sorry, just one second, Errol. Please point me to, aside from democratically electing Hamas, please point me to one sign of democracy in either Gaza or the West Bank. Just one symbol.
I mean, Ben, that's not. You know what? I'll say that's not a good example because they're literally. You're not going to have a democracy when you're in camps. You're basically trying to survive. What I'm trying to say is, in this scenario where there is a one-state solution, it would be stupid of them, in my way, just from a logical point of view, to not want a democratic situation because they would then be in power.
But Suleiman, here's the issue. But that's the problem. Like this idea that you're going to, what is the worst separation of countries that has seen the worst partition ever seen in human history? It was India and Pakistan. Indian-Pakistan partition led to the death of millions of people. Nobody, for peace to occur between India and Pakistan, it should be a one-state solution. Nobody. That is not a feasible solution to the Indian-Pakistani conflict, etc. Okay. Every time you look at a country that suffered those levels of partition, regardless of peace or war or whatever, and Khaleesi, I get it, but the fact of the matter is this isn't unique in human history. This isn't unique post-World War II. This has happened consistently. And the only, by the way, the Qatari statement that condemned the storming of Al-Aqsa said that specifically. And Qatar does not have to open diplomatic relations with the Israelis. The world is saying, and I get it. This is not. I understand the suffering and the trauma it caused, but India and Pakistan, nobody's going to argue a one-state solution. Why do we think in any way, shape, or form that's a viable solution for Israel and Palestine? And to end on this, Khaleesi, you said it yourself. The vast majority of second and third generations Palestinians who do not live in that area only want the right to visit. They don't want the right to actually be there. So the two-state solution or status quo, that's it.
No, yeah, if I just add, I'd like to just add my last point. So, all news source. Listen, I agree with the vast majority of what you said. At the same time, to Khaleesi's point, listen, I absolutely, fundamentally agree with you. But I will caveat, and this is a little bit of whataboutism, but I'm going to do it this time. At the same time, I would like the ability to go to, not as an Israeli, but as a Jew and as a human being. I'd like to go to my grandparents' home, or my relatives' home in Iran or in Algeria or in Tunis or anywhere where they were expelled, had their property seized. But I can't. I can't go to Iran. Are you kidding me? If I went on my American passport, they're going to see place of birth, Tel Aviv, Israel. So it is a little bit of whataboutism, but we just can't say that, well, this is such a unique situation. Now, to all sources, all news source, his point. Yeah, I mean, and this is, God forgive me for saying this, but, I have no ties to this conflict anymore. At the end of the day, there is nothing new about either an offensive war or a defensive war being fought. One country taking the land and other unfortunately, those are sometimes the repercussions, right? For me, 2 states for 2 people, beautiful. I remember what Rafael said. I remember because I was a young man in Israel. And yeah, we used to go into Gaza. We'd have coffee with our friends and so forth. So you can't act like, oh, there's always been this horrible animosity. Like, yes, to some degree, sure, but this is not a, it doesn't need to be like this. That's my bottom line point. What needs to happen is people like Suleiman and reasonable Israelis need to sit down. And I'll give you credit, at least. What you said is true, right? You need to get some honest actors in there. But there's just so many other factors in play when it comes to Israel and the Middle East, right? Yes, you have the evangelicals in the United States who love Israel, so forth. But do you really think that 90% of Congress is right behind Israel because of the evangelical vote? No, because they have strategic reasons, right? So it's such a geopolitical nightmare. And I believe that if there's ever going to be peace, it has to be a 2-state solution. And I would argue that probably, you're probably bordering on 95% of the Israeli population agrees with that and probably would support that, right?
Guys, I want to ask a quick question. I want to move away from the 2-state discussion. Rafael, Omar, I see your hands up. And if you could comment on this particular point.
Made for me. Can I just come in quickly?
Yeah, of course. And I'll just ask the question, Khaleesi, just so other panelists can prepare for it. I want to try to understand if there is any incentive or if there's any sides that do want escalation and why. So I can't remember which panelist mentioned about Netanyahu having an incentive of Palestine being weak. Okay, you mentioned that, Ben. So Khaleesi, I'll let you respond. Ben, and then Omar and Rafael, I'd love you if you can touch on that. Is there any incentive for Hezbollah to escalate this? Any incentive for Hamas? So hold on, just 2 seconds, Khaleesi. So Ben, the incentive for Netanyahu is what, in your opinion, why does he have an incentive to escalate this? Is that because of the domestic issues he's facing? And wants to unite?
No, it's Hamas, Mario.
Well, hold on. I don't. So for Netanyahu personally, no, I don't actually think it's in Netanyahu's benefit, but I think that he does have some coalition members, Itamar Ben-Gvir and so forth, because there's a very fragile coalition. Netanyahu does not particularly want conflict with the Biden administration. I don't think he's worried about it, but I think he's made the calculation, just as he did during the Obama administration, that look, the relationship is what it is. We'll repair relationships with the next administration. I don't necessarily think for Netanyahu there is. For himself, he doesn't want. And
can you? You mentioned the Biden administration. Is that unrelated to the current escalations, or is it related to the current escalations that the Biden administration would not be happy if Israel escalated things? What do you mean by Biden administration?
Yeah, I believe personally the tensions are relatively high. They will pass. Look, there's a lot of concern over the judicial reforms that Netanyahu put forward. Biden and Blinken and everyone made it very clear that they did not support it. But, look, Biden is also looking for a foreign policy win going into 2024, right? He doesn't have much to show domestically. His own foreign policy, I believe, and other people are free to disagree, he doesn't have a lot to show in terms of a foreign policy win. It wasn't by design that the Abraham Accords were revealed to the world right before the 2020 election, right? Now, all of the countries, including Saudi Arabia, of course, they have been clandestine and covert operations, some not so covert relations, but Biden wants a foreign policy win. And I do think that Netanyahu is worried that Biden's going to try to pressure him into giving more than he's willing to give. That's number one. And I'll be very brief with this. I know I'm long-winded. Number two is there may be an argument to be made for Itamar Ben-Gvir and the right-wing parties, because yes, they are fanaticals. Let's just be honest, right? These people are not interested in peace. I do believe that these people view Israel as the greater Israel, Eretz Israel, the larger Israel. They don't want any land to go to Palestinians. In fact, some want to repopulate the Gaza Strip with settlements and so forth. So that's going to play into their desires, in my opinion. And look, it's a fragile coalition. If one of them bolts, the coalition falls, Netanyahu is gone. So now as for Hezbollah, I don't think that Hezbollah wants a direct confrontation with Israel because, look, I think with Netanyahu at the helm and given, he feels relatively comfortable in the Middle East right now, there hasn't been strong condemnation from any of the other Arab countries, really. Israel would just go in and there would be, it would be catastrophic for Hezbollah. The Lebanese government, I don't believe they have any interest whatsoever in any type of conflict with Israel. If anything, I've read reports that they want a peace agreement too, right? Syria, Assad, I would say the same thing, right? He does not want a direct confrontation with Israel.
Not in a bit. I agree with all the statements made so far. Hezbollah, in terms of they wouldn't, how when you face a common enemy, you face an external enemy, you usually get domestic support, you get the sense of nationalism. I don't think this will be the case in Lebanon, considering the domestic split there is around Hezbollah. So yeah, I agree. Hezbollah doesn't have an incentive. I agree that.
Can I give a quick?
Ariel, you think Hamas has an incentive to escalate this?
Yes. I would just like to give a quick one about Hamas and Hezbollah. They want money. They want the Arab world to fund them. So every time you have these kinds of situations, they firing a few missiles from Gaza. They incite a few fabrications in the mosque in Jerusalem. They firing a few missiles from Lebanon, and all the Muslim world sending them money. This is something that we got used to.
I just don't think it's that simple. I think
all about the money. Follow the money, Mario.
I know but you're just simplifying something, because it's not like every time they fabricate something, you expect all the Arab world to send them money. Like, oh shit, you're right. Look at this video. It's
but
just
it always do.
Again, you're simplifying a very complex problem. Like I always, I'm happy to have you on stage, but it's just, I wouldn't simplify it. I just don't think it's as simple as Hamas and Hezbollah send the missiles to get some money and that's it, full stop. We have a full explanation.
I agree with you, Mario. You're right.
There's too many factors, from the Iranian meeting with Saudi to the Syrian war and Syria situation to the Biden administration. There's just so many players.
Mario, we don't care if you give them money. It's okay from us. But if you're asking for the reason, these are the reasons.
I'm talking about the reason. Like if it could be something like Iran is trying to send a message to Israel for some behind the scenes negotiations, and they do it through they play a role. But I also think like all parties in at least for Lebanon, and I'm talking about the conflict between Israel and Lebanon. I think all parties, from the Lebanese government to Syria to Hezbollah to Israel, I think all parties on that front don't want an escalation, at least from what I'm seeing, and I think Ben agrees.
So
I think where there's a better let me end it with this. I think where there's a potential incentive, and I know Omar, you're waiting as well. Where there's a potential incentive for incentive for an escalation would be between Israel and Palestine. I think this is where there's an argument to be made where. But I wouldn't look at the funding, because Palestine is just not getting, Hamas is not getting the same amount of money they were getting before. They're not getting that same level of support. All Source made that point, and someone, I think Hadi or someone else made that
same point. But why, Mario? Why?
Mario, let me just say,
Ben, explain.
We have a holiday here. We have a holiday here. We are sitting in the table and eating
so I'm going to do Khaleesi. I'll give you the mic, but if we can stick to this point, because I know you want to respond to previous points, Khaleesi, and I'll give you that chance. But if you want to add to this current discussion, if someone could give Ariel and the audience a bit of an explanation of why the Arab world is not supporting Hamas as it was before, and also you kind of said they're moving on. So maybe if you want to maybe kick it off by elaborating, Ben or all Source.
Yeah, I'll elaborate very, very quickly. Mario, I absolutely agree with you. I believe personally, and there was some reporting in the Jerusalem Post, an unnamed government source, that Iran may be sending out feelers, right, for some type of peace deal or some type of even a cold peace. I absolutely do believe that's possible, right, Mario? So for the last 20 years, well, 10, 15 years, I have heard coming out of the Israeli government that, for example, Iran is and so did All News Source. Look, the only real thing, the only threat that Israel faces, right, is, let's be frank, it's the the threat of a unitary state with a different voting demographic, right? There's no nation around this can wipe us off. Like, people need to get over that, right? Let's just be honest. There's no tanks rolling in from Syria, from Jordan, from Egypt, or from Lebanon. Those days are done.
Ben, can I say that Israel has never been in a geopolitically strong position as it is now? It's the strongest it's been in a very long time. For what happened with Syrian war, what's happening with neighboring countries, and the peace the agreements we're doing behind the scenes with other countries, and now with the meeting between Iran and Saudi, it just seems that everything is heading in a direction that is positive for Israel.
But and I will finish with this, right? You're absolutely right, Mario.
I'll let you wrap it up, because I do want also to comment on this first and then go to Khaleesi.
Right. So at the end of the day, what
just a moment, you're talking from the Israeli Arabs point of view.
No. What I am saying is this, and I'll be brief. What I'm saying is this. So each country is going to make their own calculations, what is in their best interest, right? So with the Abraham Accords, if Syria, if Lebanon, if Iran, if they make the calculation that it's in their best interest to have good relations with the United States, Iran wants the sanctions gone, that is going to be their driving primary factor in determining what their policy is towards Israel and the Palestinians. That's just a fact. Finland, Mario, I'll finish with this. Finland, I remember very clearly there were some certain members of the Finnish parliament that went on and on and on not that long ago. Well, Israel is an apartheid state that disproportionately uses and manufactures weapons, right? And they use them. So now that Finland is a part of NATO, those same members of parliament have said, by the way, can you please sell us those weapons? So listen, every nation is a hypocrisy and will only do what is best for their own population, right? So that's what it comes down to. I agree with you, Mario. I agree with you 100%. I miss talking about Donald Trump. This is more complicated.
There is missiles, there's rockets flying towards Israel now. I don't know, we saw strikes in Gaza, so there is rockets flying from Palestine, from Gaza towards Israeli territory. So just want to give that quick update. Also, would love you to comment on this before giving the mic to Khaleesi and Omar. Just on the geopolitical situation, and Osint is there as well. Israel's in a pretty good position geopolitically speaking. I'm not talking about their domestic issues. Is that a fair statement and
absolutely
statement?
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. This is the best situation that Israel has been in decades. I would be very, very like the Iran-Israel rapprochement or detente. We're not seeing it. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not. We're not facts on the ground. Like maybe they're discussing something, but it's just no. The Israel and Iran are as in a war in between wars. I mean, that's just look at Syria, look at what's going on, etc. And I think one of the things that, like, why is a lot of these, we could talk about it later down the space of the Saudi-Iran, but why are a lot of these Arab countries having diplomatic relations with Israel? It's because they view Israel as a security plus for the region against Iran. And that's the main reason. Like, I'm sorry, that's the fact of the ground. If you are, let's say, the United Arab Emirates.
But then wouldn't Iran then be like, all right, cool, everyone is making deals with Israel. We're the last ones left fighting Israel. Maybe we should kind of come to some sort of agreement as well.
I mean, not because of the domestic politics of it. Like, not just because of domestic politics. If you look at the situation in Iran, they just don't have that desire. If you look at United Arab Emirates, if you look at Bahrain, if you look at, mainly those two countries. Let's use those two countries as a prime examples, right? Like, what incentives would they have to have the Abrams Accord? Why now? Why during the Trump administration? Well, it was clearly because of the concern of Iranian aggression in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf. That was the main concern. That was the main event. These countries, besides the economic benefits that they have because of having a relationship with Israel, the largest economy in that region, a major technological powerhouse, it also is a major military power that can provide assistance, military either discreetly or overtly, to protect those countries and provide them technologies to help them enable any aggression towards either Iran or Iranian-backed groups. Like, I mean, it's just that's the fact. Like, that's just how it is. It's not kumbaya, let's hold hands. I mean, these are countries that have national interests, and they're going to look at their national interests. They're going to say, who's a greater threat for me if you're Bahrain? Is it Israel or is it Iran? And if it's Iran, well, the old adage stays. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And that's how it works.
So there's airstrikes you sent through all sources. Is my audio good, by the way, all source?
No, I hear you good.
Cool. So what I said earlier when my audio was bad is there are rockets flying towards Israel from Gaza. And now there's an update you sent also about Hamas, video of Hamas Israel striking a Hamas Qadisiyah military camp west of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Khaleesi, before going to Omar, and by the way, did you have any breaking news, or just want to share your thoughts?
Oh, no, I just want to share my thoughts.
Cool, I'll give you the mic. Yeah, of course, we'll give you a mic in a bit. And Raphael, I see you waiting as well. Khaleesi, Omar, mic is yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to touch on some of the earlier points that were made because I'm a woman and I can't let it go. And then I'll come on to your current question. So I agree in terms of I think it was Benjamin who said that he would like to also visit his parents, if his ancestors were from the Middle East. And I agree you should be able to. And maybe if there's a resolution with Israel, then all of this will stop. So completely agree with you, Benjamin. I think, everybody should be able to. Second thing is, I don't know who asked, if it was Ariel, I can't remember, or Benjamin, but somebody asked about, like the Palestinians can't be democratic. Give me one example of where they've been democratic. Well, according to the Israeli government, they've democratically elect the Palestinians, the PLO, every time there's an election. That's what the Israeli government tells us, that they are free and fair elections and the PLO is democratically elected by the Palestinians. So that's your one example right there. And then one thing I just want to say is, look, I hear you, right? All source news. But the thing is, when you go to a negotiating table and you're already predetermining the outcome before you start, then it's never going to work. So I think that, and I'm going to go back to that. I think there needs to be an honest negotiation. And the last thing I'll say on the previous points to Ariel, because Ariel made the statement to me that just because I'm Muslim, it doesn't mean it's my homeland. I've never claimed it's my homeland, Ariel. You're assuming I'm Palestinian. But I do say that it is the third holiest mosque for me. And I have been blessed to visit it several times, and I would like to retain that right to visit it. So that's what I'll say. Now, coming on to for Hamas and why isn't it as much as it was? So when the Syrian war happened, before that, Hamas used to have enormous support from Bashar al-Assad. They had headquarters in Damascus. But in 2012, Hamas left Syria. And they actually supported the uprising against Assad. And that caused a friction between Hamas and Hezbollah. And then I think it was in 2022, last year, it was on the back of the UAE and Bahrain and Morocco and these countries who started to normalize relations with Israel as part of the Abraham Accords. That's when Hamas actually decided to try to build bridges again, and they had a meeting with Assad and tried to actually restore some of the previous ties they had. But I guess those bridges still haven't built up to that degree that they were previously. So that's why there's probably not as much support as there was previously. That's all I was going to say. Thank you.
Mario, just some news from again Joe Truzman. Red alert, another red alert for Sderot, and red alert just for those who don't know. It basically means rockets incoming. So we expect rockets to either Iron Dome to intercept rockets to impact Sderot, which is in South Israel near the border with Gaza.
And Hadi, quick question.
Can I respond to Khaleesi?
Yeah, and then we'll go to Omar right after, because Omar, the reason we're going to go to Ariel just to balance it out. Or actually, I'll have Raphael respond, Ariel, because he hasn't spoken in a while, and I'll let you respond to the next one. But before that,
Mario, please let Omar. I mean, he's raising his hand for.
Yeah, of course. No worries, guys. I'll let Omar talk and I'll give you guys the mic. Just quickly, Hadi, is there any updates? I know you want to give your thoughts, but is there any updates from Lebanon? Anything related to Hezbollah? Anything in the network? Telegram? How's the sentiment?
Nothing related to Hezbollah, but there's news now that the Lebanese government will officially go to the UN to complain against the Israeli aggression that happened.
Which is pretty common procedure. Okay, thanks, man. Omar, we'll give you the mic, and then we'll have Raphael and Ariel respond. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to start. There is a lot of talk about how the Arab countries are normalizing relations with Israel. Let me just start by saying Arab rulers, tyrants, dictators, kings, and princes do not necessarily represent their wider population. And the reason I say that is because we've seen how Arabs and non-Arabs, Muslims at large, support Palestinian people. And we've seen a glimpse of it during the World Cup in Qatar, how Muslims refuse to speak to Israeli channels during Qatar World Cup is a symbol or is a glimpse into what Muslims at large think about Israeli occupation of Palestinians. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is there was a mention, somebody, I can't remember who said it on the panel, but there was somebody who said that the worshippers in Al-Aqsa weren't the worshippers. They were in fact terrorists terrorizing worshippers, and the Israeli forces were trying to remove them. I'm sorry, but who are the Israeli forces and what are they doing in Al-Aqsa to begin with? And these were not terrorists, these were worshippers who were worshipping. We've seen the visuals, we've seen videos of how women and children and elderly Palestinians were beaten by Israeli forces. The second thing that I wanted to call out is every time there is a discussion about Hamas being supported, somehow the sectarian language comes up. And it's not necessarily by Muslims. It's people who are non-Muslims. They bring up how Iran is a Shia majority country and how Hezbollah is a Shiite organization supporting Hamas. Let me make it very clear. I'm a Sunni Muslim and I support all the Palestinian people. And when it comes to supporting Palestinian people, all our sectarian differences go away. And that's how we look at the Palestine conflict. We look at Palestinians as our brothers and sisters in faith, and we do not. And I appreciate Hezbollah and I appreciate Iran for supporting Hamas. And as far as the Arab rulers are concerned, I can say that sooner or later they will be gone. These people, these tyrants, these agents of the West, these agents of imperialists will be gone. And one day, Muslims, regardless of their sect, regardless of their personal beliefs, will come and support Palestinian people. And the last thing, when it comes to incentives, somebody mentioned Hezbollah and Hamas wants Arab world to finance them. I think it was more of a projection than anything else, because every time we see that there is a war by Israel, Israel goes and asks for money from the US, and then there are fundraisers organized by the Friends of Israel. So I think when we are talking about Hezbollah and Hamas asking for money from the Arab world, this was more of a projection. I don't think Hamas and Hezbollah does that honestly to begin with. And the last thing that I wanted to say is when it comes to the latest conflict, I often see people digressing and going and talking about how, Netanyahu withdrew Israelis from Gaza, yada, yada, yada. The question that we should be asking is what were Israelis doing in Gaza to begin with? Gaza is a Palestinian territory. What are Israeli forces doing in Al-Aqsa to begin with? What are Israeli forces doing in occupied Palestinian territories? Now, you may disagree with one state, two state solution, but the question remains, which is the occupation. It's the occupation that's fueling this conflict. It's the occupation that's resulting in rockets being fired. It's the occupation that is the root cause of all of these problems and nothing else.
Sorry, occupation, define occupation. I'm generally curious what your vision of occupation is.
Occupation is when you do not have any.
No, on what borders? On what borders?
You tell me what are Israeli borders, because to date Israel has not defined its borders. So you tell me what are Israeli borders, then perhaps we can reach to a conclusion.
Well, no, I'm actually curious as to your, and I'm sorry for interrupting. So are you talking about pre-67, post-67?
No, you tell me. Israel should tell that, right? Because Israel claims to be a sovereign country, so it should be able to define its borders, whereas Israel to date has not defined its borders. So I would be curious to know what does the Israeli side think about its borders, which are not defined yet.
Well, I'm American. I'm not on the Israeli side. I just happen to be born there. So I was just curious. I hear a lot about the occupation. I am generally curious from a different perspective. Is it all of what is considered historic Palestine? Is it pre-67, pre-48, post-48?
I personally feel 1967 borders is what it should be returned to. But again, there are differences of opinion. But I would love for Israel to define what are its borders and what it considers to be its sovereign territory that it so defends every single time.
Have a look at just before I get Rafael and Ariel to respond. So the video of the airstrike on the mosque in Gaza, I think the location doesn't matter, but there's the video I just tweeted, and Sliman, I just sent it to you as well. It just shows, it's just astonishing. Some parts of the world, they're just so used to war. And you could just see this old man walking. And then you could watch the video, everyone. It's pinned above. And I just tweeted it as well, so you can see on my profile. But he's just walking. And then the explosion happens, just not far from him. And he continues walking, just moves a bit to the left. So it's closer to the fence, to the fence made out of stone. And then just continues his walk. It looks like an old man with a stick. It was astonishing to me to see it, because if you hear the video, let me hear it's a loud bang. So it's just sad to see how normalized war is in that region, and obviously now in other territories like Ukraine and some African territories. But to go back to the discussion, I wanted to mention one thing to Omar. Omar, you don't think that the Arab world is I know the support is still there, citizens still support the Palestinian cause, and the Muslim world supports the cause, but if you look at a lot of the countries, and I'm going to use Dubai as the latest example. I was speaking to someone just yesterday, a banker, and he's just talking about, since the normalization of relationships, Israeli investors are flocking to Dubai, and money's flocking to Dubai. So, and I'm using Dubai as one example. You don't think there's geopolitically, you don't think there's countries in the Middle East that are normalizing relationships with Israel, whether it's good or not, without the sentiment remains the same in terms of support for the cause, but strategically, the relations are improving. Is that a fair statement, or do you disagree with that statement, Omar? And then we'll go to Raphael and Ariel.
I disagree with the statement. Look, these rulers, they can make all kinds of agreements they want. The fact is, they do not represent their own people. They have a record of human rights violations in their own country. When we talk about Bahrain, Bahrain is known to have suppressed a lot of protests within its borders. When you talk about UAE, MBZ is not a saint either. So when these rulers go out and make all these agreements, they do not represent their people. And I do honestly believe that sooner or later, these rulers will be old and dead and gone, and somebody else will take over, and somebody else will take over. And eventually
So what you're saying, Omar, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're saying, brother Brunella, if you can mute your mic, a bit of background noise, I'll give you the mic in a bit. Good to have you on stage. So what you're saying, Omar, is that despite these deals being made and the rulers making it, the rulers you're implying that they are normalizing relationships with Israel, because the sentiment still remains in strong support of the Palestinian cause, is that this will change as rulers are replaced. Is that the point that you're making?
Absolutely. I do think this will change. This will change, and that is bound to change because, and I tell you this, these rulers need the West to protect their crowns and thrones. They know that their people do not support them, and they don't want Arab Spring to occur again. And that's why they go about making all these deals with the West and indirectly or directly then normalize relations with Israel, because they know they're next in the line if they don't have the support from the West.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Raphael, Ariel, I'll let you guys respond.
Yes, thank you, Omar. First of all, I have to say that, it is interesting to see talking about occupation. And I like to see where those people are talking from. And you live in Sydney in Australia. Okay, Australia, the entire continent of Australia was taken from the indigenous people, the Aborigines. So, talking about occupation, you live now in the free society, very liberal country, okay, and you're preaching about occupation. So it's kind of like the irony is dead, okay. And second thing is the 67 lines, okay. What is the 67? So until 1967, Jordan was taking part of they took the part of they were ruling the West. Now is what is called the West Bank. That was part of Jordan, okay. So what, do you want to bring that part of the land to Jordan? So that means the Palestinians who live there in so-called the West Bank will become Jordanian. Is that the idea? So if they become Jordanian, there won't be any Palestinian state. So, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, the 67 lines. So a little bit of knowledge, okay? There was the war in 1948. The Israeli side, okay, the newborn Jewish state lost that area to the Jordanian army. And until 1967, in the Six-Day War, which again, Israel, a small country, still new, fought against 5 divisions, right? There were a lot of loss. They even took the Sinai Peninsula, okay? And they won the war. And they took that part of now what it is, the West Bank, from the Jordanian army. And now we're talking about to bring in this part again of the lines, the green lines of 1967. And yes, the part of Gaza was part of Egypt. So why the Egyptian kind of reject the idea of taking back Gaza to their own country?
I tell you that the idea of the Arab world nowadays, a lot of those Arab countries see opportunity, leave the side of peace agreement. Those are just papers. They really don't care about them. But now they know that Israel is a very powerful economic state with a very developed technology that really is like one of the superior countries when it comes to technology and high tech. And those Arab countries, yes, they want to be involved. They want to be successful. They want to have a successful relationship with Israel,
Raphael,
because they know that the money will come in.
Raphael, just a quick question.
Let me just provide some news, if I may. Sorry.
Yeah,
one of the rockets that targeted Sderot apparently hit a building in the city. It did go through. I'm trying to see if there was any casualties because it ties into the escalation ladder. So I'm just going to try to see if there's any casualties on that.
There's a statement by the IDF as well. Let me just read it out and then I'll go to Sulaiman. A short while ago, IDF fighter jets, so that's by the IDF fighter jets struck additional targets belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip, including a shaft to an underground complex used for weapons manufacturing, 3 additional weapons manufacturing sites, and a terror tunnel belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization. This strike significantly harms the capabilities and prevents further weapon acquisition capabilities of the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. That was a statement by the IDF. Sulaiman?
And IDF, I shared it on the group chat. The IDF just released footage of the strikes. They had the actual footage of the air strikes.
Yeah, Raphael.
Yes, Sulaiman.
Yeah, you mentioned that the Israeli economy is doing well. If it's doing so well, why does it rely so much on significant support from the United States?
Now, that's a great question. Now, the whole idea of the economic relation between the United States and Israel, it's not just like the United States just bring money to Israel just for fun. Israel providing a lot of stuff to the United States, and you should see how many Israeli companies are working in the United States in this kind of relationship. So while the United States provide for like the 10 years agreement with the Obama administration, $3 billion a year. But there's no like free stuff. Israel giving a lot of military technology, computer technologies, medicine technologies. It's not just like a free money. Hey, take the money and enjoy it. There's a lot of, payback too. And another thing that I want to add, Sulaiman, and if you want to reply to that, yeah, I'll appreciate that, is the idea that for years, like since Israel was created, even before Israel was created in 1948, there were a lot of pogroms also in Jews on that land that was ruled under the British mandate or even under the Ottoman. All right, against Jews. So saying that, like the Arabs, the Muslims who were here on the land had a peace time with the Jews who were there, it's a little bit of, like skewing the history a little bit.
Omar, go ahead. You want to respond?
Yeah, there was a mention about Australia and the indigenous population. Well, that's a space on its own. I won't respond to that. But what I can say is we're currently not going through checkpoints. We don't have Australian Defence Forces, halting indigenous Australians at various checkpoints and harassing them and, invading their places of worship. The other thing that I wanted to quickly call out is, I think you've already made that point, Sulaiman. If Israel is such an economic powerhouse that it needs aid from the West to protect itself, it needs bailout from time to time to replenish its Iron Dome program. And the other thing that I wanted to say, when we talk about the Arab world, the 1967 borders and all of that, what we can go back to is these Palestinians are occupied people. Dismantle the occupation, leave their lands alone, and let them decide. Let them decide what they want to do. If you don't believe in the one-state solution, then at least stick to the two-state solution by not constructing more settlements. Because the more settlements you build, the more chance of a two-state solution is not possible. And the last thing that I wanted to say is, again, we're talking about a current conflict. We're talking about, Palestinians being brutalized in 2023, but people want to bring up, what happened 200 years ago in Australia or what happened 300 years ago in the US. We're talking about 2023, where we have human rights, where we have United Nations, where we have United Nations resolutions. I think it would be a good thing if we can talk about the current conflict and not talk about what about this, what about that, what about this, because that just derails the conversation. And that seems to be a tool that's deployed every time we talk about Palestine and Israel. Thank you.
Can I chip in for that? Can I chip in for that?
I was going to go sorry, who's speaking? I wanted to go to Yehud.
It's Raphael. I want to chip in. I want to respond to that. Thank you. It's not a current of 2023. This conflict has been more than 100 years. So it doesn't matter 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. It's still a conflict. Yes, and it's a conflict that still exists. But you also need to think to yourself, okay, why there are checkpoints, why there are fences. They're not just started up out of nowhere. There were results. Okay, some on the door right now. We have security system in our houses. They were created because things happened. All right. You had at the beginning, there's a quick history, stupid history about doors. First, you had the door to your cave, all right? Like a little of a stone. And then some invaders came in. So eventually thousands of years after, they started to develop locks. All right. And after that, years later, many years later, now you have security system. So again, there's a cause and effect. So if you see that there are checkpoints, there's a reason why there is checkpoints. Because of all of the suicide bomber, terror attacks that happen over and over again. And the only solution that was securely, like talking security-wise, to do is to have those checkpoints. And yes, as someone who served in the military, I myself, I was witness to see some ammunition in cars, in vehicles, people that were ready to smuggle some bombs and weapons into territories in order to attack not just the soldiers, but also innocent people. You can call them settlers, doesn't matter. They are still, they are not part of the military. Okay? So there's a cause and effect.
Hadi, do you want to respond to
that? Basically, I don't want to respond to that. I want to go back to the geopolitical topic we're talking about.
Okay, we can come back to that. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Hadi. And then I'll go to
So I just want to go back to the Hamas thing, that they don't have that much support in the region. And what Khalisi said is correct when it comes to them cutting ties with Syria and Iran. They were their main geopolitical allies. And they relied on Egypt's Morsi, who later was ousted, and Qatar, who basically doesn't give them anything except money to build. They don't give them weapons. Or Erdogan, the Muslim Brotherhood in general, who have close ties with Israel, whether we like it or not. But I just want to say that it's not about support in the region. I mean, when you said that Hezbollah, because now they're in an uncomfortable situation in the region, they're not supported by everyone. In 2006, when there was the war with Israel, they weren't even supported by anyone. Half of Lebanon was against them. Saudi Arabia, according to Channel 13, a documentary they made years later, Saudi was disappointed by the result of the war because they were pushing Israel towards eradicating Hezbollah. So they were already being faced by the entire region. They only needed their allies, Syria and Iran, for the weapons and geopolitical and strategic and tactical support. So that was what was happening, and it's still happening right now. So I don't think Hezbollah cares much about what's going on in the region as much as they care about their own ally and their own axis, which is now stronger than ever. Even according to Israel, Hezbollah now gained more experience from the Syrian war. And let's face it, Syria won the war, and they still have the weapons road from Tehran, Damascus to Beirut and South Lebanon. And I just want to comment on one thing when someone said that the region is going to Israel because Israel is this, I don't know, superior or whatever. It's not the case. I'm sorry, but or because they want to protect themselves from Iran. We're talking here about the UAE and Bahrain. The UAE and Bahrain, they just have this vision about them being Switzerland of the Middle East. They just want to be neutral. They have this peaceful vision. It's not about them getting protection. Otherwise, they won't be that warm at the same time with the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. We all see how the UAE is dealing with him as well. And he's one of the closest allies to Iran in the region. And now UAE is also opening their embassy again, their Iranian embassy, and Saudi Arabia to deal with Iran. So it's not about Iran in general. And I don't think Israel is also that comfortable with what's happening in the region, all these like rapprochements between those governments and about Syria winning and the links between Hezbollah. So yeah, I don't see that any of that's going to affect Hezbollah. And if Hezbollah decides to wage a war, they don't look at any of that. They just look at their geopolitical comfort in our region. They don't care about the Gulf or the opinion of those governments.
Shoja, I know you want to push back on that, so go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we talk about Hezbollah, like from 2006, I mean, we're talking about a completely different organization. Hezbollah today, I mean, you talk about the Arab world not really supporting them. Well, after 2006 and what we see in Syria today, I mean, they're in Syria. That wasn't really ever the case before prior. To 2006, and it's primarily because of the Arab countries in this region. I think it's both of them. I don't think it has to be one or the other. When you're looking at a Bahrain, you're looking at a UAE. I think you have to look at it from both sides, right? Like, what do you really gain from animosity with Israel? Right now, Iran is a problem to them. They see what's happening in Yemen, regardless of what your opinion of that is. The fact that the Islamic Republic is involved in every single conflict, backing all of these groups. Yeah, you might think that you're next. So in Bahrain, they saw that happen firsthand. This is a country with over 80% Shias, and they saw Islamic Republic come into their country and support groups that they didn't want to take over. So yeah, Iran is a threat to them. But also when you look at Israel, I mean, exactly what I saw Benjamin saying earlier, he's right. Where they're at, they're in the strongest position they've ever been. What is the benefit right now if you're a country when you do fear the Islamic Republic of Iran, because they have been involved in every single country in the region. They just have. Working with Syria, I don't really see how having diplomatic relations with that, that doesn't mean you're accepting of the Islamic Republic. That's just how geopolitics works. Just like Saudi Arabia and Iran right now. Does anybody think that these are two allies? No, but they sign agreements for their own benefit. So I think it's kind of both things happening here. Hezbollah, I mean, this idea, this axis of resistance doing really well. I just think if you look at the individual situations of these countries, I don't think that's the case. I mean, Hezbollah's, go look at Lebanon's situation right now on the verge of collapse. I don't think anybody, and look at the way Hezbollah has been trending as far as support goes in their country. We're even seeing Shias inside of Lebanon railing against Hezbollah because, it's just not it's not what it used to be. Hezbollah used to operate off of three main pillars, right? It used to be based off of this idea that they had social services and they had an economy outside of the state of Lebanon that they could give to Shias in their communities. They used to say that, well, we're the main supporters of this axis of resistance against Israel. And they used to say, they talk about one popular slogan, and the slogan of Hezbollah is every day is Karbala. Every day is Karbala. So they had this strong connection to Velayat al-Faqih through Iran. But what we've seen through Hezbollah in these past years is all of these things eroding, right? But these are the three pillars of Hezbollah. Going into Syria, becoming this transnational Shia organization, which it never was before. I don't think these are things that a lot of people in Lebanon are looking at very fondly. Also, when it comes from a social services perspective, a lot of the war they're dealing with a lot of blowback from that. They're dealing with a lot of people with PTSD from that. They're dealing with, Hezbollah used to give all of its fighters and anybody who had died, the families would get a pretty good amount of money, right? Thousands of dollars. We're seeing a lot of that dry up. Now, you could say it's because of what's happening to the Islamic Republic, their own domestic problems. That does trickle down to Hezbollah, but it's also their own mismanagement. So I think this whole idea of what it represents, I see it in a pretty weakened state. I don't see it really. I don't know how this materializes. They're in a pretty good position when it comes to the other factions inside of Lebanon. They're able to operate, but I don't see this as a very strong positions. I don't see anywhere in this axis of resistance that represents strength to me or success to me. But when you look at the Gulf states, I think what they're doing and their partnerships, I think the people in the region, the people in those countries, I don't think they want problems with a lot of these countries. They're young. They want social development. They want economic prosperity, and they're getting it. So, I mean, that's just my opinion for now. I know there's differences of opinions here, but that's just kind of what I'm looking at right now.
Right, I want to go to Russia.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Finally, I am up here. Okay, so it's been very hard to listen and not jump in, to be very truthful. We've heard a lot of different stories in history, and we keep going in circles, yet we do not discuss the incident that happened and how this was actually instigated. We heard Raphael gave us a story about, these two poor Israeli men, God forbid, wanted to go to a Palestinian area for pita bread. My God. And they were in fear that they were going to get lynched. Dear Lord. I mean, it's a good thing they were not, beaten to death or put in jail for God knows how many years. And I'm very sorry Ariel left, because I kind of wanted to address the whole Jordan part and how he basically says that Jordan does not, Jordan should be Palestine, basically, and just move on, and we'll just take the rest of the land. This is very sickening, what happened here. And oh, hold on. The other thing that Ariel said that I wish he was here for is the whole freedom of worship. I mean, I find that a myth. I mean, this is a fiction that Israelis are actually given freedom of worship to Palestinians, yet they storm Al-Aqsa Mosque, which they do not belong in. And other than the past days, we've had videos of them storming into Al-Aqsa Mosque and adding their musical instruments and dancing in the middle of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and nobody seems to say anything. The only reason why it's coming about right now, because this is perfect for Netanyahu, right? This is perfect for what's happening in Israel and all the protests. This is great for the Israeli people to go back and be in fear again, because God, you know what? The Hamas is going to come and attack them again, right? So let's forget what's happening and put that aside, and let's just, we'll just accept this government and we will not riot against them 100%. And you have someone else who decides to discuss the whole, friction between Sunnis and Shias, right? So Hamas is a Sunni government, right? So therefore, why? Tell you something. I have Palestine in my veins, and I'm not Palestinian. My kids have Palestine in their veins, and they're not Palestinian. My son, who is autistic, will come and talk to you about Palestine, but he will fail to discuss other things because of his spectrum. So don't think that Palestine is going to be set aside because some government officials decide that they are willing to, normalize relationships. You just said that, what was it? Saudi and Iran is normalizing a relationship, but do we actually believe it, Shoja? Well, do you actually believe that all those governments are normalizing it because it's the same, they assume that they're going to be as important or be able to have the whole freedom and, completely neutralize everything with Israel? That's never going to happen. Omar discussed how during the Qatar World Cup, you saw the people of all different nationalities in Qatar. This will never be normal. Sami decided to share with you guys what happened in Algeria and how tables do change. This is not keep happening, and you're going to continue to take land. And you discussed 1967, and let's look at the maps and how much land has been taken. And we talked about what happened in the summer. Did anybody discuss the cemeteries that were torn apart so they can build more settlements? Did anybody even mention that? Or do those bodies do not matter? And yet you have the U.S. who's giving billions and billions of dollars, and that's okay, right? Because Israel has the right to protect themselves. God forbid Palestinians do that, because they're not normal people, right? They're barbaric. They do not understand democracy, as all sources said, or Benjamin or God knows who else said that.
I never said that. I want to make abundantly clear, I do not believe in that assumption.
Well, I'm sorry.
That was not me.
I'm sorry if I said it was you, but regardless, whoever said that, this whole idea that one part is human, the other is not, is just beyond disgusting. And for the 6,000 or 7,000 people here listening, I would love for you to look at my page and see the things that I post every single day about what's happening in Palestine. Look into what is happening. Look at the child, the 12-year-old running for safety and trying to hide away from 6-7 soldiers who are beating him nonstop. And nobody seems to say anything. The only reason why it's up and about right now, because I told you, it's perfect for the government. It's perfect to hide what's happening in the background. So let's be human here, okay? Let's be human. Let's look at these people. Let's not think Israeli Palestinian. Just be human for the love of everything holy in this world. Stop this whole fiction and assuming this whole victimhood. Anything that would come about, you're going to go back in history. These people do not understand democracy. These people do not want to change. Hamas is doing this. What do you want them to do exactly? You want them to constantly be attacked and have them bow down to you and say, please do more? Give me a break here. Stop going around in circles. I'm sorry. Please let me speak, because I'm beyond furious about this, and I probably won't be allowed to speak again. But regardless of
no, you will be. Go for a back and forth. We just don't let someone like go for like 20 minutes.
For now, thank you very much.
So real quick, yeah, thank you, Rasha, by the way. No, you would have been able to stay up here and had a little back and forth. You said something earlier that I did not want to inject into the conversation just because, not because you said it, because I didn't want to. But I did have questions. So we've done the Israel protests and everything else, and you kind of brought that up. And I'm in the United States, so we have our own things that we look at kind of in a weird way when things happen and the timing of them. And I did want to see, because it seemed to be that there was a mostly general consensus that what happened at that mosque was not good, especially the way it was handled, and how the conversation has completely shifted away from what they were discussing in Israel. Now, I'm not necessarily suggesting that it was intentionally done. What I am suggesting is the timing of it is just really odd to me. And I did kind of want to interject that in the conversation, but I didn't know where to put it in without sounding like a crazy person, because I'm not suggesting anything of the sort. But I did want to get some feedback on that a little bit. But I do want to go to Yehuda. But, are you positing that it was intentional?
100%, because it serves the interest of the government. 100%. Well, it allows people to move away from the constant protest that's been happening in Israel and to focus on something else. And suddenly they're the victims here, right? So let's look at everything. Let's look at the whole picture. No, don't look at one thing. And God forbid if something were to happen with Lebanon, and Lebanon has the right to do whatever the hell they want, 100%, right? I'm Lebanese all the way, so 100% they have the right to do what they want. So if anything were to happen, it's because of the storming of Al-Aqsa. Let's not forget that. I did not hear Ariel say that he was against it, and I was quite saddened by it. And I did not hear Raphael say that either. Raphael just gave us a bogus story about pita bread. That's all.
Well, to be fair, Ben did, and a couple other people.
It's not bogus. It's there. I can show you.
Oh, are they getting counseling? I hope they're getting counseling for what they want to do.
May I jump in?
Is that Yehuda?
It is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thanks for letting me speak. What an interesting conversation. And I did want to address a couple of points of information. One was Omar had made a comment about Israel defining its borders. I think it's pretty clear they do have a position on their borders and the post-67 borders. And addressing loan guarantees, yes, before the 73, 74, Israel didn't receive the guarantees and the money from the West, collective West, like they did after 67 correction. But, Syria and Egypt and the Arab Republic there received billions from the Soviet Union. So I'm just saying, if you look at, on balance, payments from different powers to the Middle East, it's quite big on both sides. And if you look at today, how many billions the United States gives to Egypt, Jordan, and the Palestinian Authority, it's actually larger than the amount that are given to Israel. And Israel's forced to purchase their equipment in the United States. It's just a point of information. Someone made a comment about Israel being not maybe economically strong and relying on handouts. I think that's an arguable position. That's one point I wanted to make. The second point is Israel being in the strongest position ever. I think Israel's in the worst position. Israel's greatest enemy is not Iran or the Palestinians, and I don't think Israelis writ large look at Palestinians as subhuman or barbaric. I think that's a strong man argument there to our friend who spoke just before me, Russia. I can guarantee you that the misery experienced by anyone really is felt by everyone. But when it comes to Israeli political fragmentation, as you can see, and I'll make no bones of where I land on that spectrum. Benjamin Netanyahu, obviously, how do I say this? Well, I have nothing nice to say, so I won't say it, right? But the person is obviously affecting and threatening to destroy Israeli democracy. That's why hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Israelis have come out to protest. So it is not in Israel's interest at all. Even in this situation, it's not a setup. When you referenced Al-Aqsa, some Jewish people would be a little offended that Jews shouldn't be there. As an Orthodox Jew, I wouldn't climb the Temple Mount, or I could along the borders, because that's just not something I would do. But for the simple fact that there was a temple there and people want to visit, they have a right to visit. This current conflagration, which does occur quite often, it's not new. It's obviously, there are malign forces who will make their way to the Waqf, and they'll throw stones at people praying on the Western Wall Plaza. And what's Israel's biggest problem? Their heavy-handedness. They're very, very clear that they will act very aggressively. Personally, I think it's a horrible idea just because of the optics, and we're here talking about it now. But I think what's important to my friend Rasha there, I think I want to say is, I try to look at the good in people from both sides. And I'd like to think that not everything the other side does in their heart of hearts is something based in hatred and they're evil and they're monsters. And I think that if some people were to look at the Israelis that way, I think there could be a lot more progress, at least of a kind, that could be advanced, because this isn't a black and white issue. It's not about Palestinians being victims and the Israelis being bad people. I'm pretty confident if you were to take 7 out of 10 Israelis walking down the street and said, hey, if Palestinians had a state in the West Bank and there was no violence and they had a capital in East Jerusalem and there would be no terrorist bombings, would you be cool with that? I'd say 7 out of 10 would say, absolutely, I don't care. And that plays out in the polls. It plays out all over if you know the area. I know a plug. I know a guy, Corey Gill Schuster, as a Canadian living in Israel, and he often has these conversations. Most people want peace. I think the nefarious motives attributed to all of Israel, I think, are unhelpful, and I don't think they're accurate. So I just wanted to add that point, and thank you for letting me speak.
No, thanks for your contribution. Who shall I go to? Russia?
Yeah, I just wanted to what because he was said they Orthodox Jews should be able to go in there. Are you allowed to be inside the mosque though?
So the mosque the mosque isn't holy for the Jews. The Dome of the Rock, where allegedly the foundation stone of the navel of the world, if you want to get into religious spirituality, is considered to be the seat of where the Aron Kodesh, the Holy Ark, sat. So the mosque would be on the southern end of that. And not particularly of interest, except for like tourists or something. And I think you said something about playing drums.
Right. So that's what I discussed. They were inside the mosque. Yehuda. I'm not going to discuss the other part because that's not the room for it. But when you are inside the actual mosque and thinking you have the right to it, or storming inside the mosque, I would love for you and any other Israeli in here to say this is not acceptable. I would love for you to come up here and not give us history. And I don't mean any disrespect for anybody, right? But let's be realistic here. This was instigated by whom? Okay, let's not go around in circles. Let's be very, very clear. This was instigated by the ones who decided to go in there and attack these people during Ramadan while they go in there and they pray, and they will pray till right before sunrise. So let's not go around in circles. Let's just be very
Russia,
clear.
I think you're missing a point here.
I don't think I'm missing a point.
So let me.
I will say this. I will say this
Okay,
to Russia. Russia, I am born in Israel, and I absolutely agree with you. Right? I have no interest in going into another person's holy place of worship. I absolutely agree with you. So there, I agree with you.
Great.
I do want to say that I didn't say anything about going into a mosque and playing drums. I know that there were people on the periphery of the Har HaBayit or the Temple Mount celebrating a Jewish holiday in the last couple of months. I don't think that's it shouldn't be controversial. But I mean, you asked who started it, if that's really the question. I don't know. I wasn't there, but I do know that when inappropriate forces within the Palestinian community, and I think they're marginal. Launch fireworks or throw rocks at the Jews praying on the Temple Mount on the Western Wall below. That's a pretty incendiary action. So from everything I've been an Israel watcher for a long time, and I can tell you every time it's Ramadan or when a Jewish holiday coincides with an Islamic one, and you have some rabble-rousers that will cause trouble, the Israeli response is always to go full force, which obviously, in my opinion, backfires tremendously. And unfortunately, people like Hamas and Islamic Jihad and certain groups within the Palestinian body politic know that, so they know how to wind them up. And unfortunately, they do it quite often. And the Israelis, either willingly or unwillingly, always commit to the same course of action. I think it doesn't work, and I think the Israelis on the panel here probably agree that a lot of people just go, gosh, just maybe deal with it a different way. But you have the Jewish population in Israel who will then say to their government and their police, why does my 2-year-old kid have to get hit in the head with a rock at the holiest site in Judaism because someone wanted to be, a very bad person and do that? So I think we could all have a period of time where we could list our grievances and we'd be here forever. I think the question is, what's the way forward? I mean, is there going to be a Palestinian state if the malign actors within Palestinian society are given such prominence? I know for the majority of Israelis, whether or not there are lefty Likud people, like on the left of the party, or the centrist or the left, no one wants this. No one wants this. So I think the best solution is to promote those voices that don't promote ahistorical, and that's why history is so important. Those who continuously promote ahistorical beliefs that, for example, Jews don't belong there, that they're not from the region, they're Khazar converts. The list is long. I think accepting reality and saying, hey, we're going to have to live together, I think that's the first step, because I think unfortunately that's not a very, very common belief in certain parts of Palestine.
Yehuda,
Yes,
I've done a number of Israel-Palestine spaces, and I've spoken to many Palestinians and people from the Jewish faith. I've rarely spoken to anyone, if not ever, who said that Israelis shouldn't be there at all. I think everybody accepts that Israelis and Palestinians are there now, and the reality is that what is happening is most Palestinians are viewing it as their land or their homes are being taken away, one home at a time, one street at a time, and that's essentially what's happening. And you see it just from the change in the map, how the land or the places that are basically occupied by Palestinians is reducing time after time after time. And Sheikh Jarrah, which was very recent, is a prime example of that. I agree with you. There should be, sides should have peace. They should be working towards peace, but unfortunately that's not the case. And you've got a scenario where, as you said, I remember Khaleesi mentioning it, actually, ironically. I'm sure it was like a week ago. It was very soon anyway. It was very, and she said, she made the argument, she said, every Ramadan, and this was her argument, every Ramadan, Israeli forces come, they invade Masjid al-Aqsa and cause a situation where people are assaulted and abused. And lo and behold, she actually said, someone said, she may not have said this, someone else said this, that maybe because of the internal politics that are happening in Israel, maybe there won't be an invasion into Masjid al-Aqsa this year, but unfortunately there still was. So that's like the other side of the argument, and hence why, even when you're mentioning some of the grievances you have, the significant grievances that Palestinians have, the fact that they live in basically essentially an internment camp or an open prison is how many people call it. I think these things are all there. And in reality, but if it was up to me, and me and Benjamin talk about this a lot, you could have a solution. You could have a two-state solution. I know Israelis would never accept a one-state solution, and it solely is the Israelis who wouldn't accept it because they become the minority. So but again, that would be the Palestinians accepting that. Guess what? That's off the tables completely. And let's just work towards a two-state solution. That's them giving up a position and then arguing for the second position. What's your thoughts?
Well, it's a good point you make, but just also terminology is important and words count. So when you say invading Al-Aqsa Mosque, it's quite, it can be. I don't get offended personally, but you got to remember.
Yeah, for
the people, where the Al-Aqsa Mosque sits in the Dome of the Rock is the equivalent of the Kaaba in Mecca. And imagine all the Muslims were kicked out of Saudi Arabia, and the Chinese built a big Buddhist temple.
But Yehuda, can I just ask you a question on that? Because I speak to a lot of Jewish people, Benjamin being one of them, as I said. I'm not trying to play the card that big, but I do speak a lot. I'm very interested in Judaism and from a theological and philosophical perspective as well. And what I've been told from ultra-Orthodox Jews and generally anyone who is strict to the Talmud is that actually it is impermissible, according to Judaism, to even step foot in that area.
Yeah, so, but I'll just add that. So, look, as I've said to you before, for myself, I'm not religious, right?
I'm sorry, I've been waiting for 5 hours. Can we please at least follow the hands for three users, please?
So I'll just respond quickly, Suleiman.
Go ahead, Benjamin.
So what I wanted to say, no, listen, there are, for people who are Orthodox, right? Yeah, absolutely. An Orthodox Jew would not go up to the Temple Mount. That is true. But
no, hold on, Benjamin, you can. So you can send it. You could technically, the halacha is if you were to actually hug the wall, the retaining wall, some rabbis would say that's permissible. If you
that's like a semantical. I mean, if you follow the Talmud strictly and you don't basically.
But at the end of the day, you know, although it's not a huge deal for me personally, I mean, it's a historical, just to say that, you know, based on the fact that Orthodox Judaism, some branches of ultra-Orthodox Judaism say you can't go up there. I mean, I would have an issue with that in the sense that 80% of Israelis are not religious at all, right? So if they want to go up there to visit as a tourist, they should be allowed to 100%. But for me personally, I don't care. It has no importance to me.
For Benjamin, your argument there is and that's fine. So your argument there is from a tourist perspective, and I was just trying to say because Yehuda's argument is from a religious perspective,
right?
And
I'd like to address
even from a religious perspective, there's a significant disagreement. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead,
let's take a quick pause first. Can you check there's a video came out. I want to tweet it out. I've just sent it to you a DM just to check it out before I tweet it out. And because I want to discuss it, it's about what happened, the clashes at the mosque from a couple of days ago that led to all this. So if you can check that video, and I'll tweet it and I'll pin it for the audience. In the meantime, there is breaking news that at the mosque that was raided, the Al Aqsa Mosque, there's clashes that broke out now. Apparently, I'm just looking at the also so you can check in our group. So that was just sent through. It broke out 4 minutes ago. There's clashes that broke out. So we don't have any footage or anything like that.
It broke out a while ago, Mario. I retweeted it. So the Palestinians were going for iftar, and they were prevented from entering the mosque. I sent it. I DM'd it. I know Suleiman DM'd it probably on fire, but I DM'd it to him maybe half an hour.
Okay, so clashes broke out half an hour ago, and what do you know about those clashes? How serious are they?
They look pretty serious to me. So the food laid out. The video's there. I can DM it to you, and the Palestinians are going because it's time for their suhoor, sorry, not iftar. And the IOF forces are there with their batons. People are being, hit to the ground and stuff. Obviously, there's no shooting or anything, but it looks like mayhem. I'll send you the video.
I'm watching now on TV.
There's a live feed, Mario. I'll send you the live feed on Facebook.
That's the Facebook link in our group. Yeah, okay, cool. When did the clashes start? About half an hour ago?
I'll tell you because I literally tweeted it the minute it happened. Give me 1 second, Mario. It was
35 minutes ago.
It was 1 hour ago.
I thought it was 30. Oh.
Yeah, I'll put it on the net. It was an hour ago, and because I tweeted it exactly the moment it happened, and I've just posted it in the net so you can see it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, and I'm just confirming if I can post some footage that we haven't been able to verify. I'll send it to you also, but it just shows as well, just an interest. It's going to add to the debate about what happened at the mosque. So what do you think of the footage, Sulaiman? I know you're typing to me. You can tell me here if you want. Okay, you want to type.
Yeah. I mean, the footage, if it is legitimate, does show that within the mosque there was retaliation. So either there's retaliation or it's instigation. So both are possible.
And just about the mosque as well, Suleiman, there generally is a really tight control. The Waqf is obviously signed the responsibility. However, the Israeli police in the old city, which for the most part are actually Israeli Arab Muslims, they often dictate the terms. So if they feel that I can't speak to this because I've not watched the news and I don't know what's happening currently. But in general, from a security perspective, if they feel that there are certain types that are there to cause trouble, they will close access to certain males of a certain age. So I don't think, I've never heard of them carte blanche banning everyone for a certain or long period of time, but it could be the situation. I don't know about this one. I can't speak to it, but in general, that's been my experience.
Let me go to Maria.
Can I get some thoughts? Can I get some quick thoughts on that video, or not now?
Yeah, sure you can. I was going to go to Brunella because I know she's been.
Yeah, of course. We'll go to Brunella, and Brunella, you can also give us your thoughts. I've just tweeted out a video. We haven't verified if anyone else has seen it, but it does show what some are calling Islamic extremists or Hamas members. And I know some people said that there were people within the mosque that came in, locked the doors, and they started instigating what led to the riot police storming the mosque. So you can all watch this video. I've just added it to the thread, and I've pinned it above that particular video. You can all watch it together, and would love to get some thoughts. Is that instigation? Is that retaliation? What can we say about this video and what we're seeing? So I'll let you all watch it. What do you think, Slima? Because I know you watched it before I posted it.
I posted also 1 hour ago, and just another. I think from now on, if they don't do a big bombing and killing a lot of people, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
Yeah. If they're gonna be in the next days, they're gonna be horrible. They're gonna be a lot of more provocation. It was all a provocation until now. I need to tell you something. I was waiting now all these hours, and I did with my heart, because I've been waiting, I think, 6 hours under the sun to enter Jerusalem from Jordan, because they didn't like a friend of mine that worked in Lebanon for some years. And then we had interrogation of, I don't remember many hours. And we were so exhausted that to wait for a few hours to speak about those things is nothing. But then when you see how these people live, when you see how many hours of their life they need to wait and queue and stay still and don't complain, I just wonder, how can they survive without getting mad? And then they come over, they beat you, they torture you, they kill your kids, they take your house, and you should not, and they pretend not to be a provocation. But which human being can survive this torture for more than 70 years? When we talk, and we try to talk in a way of politically correct about Palestine occupation and apartheid, it's hypocrisy. I'm sorry, it's full hypocrisy. We cannot do this. Israel violates 28 resolutions of UN security, and you also violate every kind of possible human law that exists in the planet. Mr. Benjamin was talking about that he needed to wait because he's not allowed to go to walk in the mosque. There are people waiting for the body of their kids for years. Because
when did I say I have to wait? No, please. When did I say anything about that?
I was not.
Oh no, you made a claim.
I was not able to interrupt you. Don't interrupt. Wait.
No, but you just called me up by name, and you.
Hold on, Brunella. Just I think usually we don't like interruptions, but I think when you make an allegation against someone personally and they want to correct it,
I can rectify the words. He just mentioned. Sorry, just mentioned that he would like to have a walk on the mosque. Okay, this is what he mentioned.
That's not what I said. That is not what I said whatsoever. You're not paying attention. That is not what I said. You misheard clearly.
I understand wrong. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I understand wrong. So let's say there are many of Israeli people that would like just to have the chance to share the mosque where they can pray or have a walk like the Palestinians do. And then you think, imagine they cannot have a walk in the mosque, and those poor people, they cannot even see the dead body of their kids for years and years. There are no excuse. Biden said many years ago, Israel is the best investment that we did in the Middle East. If Israel didn't exist, we should have invented one. And they use Israel. Something is changing now in the geopolitics. Probably Israel will not have all the support because there is a new country that they need to support badly. And so Israel is losing grapple interest for them. Talking about, for example, I live in Berlin. I go outside and I have in the floor the stones with the names of the people that was badly removed from their home, and then they were killed. What is the difference? Are they gonna have in Israel the name of the Palestinian when they take the house of them and when they kill them?
Yeah.
So it's going to be
Brunel, I think that's a quite big.
So no,
big
I'm sorry. That's exactly
the Holocaust.
No, I'm sorry. It's exactly the same. And do not use things.
No, it is not the same, and that is a disgusting. Mein Frau, that is disgusting for you to say. Mein Frau, no, that's disgusting.
I have a friend called Vittorio Arrigoni that was killed in Israel, in Palestine, because he was supporting the people. Let me tell you something else. When I was living close to Israel,
Hold on. So hold on, Brunella. I'll let you. Yeah, I know you've said a lot of things,
I'm
but
sorry.
I
Just
think,
give me 10 seconds. I wait 5 hours. Give me 10 seconds and then
I know there's people that waited.
I know.
I'll give you 10
Just give me
seconds, but I
10
just do want to
seconds.
point
Just
out.
10 seconds.
I will.
Please, 10 seconds. It's only 10 seconds and I'm leaving. When I was living close to Palestine, and we were wearing the kaifa for the Intifada, from one day to the other one, nobody was wearing the kaifa anymore. And I was the only one together with an English gentleman, and I asked, why nobody's wearing the kaifa anymore? You know what they say to me? Because they take you and they bury your life in the desert. That's the sign 3 or 4 of us disappeared. He said,
Oh God, auf Wiedersehen, mein Frau,
I'm
auf
sorry,
Wiedersehen.
this is true, and I'm sorry.
Brunella, you said 10 seconds. So I'll let Benjamin to respond, because I know a lot of points were made and some were very extreme comments. So I'll let you respond, Benjamin. You're muted.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much I'm going to say to this lady. At the end of the day, look, you made some comment about I don't even know what you were trying to. Some kafia and people burying you alive in the desert. That's beyond ridiculous. Show me one, even from Amnesty International. Show me one report from Israel's even most, the country that hates it the most, saying that anyone has ever buried anyone alive. Now, as your point with Berlin, and I think that is absolutely. You can offer all the criticism you want of Israel. Yeah. So then. Okay, Brunella, please provide in the Jumbotron one documented, verifiable, even claim by any of the NGOs or international groups, Amnesty International, that has said wearing a keffiyeh would result in somebody being buried alive. I mean, that's just ridiculous. The second thing is, you're talking about Berlin. You're trying to, you're saying that the situation with the Palestinians, well, I agree with you that it is a very bad situation. I'm not saying that their lives are not terrible and that is a large result of Israeli policy. Of course, I'm an objective person. But for you to say from Berlin that it's the same as the Holocaust is disgusting. And I think you are too for saying that.
I have a question for you. I have just one question for you, if may I?
Yeah, I need a cigarette after listening to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Bernard, you ask a question.
Thank you. Can you explain me why in America there are only 2.4 Jewish and half of them are billionaires? All the billionaires.
All right.
Mario,
this is. Go ahead, Benjo. I'll let you respond, and then we'll go.
So Mario, I've always enjoyed speaking with you, but now she's segueing into the conspiracy theories, right? So, yeah.
But I'll let you respond to them anyway. Also, maybe you want to take this one. You're pretty good.
Yeah, that all sorts. I'll just.
I'm just going to say, Benjamin, if I may. Look, this is simple. I understand from Palestinians, absolutely, we do not want to dehumanize Palestinians. 100% get it. I 1,000,000% understand it, and we should have a legitimate conversation. Got it. If anybody here thinks to equate anything to the Holocaust, you're not even worthy of being in this space and should be banned immediately. That is disgusting. That is reprehensible. That is unacceptable. Like, just stop it. Enough.
And ulcers, blood
and
libels
to say
don't
that
help the
2%
Palestinians.
of Israelis live here and get the fuck out. Sorry.
General people.
May I speak, please, now?
Just really quickly. Area A, B, and C. You asked, how does this get fixed? Area A, B, and C should just be Palestinian state with Gaza. I mean, it's not rocket science. It's where it has to go. There has to be mutual respect on both sides, and there has to be a commitment on both sides to make that happen. Problem on Israel's side is it's politically, the defragmentation is enormous, and hopefully the only good that might come out of what's going on now with Bibi and his crazy plans and his bizarre government is it could push and swing the Israeli electorate right to a centrist majority government for the first time in its history. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
So let me just jump in quickly. Hadi and Sana, can I get your thoughts on, and I see a few hands up, so we'll go to them. Can I just get your thoughts on not on the comments that we just said. Instead, I want to go back to what I was talking about just before the lady, the panelist spoke earlier. Sorry, I forgot the name. Can you look at what I just pinned above in terms of the events at the mosque? Also, I'm not sure if you saw it as well. Can you guys let me know? And that's the latest pinned tweet for the audience. So it's just above. Can you let me know what you think after watching that video? And the video, for anyone that hasn't watched it or can't watch it, it just shows. So the way I would explain it is, how would you explain that video, Simon? You're pretty good at explaining videos. So
yeah. So when I looked at it, there's 2 points. The first thing is I've been told it's not from the first day, Mario. So that's the first point. So we do need to verify that. Halisi will probably give us more.
I did put a comment that we haven't verified the video because I knew that.
Yeah. So Halisi's adamant it's not from the first day. So I will. But anyway, on first look, when you look at the video, it looks like there's clashes, and so it could either be that they were instigated by by the people in the mosque, or it could be that they were defending themselves. So both are possible because you can't basically verify that from the actual video.
Yeah, I think
Mario, I think it's an important thing to highlight though. Like, I think this is something very important we need to highlight. Like there is legitimate investigations that has come out against the Israeli police force of just gross human rights violations against Palestinians, right? I mean, we just have to acknowledge that the Israeli police,
I think, and that's a very good point you've made. I think that this is a very valid point, that they do, that police brutality, from what I've heard, is relatively common in some countries, Israel being one of them. Obviously, we've talked a lot about police brutality in the US.
Mario, it's not some countries. If people are gonna, think it's not some countries. Like some countries, police brutality is a bit problematic. But let's be clear: when you look at some of the videos that come out of Israel, it's not just. You can't make the comparisons.
It's a whole different level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I've never looked into it. So, but I've had a lot of panelists say this and a lot of comments saying this, and also that's the point you're making. So, and then the question is though, there's two points. So did these clashes, and Khaleesi, I'm not sure if anyone has more information. Did this happen when? Because there's two narratives coming out, and either one does not validate what one of the videos we saw. One of the videos on the thread just shows people on the floor, handcuffed. Doesn't matter what they did, sitting there beating them up is not okay. Doesn't matter which narrative is the right one. But on one side, they're saying that people came into the mosque, extremists came into the mosque, locked the doors, and we talked about one person saying that in the video, but I didn't tweet it because I couldn't verify it. Locked the mosque and didn't let anyone come out past the 10 p.m. deadline. And as the police were coming in, they started throwing fireworks, whatever we saw in that video. That's narrative number one. And narrative number two is that the people were praying inside, the police came in, police brutality ensued, and then these people were defending themselves. It's very hard to connect the pieces together from unbiased sources. Khaleesi, I know you've been watching. So, where do you stand on this, Khaleesi?
The first narrative. I've just got questions. Okay, so obviously, I completely endorse what you said. Some of this stuff, it can't be verified to the degree where we can say it's 100% correct. So I'll say that. But I've got questions, like common sense questions. So the first narrative, somebody came in, terrorists, whatever, extremists, whatever you call them, and they shut the doors and barricaded all these Muslim people in. I'm assuming that at least some of the Palestinians had mobiles and they would have filmed it if they were barricaded inside, but yet not one piece of footage has come out of this so-called barricade. Okay, so that's the first thing. So I would just denounce that theory. The second theory, I do believe, because there seems to be a lot of Palestinians in there, including children and women. So this is what I pieced together yesterday from all the information that I got last night. That it was after prayer, just after prayer. Electricity was turned off. The IOF soldiers came in. They started beating people up. They arrested all the men that were in there. So this I can believe. Okay. Now this footage that's just come out now,
This isn't from the first day. Second thing is, the video that I posted an hour ago is the Palestinians going for suhoor, and you can see what's happening there. Third thing is, I'm assuming, given what I saw this morning, where they weren't even allowed to pray in the courtyard, the mosque was closed. The mosque is under lockdown. Forget it. So they were praying in the courtyard, and you can clearly see what's happening to them in the courtyard. You know, their prayer was interrupted and they were pushed. And
sorry, quick pause. So you're saying, when you said it's not from the first day, was the first day Tuesday?
Oh God, you know what? We've been running a space since last night. So let me. What day is it today? Now it's Friday, right?
It's Friday morning for
Friday
you,
morning.
if you're in the Middle East. Yeah.
So yesterday was Thursday. Wednesday night, when this actually first happened, the first.
So with the first time they entered the riot police entered the mosque and everything happened, was that on Wednesday or Tuesday?
No, it was Wednesday night.
Okay,
no, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday, Khaleesi, because today's the third day of Israeli fast.
You know what? Suleiman, this is the second.
The reason I say this is and I'm just gonna, can you pin it above, please? The tweet by Censored Man. I've just liked it, so if someone could go in and see my liked tweets, and then you'll see it. Let me pin it above. And the reason I'm pointing this out is that he tweeted this. He said he got it on Tuesday. So if he got it on Tuesday, does that mean it's on the first day, Sulaiman? Or if he got it on Tuesday, he tweeted it on April. He tweeted it now, but he said he received, and I know Censored Man, he said he received that video on Tuesday. And he's confirming that to me. Yeah, he confirmed to me he's got it on Tuesday. So if he got it on Tuesday, does that mean it's on the second day or first day? And I want to get a bit more context on that as well.
This is the video you're talking about. Okay, sorry. So I was getting my wires crossed with you. Okay, so I actually thought that was today. But fine, it could have been the first day. If he's saying it's the first day, I don't believe that.
I'm just confirming.
I'll confirm. The first day was Tuesday, guys. Just to clear the confusion.
So he's messaging me now if he got it on when he got that video. Oh no, that's from today. Okay. This video that I pinned, this video that I included in the thread is from today, not from Tuesday.
It's not. Okay. No, I tweeted it because the information I got from the source, it was from this morning, as in the suhoor, when they went to actually eat to keep a fast. This morning, after everything that's happened through the night with Lebanon and Gaza and everything, this has happened at Al-Aqsa. So it's literally just kind of instigating it a little bit more. The video I'm talking about, that I don't think we can, like you've asked me about the verification of some of these videos. So there's a video where there appears to be men in the mosque. Some fireworks are going off. It's dark. They're running around. That I cannot verify at all. So where I asked about
the first video, Khaleesi, that's from the first day.
No, so Russia, I don't buy that, because they were the first day the electricity went off. Okay, right. And people were beaten up and men were arrested in there. Now there were a lot of people. I saw the picture of the men that were arrested, and it was just after Tarawih prayer. So there were a lot of people in there. Now, as things have gone on,
may I ask you, something? Sorry to interrupt. Is this the picture with the men with zip ties on their arms?
No, I'm talking about the actual video. But just let me come on to this video. I'm trying to speak about one video, and I'm just building up to it. But so the video that's just been released today, which shows these 4 or 5 men and fireworks going off and stuff. I mean, the mosque is empty. There's just like 5 or 6 men there, and they've got their faces covered. And they've got their heads covered. Sorry, Rasha, let me just finish, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I haven't interrupted anybody, and I don't. So I just want to finish, because you keep saying that's from today, but I want to make my point. And my point is, Al-Aqsa Mosque is closed. It's closed. Nobody can go in. So how can you say it's from today? Who shot that footage?
It doesn't really matter.
Well, exactly. I don't think it does matter, really, to be honest with you, but we're just asking for the verification of it. But I agree, it doesn't really matter. There was a point I wanted to come back to, but I'm not sure if Mario or Suleiman want to go back to the conversation, but it's something that Suleiman said earlier. And I know we're not going to take the topic there, but I just want you to think, Suleiman, about something you said about, the majority-minority thing and the two-state solution.
that's equivalent of South Africa saying at that time when Nelson Mandela was released from prison, because the black people are in the majority, we're just going to give them a tiny bit of land somewhere else because it's not going to be a democracy. And Benjamin, when you used, actually, I don't know, I think it was All Source News, when you used India, Pakistan as an example, India, Pakistan are already two nations. They're not one nation, All Source News. We're talking about one country here, so it's not an equivalent. You can't compare the two, apples and oranges.
I was going to make the same point. I'm glad you gone back to that one.
But no, that's fine. It's just
a woman never forgets.
Sorry, before anyone. Sorry, Halisi, before you come on. So the reason why the date's important is, Halisi, because it's not. It doesn't seem like this video that Mario has posted is from today, because the date is on the 5th, which means that it's either going to be the first day or before that. Now, some people are texting me and saying that it's actually an old one from a year ago or 2 years ago. So
this is the fireworks one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you know what? I suspected that. So as soon as you sent it to me, the first thing I got was, I've gone on YouTube and I was looking, and then I obviously wanted to speak. So I've stopped looking, and I do believe it's old because it cannot be from now. They shut Al-Aqsa, which is why people were praying in the courtyard. You know, these people that are eating the food is in the courtyard.
So Halisi, it's not the courtyard, because the courtyard thing happened after, isn't it? So what?
Exactly, because Al-Aqsa closed is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So these people cannot be in the mosque.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But Halisi, the way the argument is being presented is, you know, the very first time when them boys were basically, you know, those people in the mosque are tied up and beaten with batons and so on and so forth. The argument is that this video is being presented as this was the start point and then that was the result. So hence why we're trying to verify if this was from the first day or if this was from years before.
It cannot be on the first. Look, Suleiman, look, the narrative that's come out from Israel is that they, you know, the people who went in to pray, it was prayer time, it was Tarawih time, and they barricaded themselves in the mosque. Are you telling me at Tarawih time, the only Palestinians that were in there were half a dozen guys with their faces covered and nobody else went there to pray? Do you know how busy it is at Tarawih time? The mosque is full, the courtyard is full. I mean, it's packed, right? So this was after Tarawih, the prayers had finished, people had started leaving, and this kicked off. And if you see the video that I posted, you can actually see women and children scared when the police are beating people with batons. You know, they're just beating people. Electricity was shut off. So I don't believe that it was the case that there was just half a dozen people in there, because there's no barricade. You can't, who did they barricade? Where's the public that they barricaded in there? There's nothing. It's just, you know, I mean, and this kind of stuff is going to come out, but I don't know who said it. I don't know if it was Benjamin or somebody, that Lebanon and Gaza, and you know, and people are probably going to lose their lives. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality. I think it's now irrelevant, because what I saw, these like the video now at Suhoor where people are being stopped from eating and being attacked, it's cruel for me to say this, but it's irrelevant. The other video about the barricade, it's irrelevant. The action was done. There was a reaction with rockets and things have escalated. And that's the thing, isn't it? And it's always the case every Ramadan. I think I said this to you even 2 weeks before Ramadan, Suleiman. I was like, in 2 weeks, it's going to be Ramadan. And this is going to happen because it happens every single Ramadan. There's an action, there's a reaction, and then here we are again.
May I jump in?
Can I chip in?
From an Israeli perspective,
yeah, let's go for Yehuda, and then
please.
Yehuda.
Okay.
Can I also?
So I've been
can I just clarify the video?
I've been biting my tongue a bit because I know.
Yehuda, sorry. I was just talking on stuff. Yehuda, can you also comment as you answer? Just comment on one more comment. I'm going to read out a message. When it comes to police brutality, Israel doesn't even rank globally. They're nowhere near Syria, El Salvador, Venezuela, the Philippines, Nicaragua, or Brazil. I think these comparisons are to pretty other extreme countries. But if you can comment on the comment that All Source made. All Source, by the way, I know you dropped. I'm sending you a request. The comment that All Source made about police brutality being common in Israel and Israel is known for police brutality. So if you can elaborate on this, is that a fact? Is that a disputed point? We'd love to get your thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, fair question. I'm not an expert on that. But first thing I'll say, I do come from a security background, but I'll say this: in my experience, I've been manhandled by an Israeli police officer before. It is a different atmosphere. They're very security minded. They don't have any patience for anything they consider to be a threat, and I was considered a threat. So I can imagine for a Palestinian It's probably worse. Would I say they're the worst for police brutality worldwide? I don't know the stats, but I highly doubt it. That's my personal anecdotal experience. I do know. I'll give you just anecdotal comment. I went up on leave. I was going to, spoke to my rabbi. I wanted to take a picture of the Dome of the Rock. This was before cell phones and special cameras. It was just an old film camera. And I went up, tried to go up, and I had a backpack just because I was a kid. I was 19, not a kid. And the Israeli police officer happened to be an Arab Israeli Muslim. And he said, "What's in the bag?" I go, "Just my stuff." He goes, "Nope, you're coming to pray." I'm like, "Absolutely not. I just want to take a picture." Pushed me, told me to go away. I later filed a complaint. And the police commander in the old city near Jaffa Gate, also an Arab Israeli Muslim, I said, I'm just, just wanted to take a picture. I'm really not here to cause trouble. He goes, "Listen, if my officers didn't let you in, it's because there were people on the other side. It would have been a big issue, and you would have caused us to come out and do stuff." So they're pretty clear. I would say they're pretty, in my experience, I thought, well, he pushed me, he shook me, but so what? You're lucky there wasn't a riot. Go away. And he kicked me out. So that's my own experience. I can't speak to Palestinian experience or other people's experiences, but I will say this. I really want to say all of this talking about, action and provocation and Khaleesi, not to call you out personally, but you said, well, it happens all the time. Basically, the implications, Israelis have nothing better to do but, upset and piss off, Palestinian worshippers. And then when
no, I'm sorry, but that's your interpretation, and I didn't say that. I said it happens every Ramadan. And no, if you're going to quote me, you have to quote me properly. I said every Ramadan.
It's my interpretation of what you said. So
it's wrong interpretation.
If it's incorrect, I apologize. But in what I'm feeling is that there's this belief that Israelis have nothing better to do. Not you, but maybe other people say, and they just want to upset Muslims praying to their God, and they go in, and then the rockets come from Gaza and Lebanon, and somewhat the culpability is on Israelis because they just wanted to attack random Muslims praying. I would argue the opposite. I would argue that the Waqf lost control. That young men who came to cause trouble, and the Israelis reacted in the way they usually react. That's usually what I see. Now, I posted a photo to the nest that my friend Murad from Masr over here from Egypt, he, there's a picture of a bunch of Palestinian worshipers. They came to pray. Obviously, they went to the mosque to do iftar. And you know what Muslims who are praying do? They wear their shoes in a mosque because that's what Muslims do. Every single person is wearing shoes that has zip ties. If Israelis are good with human intelligence. When the Israeli police, who are Muslim Arabs, especially all around the environs to the Temple Mount, that means the Israeli police aren't stupid. They put Israeli Arab Muslims there specifically because they will know the language, they know the culture. And when they see a bunch of 30 groups, a group of 30 young men wearing their shoes in a mosque, which is a big no-no if you know anything about mosque culture, etiquette, then they get squirrely, and then that's when the batons come out. The picture I posted shows those men in the mosque, and they're wearing shoes, and they're zip-tied. That should not be controversial. So my belief is, my perspective, since we're giving perspectives, is you have 90%, 95% there to do the right thing and pray and do their thing. And then you have rabble-rousers. I'm not going to say it's an organized thing. Maybe it is Hamas. Maybe it is, PIJ or whatever. They go in. They're not there to pray. They're there to fight. They want to provoke a reaction, and they want to pull out their cell phones and take pictures. That's my perspective. So that's just the opposite perspective, and I wanted to share that because I don't think it's controversial. Russia, you could look at the picture. Why are those men wearing shoes in Islam's third holiest spot? Doesn't make sense to me. I yield the floor. Thank you. And Murad's here. Thanks so much.
I shared that picture, Yehuda, that you're talking about. And afterward, after I shared it, I saw somebody make that comment. And yeah, you're right. That thought did cross my mind. I have been to Al-Aqsa. And from what I remember, because sometimes in a mosque, when you go in, obviously the carpet's straight away, and then there's a little part of the carpeted area where you can actually put your shoes on racks and stuff. But then I did think objectively that every single guy in that photo, because I thought maybe some guys had actually put their shoes on and then they were arrested, but every single guy did have shoes on. So I take your point on that because I did actually think that.
Because a lot of them were heading
just before
out.
Mario, just for context, I just want to give updates after this, but I'm just going to give context about something. People are missing to say that there's a religious practice happening in the middle of Ramadan in the mosque called Atikaf. So people go there. We do it all over across, especially the Levant region, Lebanon, Syria, Palestine. The half of Ramadan, a lot of young men, they go and sleep in the mosque for around 3 days, and they practice some sort of what do you call it, religious reclusion. So we don't talk, we don't, and of course they have their shoes with them, and if they're gonna see an attack, they're gonna wear their shoes and they're gonna attack back. So I think that's why they have their shoes, and that's why they were inside. They were not barricading themselves. They were practicing a religious thing we've been practicing for centuries.
No, this is false. Nope, this is false. Islamically, this is false. Nope.
This is completely correct.
100%.
Sorry, I missed what you said. 1 second,
The concept behind wearing shoes inside mosques or wearing shoes while you're praying is derived from Salat al-Harb, or the prayer of war. You're wearing your shoes inside the mosque or outside when you're praying because you're expecting that you're going to go into action.
All right, but they
please do not. I'tikaf has nothing to do. I'tikaf has nothing. I'tikaf has nothing to do with wearing your shoes inside the mosque. Yes, you bring them inside, but you never wear the shoes inside the point because this is absolutely false.
Okay,
this
wait.
is absolutely false.
This is not false. We're talking about why they were shoes inside, not wearing their shoes. They were not praying in their shoes. They wore their shoes after they were being attacked. That's what happened.
So while they were being attacked, they got their shoes on.
After they were attacked, they wore their shoes and they were staying inside. The Israeli regime said that they were barricading themselves, which is not correct. They were doing atikaf. This is what they were doing. So I don't know why you're trying to.
I don't go to. No one goes to atikaf with firecrackers.
You're trying to shift your point.
No one goes to atikaf with firecrackers. No one goes to atikaf with firecrackers. No one goes to atikaf with firecrackers. No one goes to atikaf with firecrackers.
Right, 1 second, guys. Just one point of note. I do think M is right. People don't wear shoes to do itikaf. He is right.
They didn't wear them to do itikaf. They wore them after they were attacked.
Even then, I mean, unless you make the argument that what happened was they got attacked and then all of them managed to put their shoes on.
Because they have their shoes inside. It's not that hard.
That's Haki Balash.
Okay, but what I'm being told is, separate to that, the actual videos that Mario's posted are accurate, but some people who are posting the images of the boys being in zip ties is actually not from this incident.
That's from last year.
Yeah. So where is the pictures? Where's the video from this incident where they've got shoes on?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I have the videos. All the videos, Suleiman, are here up on your posted them.
Who's speaking?
Scroll here above. Hey, it's Rafael talking.
Oh, Rafael. Sorry. No, I mean, this incident that happened. You got them with the shoes on, yeah.
Yeah. You can see them running inside the mosque.
Not running. We want ones that they were praying inside wearing shoes. Where's that from this incident?
Not praying. That's not praying.
Okay, then your point is invalid. Sorry.
So if I may, just quickly, Salman, just FYI, because again, we're seeing activity again in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? Protests, Israeli police presence, etc., etc.
No. Right now, I just posted a video. Also, currently, they're just praying. As like there are no any
right. But what I would like to highlight, and this is kind of where the breaking news is.
Thank God for that.
We're seeing again rockets being launched from Gaza into multiple, not just one or two, but multiple cities in southern Israel. And I think again, like this, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit again, just for context, and then I'll push it back to you, someone for the speakers to see. We're having such conversations about such minute details, which is important, but it just goes back to this, the difficulty of the piece. But then again, this cycle of escalation, right? And I think what we're seeing now, and I don't think I'm the only one who thinks this, is that we are seeing again the repetition of key indicators that would show that this conflict is going to escalate and that there's probably going to be a multi-day war or a multi-day conflict. We're going to see probably a couple of days, if not maybe a week, of rocket attacks and airstrikes back and forth. And the Al-Aqsa Mosque increases the tensions. Gaza rockets, Israeli airstrikes. And these are the things that when you're trying to, Mario, and to something that he always asks is like, How do you know if something is going to escalate, right? So you look for indicators. And right now, what we're seeing in the current situation in Israel and Palestine is all the indications of that this conflict is going to escalate and continue on, at least for the next couple of days, at least, unless there's a rapid intervention internationally to broker something. We're going to see this continue for at least the next couple of days as everything stands right now.
Also, thanks for that. You're right. That's actually the major issue, really. But just, Raphael, your video is actually really good. It actually clarifies this whole conversation. Because what your video shows is essentially what the argument was from the beginning. That what happened was these people, the people in the mosque, they closed the mosque off because they were upset. Obviously, whatever reason it was that they were upset, but they closed the mosque off. So they had time to put the shoes on. So I think that whole argument is, it obviously did because the rocks are there. They go there, they got the shoes on. So they had time to do it before the Israeli forces came in, and then, the beatings happened and so on and so forth. So I think that clarifies the whole issue in terms of...
Suleiman, if I can add before I leave, because I'm about to leave. I stayed too long here and just want to chip in some few stuff before I'm going.
Go for it, whoever that is.
So one should think about why in a holy place you go there in order to fight. You have a pile of stones and fireworks beforehand. I mean, what do you think the reaction will be when you close the doors, when you need to open the doors at a certain time for the prayers, okay, for the people who pray? And there were people actually were saying that they tried to leave this area, but a group of people that were inside the mosque closed the door for provocation, okay, and didn't let the people leave. And I'm talking about women. Khaleesi, you asked not to interrupt to you, and now you're interrupting to me.
Okay, I apologize. Go on.
Just listen to yourself sometimes. Okay, I mean, you talk,
right,
and I listen to you, and I appreciate your
very
talking.
triggering when you speak to Raphael, but I'll be good and I'll wait.
Thank you. I mean, I'm about to close the microphone, and I'm going down to be just a listener. Things to do myself as well. So there were women and old men and children that they want to leave the mosque after praying, but they were barricaded inside by a group of people who just tried to do some provocation for the videos, for the spread around the news, see how the Israeli forces going inside just beating up people for fun, which is incorrect, okay? The police there in Israel, the border police, is not going to break into a mosque just for nothing, okay? There is an indication, there's an information. The Israeli military and the police are not just acting because they want to act this way, okay? And there were fireworks and there were stones there, as usual, like any other Ramadan in the past couple of years that the youngsters, okay, I'm talking about the teens and the people that are in their 30s, they gather up, they incite the people inside the mosque to have clashes with the Israeli forces there, and as a holy place, okay, as a holy place, as a mosque, it's not like a new mosque, it's an old mosque. It's a very holy, like the third holy mosque for Muslims, and this is how these people treat this holy place. They deface this holy place. Even look, not just recently, but if you look on different videos of what's going on in the Temple Mount there, near the dome, people playing soccer there, kicking the ball. Like, this is a holy place. This is the day. Some people see it as just a playground. That's a shame. Okay, that's a shame. If these people really believe in God, they believe in their religion, they should act peacefully, not ready for a war. That's ridiculous. So excuse me. Like,
most of the Muslims.
Wait a second, Yuda.
Raphael, I just want to provide some news. Sorry. I just really want to jump in because I think it's important just for the audience. This was 40 seconds ago from local security forces. Update: around 40 rockets were launched from Gaza towards southern Israel. ISF Home Front Command has instructed Israelis in southern Israel to stay near bomb shelters until further notice. More Israeli airstrikes on Gaza are expected. 40, again, that's a lot. So, sorry, continue, Raphael.
10 seconds and I'm out. So, I think that you should see how the Israeli forces, they entered not because they want to beat up people, but because of the way the young Palestinian the people inside the mosque and closed the door, they were prepared to do such an act. That's it. Closed case.
Khaleesi, I know you want to respond.
Hold on, just one second.
Yeah, so I'd like to come back in there, just very quickly, Rasha. So, Raphael, I don't know if they had stones and fireworks when they went in the mosque. You're telling me that, okay? I
Where
don't
did
know.
they get the fireworks, though?
No, wait. Come on. Let me just speak here, okay? I don't know if they did. I mean, that video is the one that we're saying is not even verified yet, okay? Because I've seen the video of the beatings, but the firework one, I think it's old, and I'm trying to find the actual one. So anyway, I did find one from 7 years ago, and 9 years ago, and 5 years ago, actually, where the police have gone in, the IOF have gone in and beat people and I've seen this from on YouTube, even the Israeli channels were reporting it, and there's clips of them in Ramadan. So by all means, Google that. Just do, attacks within Al-Aqsa, Ramadan, and you'll find them all. So that's fine. But coming back to Raphael's point, I don't know that they had stones or fireworks, to be honest. But let's assume you're right, they did. And you asked the question, I mean, why would they take these in? So maybe because of the history of what happens every single Ramadan. There is an aggressor, and you're saying that these people do not even have the right to take stones in to protect themselves. Now, that's the first point. The second thing is, you talk about in their religion, if they were religious at all. I mean, I'm just like a little bit galled that you don't see the irony of you saying that. Yesterday on the space, I was talking about when the last onslaught on Gaza was, or the one before, four children between the age of 9 and 11 playing on a beach, shot down. Playing football on the beach in Gaza, shot down by Israel, and all Israel turned around and said, wait, let me finish. This is I'm talking fact here, Yehuda. Google it.
No, that's not fact. It's your opinion. You should say you believe, because we don't believe.
No, I don't.
That's not true.
No, come on. I
Yuda, let her speak, please.
Yeah, absolutely it was. Because you know what? Israel themselves turned around and said, oh, it was an accident. We got it wrong. There were 4 or 5 journalists, and a couple of them were British, and I knew one of them at the time, and that's why I remember this very well, who had just gone out and played football with those young 4 boys on the beach, had gone back into whatever cafe they were sat in, which was on the beach, to have their coffee, and they saw those kids being shot. And I remember one of them, seeing a picture of one of them, picking the body up and trying to run with it. So I would challenge everybody and anybody on this space to Google that incident. And
I can challenge you on that, Khaleesi. I can challenge you.
That's fine. You know what? For somebody who's going down and spoken their last word, you suddenly put your hand up again, Raphael, but never mind.
No, I know, because I'll challenge you that. But I'll challenge that on the next day.
But I'll challenge on the next day. Right? Challenge Raphael. Listen, this is one of the problems, right? Because when you guys challenge, right, you don't challenge with facts. You challenge with your
No, I do have facts. I do have facts.
Because Raphael, here's the thing, right? The reason I say challenge with facts and not rhetoric in your opinion is you made this big song and dance about, as Muslims and if their religion. I mean, just take a step back and look at that statement, right? Israel is... Wait.
Listen,
Raphael, listen. So it's a little bit hypocritical, isn't it? If you told me off for not interrupting and you've done it for the 3rd time now. Let me finish. There you go. I heard you. So just hear me out. I think it's a little bit hypocritical. And I make a real point of trying really hard not to bring religion into this. Because the minute we bring religion into this, we actually lose sight of what the real problem is. And the real problem is the treatment of human beings. No human being should be treated in this way, irrespective of their faith. So when you sit here and say, oh, as Muslims, they took rockets and fireworks in, I mean, seriously, are you really going to go there and say that, Israel doesn't treat them in an inhumane way? Israel doesn't bomb Gaza completely. It's not even proportionate in terms of response. You said they went in they didn't go there to beat the Palestinians up. It's because the door was barricaded. This is what you just said. And they had to then kick the door in. So what happened? They didn't go there to beat them up, but once they got through the other side of the door, they just decided to do it. Let me finish.
Come on.
So they didn't go there with the intention of beating them up, but once they got the other side of the door, did you see the video? The way they were beating up with their batons? I mean, who does that? Why?
I'll tell you that.
My last point. Wait, guys, my last point.
Oh my gosh.
So why would you? No, listen. You've got to listen out now. So my last point is, when you bring up their religion because they took rocks and whatever you claim into the mosque, then I would question the religion of those people with the batons who were beating human beings in a holy place of worship like they were animals yesterday. So we can both play that game, but I suggest we don't.
No. You know what? I'd like to respond because it's getting a little ridiculous. Khaleesi, you say you saw a video. You saw a video, 30-second clip. I have been in the Kotel Plaza where rocks and huge rocks and fireworks come down on people. Your argument is so ridiculous. What you're saying to me is a psychotic Jew beside me who says, "Oh, they're throwing rocks at us. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring a grenade and throw it over the Kotel, the Western Wall." No. I have to finish and listen to you, so you're going to listen to me. I imagine I told the religious Jewish guy behind me who was a nut job, you know what? I'm going to throw a grenade because they're throwing rocks at us. I would say, you're crazy. If he had a grenade, I would pummel him and put him down on the ground and have him arrested. Your comments are so incendiary and bizarre. And unfortunately, I think you're coming from a good place, but I don't think you're seeing the forest for the trees. No one goes to the mosque for anything, for salat, for anything and they collect a pile of 100 kilograms of rocks. There's only one reason why you collect rocks. You don't bring firecrackers to a mosque. You don't wear your shoes in the mosque. Maybe sometimes the simplest answer could be the correct one. And in this case, you have 100, 200, 500, 1,000 Muslims coming to celebrate Ramadan, and you have 10, 30 jerks, dummies, idiots who think, you know what, I'm going to cause a ruckus. So how about this? The video or reality didn't start when you saw the video. What you probably missed was people chucking rocks over the wall to land on the worshipers below, and the Israeli police saying that's it. Let me explain something on a geopolitical level, if I may. Every time Israeli police have to enter the Al-Aqsa Mosque, every diplomat and every Arab country has to call and say, listen, this is what happened. Here's the proof. They were throwing rocks. They were doing firecrackers. We had to do it. We don't want to do it, but we got to send people in, and we're gonna mess up the people that are doing it. It's the reality, and I think that you're falling for a scam. And I'm not saying Israelis are perfect, because they certainly aren't. But you have to use your common sense. The Israelis gain nothing. They lose political capital around the world. They get crapped on. Here's a room of random people on the interwebs of 6,000 people who are crapping on Israeli soldiers or police going in. Use your head. It's common sense. They don't want to be there. If there was
it's not the going in, it's the going in and beating them like they're animals. It's not the going in.
So, Yehuda,
you know the problem. Yehuda, the problem. One second.
Sorry, Suleiman.
One second.
Who threw off?
One second.
Okay, but it's the root question here.
I'll go to you next. So Yehuda, the problem.
I wanted to answer, please, Suleiman, if you don't mind.
Mario, can I just give update on the situation we're talking about now before I leave? There's
go for Hadi. Okay, Hadi, give us an update, and then let me just go to Yehuda. Go for it.
All right. So the first one is the UNIFIL in South Lebanon confirmed that they were informed by the Israeli side that there's going to be an attack in the area. The second one, the media linked to Hezbollah, that's the only statement that came out of them. It was just descriptive. So they just said the areas that were bombed. And the third one is, I think there's not going to be a statement, because every Friday during Ramadan, Hezbollah leader Nasrallah makes a religious speech. So I think he's going to use his airtime today to basically make the statement. So that's why there's not a statement going to come out soon.
So that'll be later today than morning, Hadi?
Yep, it's going to be, I think, before Iftar Lebanon time. So it's going to be around 6 Lebanon time, something like that, probably. Or after Iftar, like around 9.
Which time zone?
Lebanon, Beirut.
Which Beirut? Now you have 2 time zones because you don't have a government.
No, it's changed back. You need to update yourself. It changed back.
Thank God. I was making a joke, I know.
Right.
Guys, I hope you have a wonderful night. I'm out.
I'm going to come to you.
No, take care.
So basically, Yehuda, the only thing is, with your proposition that what you probably missed, and you said probably, is that they were throwing rocks. The problem is nobody's reporting that. So even the Jerusalem Post, as Benjamin explained, that their argument was that what had happened was there was people in the mosque who had called the Jewish police. So that's the argument that's been made from the Jewish side.
The Israeli side.
Sorry, from the Israeli side. Apologies, please thanks for correcting me. I do apologize. It is 5 a.m. here. And the second point is, so that was the main point. And the second point is, look, we've got the video. I think I forgot now his name now, Raphael, when he posted the video, it clearly shows what happened. It wasn't a religious thing. The people who were in the mosque closed the mosque off, and then they went to the shoes. You can quite clearly see that's happening. The shoe racks are there. So I don't think it's some kind of mass conspiracy thing. There's no, in that footage, in any of the footage from today, there's no evidence of rocks. There's no evidence of fireworks. So when people are bringing these arguments in, they're basically trying to confuse the issue from past events. Now, in the past, if you want to talk about past, then what people can talk about past issues, about different incidents that are occurring. But for this specific issue, I just want people to be clear that in the evidence that we have, in the videos that we have been verified, there's no evidence that there was any fireworks or videos. Now, that evidence could come out in the future. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but right now there's no evidence for it. Rasha, go ahead, please.
I just
can I
want to
respond
say,
real quick?
no, please, Yehuda, 1 second, please, because you were talking about what's ridiculous. So I find it very ridiculous that Raphael decided to sell the narrative that the Israeli forces went in there to protect Palestinians, for those, degenerates that wanted to walk in with the shoes on. I mean, I find that very sickening to sell that narrative. You have shoe racks in the side. People go in and take their shoes off and put them on the side. And the Aqsa Mosque is not a tiny mosque. It's a big mosque. So you don't think when they see them barging in, hitting people, they're going to go put their shoes on to want to flee so they don't lose their lives? Let's use some common sense. And common sense has to be very common. And it's not set in one narrative you want it to be. Okay, Raphael? It makes absolutely no sense.
Flee after closing the doors, because you close the doors first and then you flee.
It's
right?
absolutely, oh, please. This is what you say. You assume everything you say I'm going to believe, just like everything I say you're not going to believe, right? That's fine.
No, ma'am, because we've been negotiating this since 2019. The Egyptian General Intelligence Service keeps doing this, has been doing this for 4 years, trying to bring peace and asking them to stop doing this. We've been negotiating with them for 4 years, telling them to stop doing this.
Right, but I'm not done talking, right? So you can speak after me. Thank you very much. So let's go back to common sense, right? So when you talk about them going in there to protect them with sticks and beating them, and you have women with hijabs on that are filled with blood, give me a break. Give me a break.
Why are they there anyway,
6,
in the first place?
There are 5,000 people here. God knows how many people here before. So before you say something like that, think of how ridiculous and dumb it sounds. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I speak, how many worshippers have the Israeli police, who are mostly Israeli Arab Muslims, murdered in the Al-Aqsa Mosque? The answer is 0. So the fact that you even said that they're
you wait
afraid
for them
their
to go
lives.
outside and then beat the living crap out of them and then kill them. That's what you do.
And Yehuda, what right do they have to
Not
be
you,
there
Yehuda.
in the first
I don't
place?
mean you personally. I don't mean you personally. You know who I mean. Thank you.
And also, if I may add, the Aqsa is in East Jerusalem, which is under international law belongs to the Palestine.
No, it's not. Doesn't actually under international law.
It does. It does. It's East Jerusalem, and there is no need for Israeli military to be present there.
Technically, it's under a resolution that requires a peace treaty with Jordan and the Palestinians. So it's not under Palestinian sovereignty. It's not been declared yet, but the Palestinians have, but not under international law. So if you want to, let's just be clear about terminology. When it comes to Russia, I will clearly say it's very simple. I'm going to call a spade a spade. Do I think that the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu, with this clown Ben Gvir in government, is it beyond them to do something dastardly? Absolutely not. I wouldn't. I wouldn't put anything past them personally. But as someone who's been there, lived there, seen quote unquote Ramadan celebrations by a very small select group of rabble rousers, troublemakers, if you don't think there are troublemakers on the Palestinian side, you're not being honest to yourself, and you're doing yourself a disservice, and you're lying to the audience. There are people that have no interest in peace. And you know what? I have cousins from Beirut and Min Halab, and I can tell you something. I know what's going on. And I think this whole nonsense about Israel bad, Khalisi keeps saying IOF, it's silly. Let's just say the army. You don't like it, I get it. But let's stop pretending the other side are boogeymen. It's not true. It's just not true. And
you're saying you have relatives in Lebanon. Let me tell you something. I am Palestinian.
No, I don't. No,
born and raised in Jerusalem.
They're not there anymore.
Let me tell you something, Yehuda, please.
No, I don't have them. They're gone.
Fine.
For a reason.
Fine.
Think about it.
I am Palestinian,
and not
born and raised in Jerusalem. My parents are buried in Jerusalem. My grandparents, my great-grandparents. But I am not allowed to go visit. Why? Because I'm Palestinian.
It's horrible.
Right? Tell me this is not
no
apartheid
in
now.
Jerusalem? It's not apartheid. You can't go visit Jerusalem. You have an American passport.
Yes, but I'm not allowed to go unless I get a visa pre-approved.
You can, as an American citizen.
Yes,
So guys,
as
real
an
quick.
American citizen with
guys.
Palestinian origins,
Yeah.
you need to get a pre-approved visa right now.
Guys, all right, guys, real quick, guys. I got an update. I got a couple updates going on. Appreciate it. So just an update that just came through. Following the continued shooting from the Gaza Strip, an Air Force tank and aircraft attacked military positions of the terrorist organization Hamas along the border of the Gaza Strip. So that just happened. And then we also had Israeli missile defense system intercepts a volley of rockets fired towards Sderot a short time ago just by Palestinian militant groups in Gaza. So definitely some attacks are ramping up on the border there. And it looks like it's now not involving just air, but also ground, and not just interceptions or defense. So it seems like the tensions are ratcheting up pretty good. Trish, if I may, and because I would like to push it on Tim, but I think one important that when we had this conversation about Israel, and I got it. We talk a lot about Israel as a Jewish state.
Also, just quickly, go ahead, Mario. I don't know if you guys mentioned, but there's just an IDF tweet 8 minutes ago. Did you guys read that out? So the Israeli Defense Force has begun an operation involving tanks, combat aircraft, and drones against Hamas positions along the border with the Gaza Strip in an attempt to stop the ongoing rocket attacks. This is an official statement by the Israeli Defense Force. Not sure if you guys...
Yeah, Trash covered that. And again, this goes to the issue of escalation.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, this just continues and continues and continues, and this is going to last. This is going to last a couple of days at minimum, if not longer. I personally...
It's common for them. Is it common for them to use tanks in those instances?
And so
where
they do.
No.
If I may, so tanks are okay. Don't focus so much on the platform. It's just it's the overall scenario, and this aspect of how they're measuring it and how they're saying it and how they're utilizing it. No, we haven't seen this since 2021. So I think we're going to see at a minimum a conflict comparable to May 2021. That doesn't, and so the question then becomes, how does this continue on, and how does this? But it looks like for now, where I think is important to highlight, and I think this is where we need to look at Hassan Nasrallah's speech, Secretary General of Hezbollah, right? Where does Hezbollah, kind of respond to this? I don't see right now. Again, we have to wait, but we haven't seen much more in the northern front. In other words, the Israeli-Lebanese border. So is this like the tit for tat in the northern area and is done, and they don't want to get involved in this anymore? But what we are seeing right now, clearly, continuously, is a significant escalation between the Israeli and Gaza border. 40 rockets were launched, which is a significant rocket salvo. That is a big salvo, and now the Israeli comment. So we're going to see now this response over there. So I think at a minimum, Mario, we're at probably at May 2021, and depending on how much longer this goes and how intense it gets, do we start going back more and more of escalations and comparable historical examples?
Also, so I'll say that.
Well, also, do you think that Hezbollah would even want to respond? Somebody earlier in this space was talking about the oil fields, and they use that as a reason as to why, like, Israel would attack Lebanon. Sorry, gas fields.
Natural gas, yeah.
But I feel like Hezbollah is in a position where they wouldn't want to attack it more than Israel. So, also, what do you think about that?
I think so. Where I'm at, but again, this is the problem, right? Because sometimes the situation on the ground forces you to respond. Be damned your own interests, right? We see time again, interests be damned from an economic or whatever. And groups respond. I think the situation, the economic, domestic, political situation in Lebanon is a huge limiting factor for Hezbollah to get involved. Right, I think that there's a lot more concerns within Lebanese domestic politics and economy that kind of probably lowers the ability of Hezbollah really trying to ignite something. However, right, we did see a couple of weeks ago what Israel accused a Hezbollah operative attempting to do an IED attack in the north, and that kind of then precipitated an increased Israeli activity in Syria. So again, you can look at the situation and be like, oh, well, clearly we see the situation on the ground in Lebanon, and what we see, they probably don't want to escalate. But at the same time, as everybody here acknowledges, there are very emotional factors that requires a response, right? The Al-Aqsa Mosque can be that trigger. It can simply be that trigger that says, Hezbollah says, we're going to respond. Now, Hezbollah can just say, we're going to launch let's say, a rocket attack against Israel from the north. But then that rocket attack kills an Israeli soldier, let's say. And then you look at Israel, it's like, well, we have to respond. Again, the problem when you're running into a situation of escalation is that the escalation can accelerate. And then a factor that you did not consider when you did an attack planning can cause unintended consequences that then escalates it even worse, because now you're forcing the other side to respond. So clearly, Israel and Gaza, we're going to see a conflict, unfortunately. It's terrible, but it's everything is indicating it's going to go on. Does Lebanon get dragged into this because, let's say, Palestinian groups in Lebanon try to respond? Israel conducts more robust attacks. Does an Israeli missile kill a Lebanese civilian that then Hezbollah says, now we have to defend Lebanese national sovereignty? So now we're forced to respond. And that you can just see, so it's hard to predict. The question that everybody has to look here is, what are the indicators that show that a conflict is going to occur? And right now, all the indicators are ticked that's going to happen.
Also, I really appreciate your perspective, but from a national security perspective, that will not happen, number one. Number two, you have a person here, Murad will tell you, the Egyptians are going to get reeled into it by the Israelis and the Palestinians and Hamas.
Absolutely.
In Gaza.
Absolutely.
And the Egyptians will tell Hamas what's what. I'm not the co-host, but gentle people, can Murat respond, because he knows a lot more than
let's go to Murat, because he has had his hand up for a while.
Thank you. Well, first of all, this has been happening since 2019. It's the same play, and it happens in 5 or 6 acts. Act 1, you get instigators inside Al-Aqsa barricading themselves and then picking a fight with the Israeli police. Act 2, the Israeli police responds. They take videos. They start posting those videos to the internet. Oh, my God, they are beating us up while we're praying. Number 3, you get a missile or a rocket fired from Gaza. Number 4, you get IDF responding. Number 5, you get another player trying to get into the game. This time it's Hezbollah. Number 6, you get an operation against Gaza. There will be no land incursion in Gaza this time. It will probably be an aerial campaign to take out some of the Hamas infrastructure there. Then Hamas will cry wolf, and then we'll beg everyone else for financial donations. Then the Qataris will come in and say, hey, we're going to send Hamas this amount of money to rebuild. Then, hey, everyone's going to tell Egypt, Cairo, why aren't you letting all the cement and the steel and the aid that we're sending to Hamas go in? And it never stops. They have been doing this for 4 years now. Everyone who's in this business, everyone who's been tracking this for their entirety of their lives, know that this is exactly the Hamas playbook. Who threw off Fatah officials off the roofs in the Gaza border? It wasn't the IDF, it wasn't IOF, it was Hamas. Hamas staged a hostile takeover against the legitimate authority in the Gaza Strip, turned it into an open-air prison, denied Palestinian youth of any hope in a proper future, in proper governance, fighting corruption, of course, and they are even more corrupt than Fatah. Okay, and they have been using them as human shields in this open-air prison for more than a decade now, firing rockets and insisting on the resistance and insisting on all that. By all means, they had a chance to pursue peace over and over and over and over again, okay? And they now are tired and crying because they're saying the Arab countries are not supporting us anymore. Well, we're supporting you. We want you to take your agency first and then govern a state, right? But they don't want to do that. They want to continue fighting this fight till the end. They want to, eradicate Israel or do whatever they want. Iran is in this game. Syria is in this game. And everyone is just sick and tired of this. People are being fed lies. Activists online are using their beautiful accents and their good English to push a narrative that has nothing to do with what is happening on the ground of reality. What's happening on the ground of reality is that EGIS phones up Hamas, phones up PIG, hey, knock it off, stop. What do you want to stop? What do you want to stop? We want a couple of $1 million sent in donation money that they steal and they don't use for rebuilding the sector anyway. For more than 5 years, they have been doing this.
Murad, let me ask a question. Sorry, why is Hamas still in power? Some people say it's because of Egyptian intelligence.
No, by all means. Hamas was born as the...
No, what I mean is the fact that Egyptian intelligence bails them out all the time.
We don't want to bail anyone out, but we don't want it to see any more death. And this has become a chronic conflict, right? There is no way out of it unless direct negotiations are resumed according to any formula possible. There are plenty of formulas out there that everyone can follow, but Hamas is refusing to sit down to negotiate. They want to resist till the end. Fine, if you want to resist till the end and you want to control the future of hundreds of thousands of Palestinian youth and indoctrinate them into violence and indoctrinate them into resistance and continue cooperating with Iran and continue assembling rockets and continue smuggling weapons and continue instigating violence, no one is going to support you anymore. No one is going to stand behind you anymore. We keep channels open with them because that's one way to secure our eastern borders. Hamas is a problem. Hamas is not being supported by the Egyptian government. Hamas was the armed faction of the Muslim Brotherhood, and the Egyptian government has just crushed the Muslim Brotherhood into oblivion. And if they can crush Hamas right now, they would fucking crush it.
No, but what I mean is that some people on the Israeli side would say the reason why there's stability in Gaza somewhat is because the Egyptians are trying to play the responsible adult role. They're trying to assuage anger on both sides, and they're very effective at it. A lot of people forget about Egyptian intelligence, and they don't realize that if it wasn't for that, there would be probably a full-scale Israeli invasion of Gaza. That's what I personally believe.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's right because, again, I know Emmy gave a very, his own perspective on it, but like we know, Egypt gets, other than Israel, Egypt is the second most funded country in the entire world from the US. So that funding doesn't come in from a vacuum.
Military funding program, 90% of that money ends in America.
You said funding.
Because 90% of the money ends in American contractors' pockets, and we're financing our own defense industry and financing our own defense procurements right now.
I just don't believe that.
So, can I just jump in here? So basically, the border between Egypt and Gaza is the Rafah border, okay? And that Rafah border, what you're saying here, who was it who was speaking? M, okay? So what you're saying, M, right? Based on your narrative, Hamas shut down that border and they are keeping the Palestinians in Gaza in prison. This is Hamas's fault.
We're shutting them down because it's the treaty that we signed with Israel.
Them down. Okay,
yes, because we are respecting international law. Hang on.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I need to explain why we're shutting.
No,
we're shutting because the international treaty that governs that crossing was signed with the Palestinian Authority. It was not signed with Hamas. The Palestinian Authority is not in control of
now
Gaza.
we're getting somewhere. So you signed a treaty with the Palestinian Authority, who don't actually represent the Palestinian people, but that's fine. We'll just park that for now. To shut down a border.
Maybe if Hamas allows an election, we can know whom the Palestinian people wants to represent.
Let's not go down the election and how that election happens and stuff. I know all about that. But we're going to go down a rabbit hole. So let's just say you signed a treaty. Your country did. Your government did. Okay, with the PLO. To shut down this border, to imprison all the Palestinians in Gaza.
The Palestinian Authority is not PLO, ma'am. Please be very...
Okay, the Palestinian Authority, whatever. You signed it with whoever. To shut down a border, imprison all these Palestinians in Gaza, and you are now sat here saying how there's 2 points I'm going to make. This is the first one. Let me just make them both.
Do you know the number of Palestinians who crossed the borders last year?
You know what? This is
for humanitarian conditions?
Because
you're gonna have let us speak. We let you speak. I actually let you speak. I'm sure no one interrupted. So just let us speak. Let her finish your point, and then you can come back. Go for it, Khaleesi.
Thanks, Suleiman. I only have 2 points to make. And this is the problem that I have, that people come here and make all these points, and the minute you challenge their points, they then want to add all this color and extravagance and, exaggeration to it. You should have done that in the first place, because from what you've said, I'm going to make 2 quick points. So your government signed whatever agreement with whichever Palestinian Authority, PLO, whoever it is, that you're going to shut down this border, okay? And you're going to keep all these Palestinians in Gaza in prison. Nothing goes in, nothing comes out, restrictions on what they can have, medicine, food, spices, everything. I've actually been to that border, by the way. And I don't usually tell people that, but I have been to Rafah. So I know what it's like at Rafah. It is a prison camp. So your government decided to do that. Yet you come on a space and call out Hamas because your opening line was Hamas is imprisoning its people. Hamas is using them as tools. You forgot to mention the fact that your government has kept them imprisoned. That's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing is, Hamas is using them as human shields, you said, and Hamas is doing X, Y, Z. You forgot to mention the bombardment of Israel when it bombs Gaza, when it kills people, the shootings on the beach, the poisoned water, the ruined agriculture. How life is in Gaza. So you haven't actually called out Israel at all. So I would say to you that firstly, you need to hold your government accountable. And
So what happened before Hamas took over Gaza? Were any of those conditions in place? No. So Hamas took over. They threw Fatah officials off buildings, literally dragged them through the streets in motorcycles. I don't know how you could claim to be such a humanitarian, frankly, when Hamas, which frankly wants to murder me in Canada, by the way, Hamas has a charter.
What did you do to them? Why did they want to murder you in Canada? What did you do?
Well, I exist. The Hamas charter. Do you know the Hamas charter? Oh, yeah, Muslim. Kill the Jew. The trees of the Hajar tree will call out to you to let you know, or the rocks will call at you to murder the Jew hiding behind him. How do you not know this? You're very sophisticated.
Don't change This is pure propaganda, Suleiman. You shouldn't allow this. This is worse than anti-Semitism, to be honest.
Yes, it is. This is like equivalent. This is like when people ask about anti-Semitism. That's like basically misappropriating
100%
certain religious texts and basically making it look like it's a
No.
It
is in Hamas treaty. I mean, I'm sorry, but in fact, there's a reason why Hamas was declared a foreign terrorist organization.
That's
in their charter. The death of Israel.
To kill Jews. I mean, that's a fact. Jews worldwide, not Jews in Israel, not Zionism,
worldwide.
not Zionists, worldwide. So, frankly, I don't find anyone who can sit
No.
give
I wasn't saying that.
Sucker.
What I was saying was about the behind the trees and behind. I've not read the charter, but behind the rock argument, which Yehud is.
That's in the Hamas charter. They quote it directly from Hadith. Now, I'm not here to talk about Hadith. I'm saying you can interpret it any way you want. I'm letting you know that the Hamas charter calls for the eradication of all Jews worldwide. So frankly, as a Jewish person, I find it pretty bizarre if anyone should hold water or provide succor to someone, to Hamas. So if you say, oh, Hamas, they're not bad, you're wrong.
If I could just chime in, sorry. So yes, I'm certainly not defending Hamas. I am Israeli born, but listen, I also have to say, just to be objective, I mean, listen, there's rhetoric on all sides, right? Yes, the Hamas charter says that in Arabic. Yes, it does. But so what, right? I mean, at the end of the and don't pile on me for this, but at the end of the day, Hamas itself, has acknowledged, look, at the end of the day, there is going to be a state of Israel. So I think that the fact that they've just my own personal, pardon?
They have not.
Well, they have. They absolutely have. What do you mean?
No, they have not. Hamas has not. Hamas has declared a hudna, a temporary ceasefire with Israel. If any, as an Orthodox
Ismail Haniyeh made a statement to Al Jazeera saying, at the end of the day, there is going to be an entity called Israel.
Right. And he didn't change his own charter. He's got all the power to do it. Let me tell you something very clear. Still means something. I don't live in a post-truth world. If any Orthodox Jew said to me that an Arab life is not worth a Jewish fingernail, I would not only not talk to him, I would chastise him. I would say,
you live in a selective truth world. It's selective truth, isn't it?
No, it's not selective truth.
Yeah,
I would say any.
You're a hypocrite, Yehuda. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Well, that's fine. Yeah, okay. I'll be your munafiq. That's fine. I will tell you this.
I don't think we need to be cursing at each other. I mean, let's just. This is
guys. Sana. Let's let Yehuda finish this point. Yehuda, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I would say if any Jewish person who claimed to be observant, a shomer Torah mitzvot Jew, a Jew observant of the commandments in the Torah, said to me some egregious, disgusting statement about Muslims, not only would I disassociate myself, I would shame him. When Hamas says the most egregious and disgusting things, relying upon Islamic eschatology to gin up hatred for Jews, every person who's a Muslim or every person who is quote unquote pro-Palestinian, I consider myself pro-Palestinian. I want the Palestinians to have a state. Why? Because that will bring peace. But if you eschew the values of Hamas, frankly, you are either a terrorist or an idiot. You should never call for the murder of another group of people based on some immutable characteristic. If we can't all agree on that today, there will never be peace.
We can, Yehuda. Listen, you're right about that, right? So here's the thing: we can't be selective. I said you had selective kind of facts because I think it was last month when Bezalel Smotrich, one of the senior ministers within Benjamin. Right. So wait. Within Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet said that an entire Palestinian village should be wiped out, to the degree that even America had to condemn that statement. So if we're going to talk about it, let's, and I try not to do this, Yehuda, right? Because what I don't want to do is say, well, you know what, you know what, you've made a statement, so I'm going to make another statement. But I'm just showing you an example of how selective you are. This was last month. Wait. No, he asked for an entire Palestinian village. He said our army should go in and completely clean up, wipe out, bomb, target, kill an entire Palestinian village. Google it. I challenge everybody on this space. And the US, there was somebody in the US Congress, and I can look up the name and I'll pin it in the nest, had to actually come out and condemn that and said, I think it might have even been Blinken. It might have even been him.
If I have to condemn it to make you happy, I'll condemn it.
No, I'm not asking you to condemn it. I'm saying America condemned it. Wait. I'm saying they condemned it. And it was just literally 4 or 5 weeks ago when he made that statement to wipe out an entire Palestinian town, and America condemned it. The first thing. And second thing, no, but this is really important, actually, because you talked about Fatah and Hamas and how things were, things became worse when Hamas took over. I just want to remind you that Gaza Airport was bombed before Hamas took over in the second Intifada when the PLO was in control. So whilst you can say things were rosy and then Hamas took over and things got worse, hang on. So it was when the PLO was in control that Gaza Airport was bombed. And we know that. That's a fact as well. So what I'm saying is, this is a problem I have with people, that they come here with very selective cherry-picking facts, and you can't do that. You just can't run that narrative. People see through it now, Yehuda.
Yeah,
so if you want to have a dialogue, you have to bring the facts.
I'm sorry, Khaleesi. I believe this is purely projection at this point. Okay, no one is here for propaganda. No one is here for selective truth. We're in security. We do this for a living. We don't want to kill people. We want to see peace. We don't want to see the conflict to drag on. We want the Palestinians to rule themselves. We want the Israelis to have peace. We want everyone to be happy. No one wants to push any idea or any piece of information down anyone's throat. No one wants to cherry pick anything. You say, you say stuff in a very colorful, elegant way. Words are words. International law is international law. ABC
means.
The government of Egypt. That's ABC international law, right? It's not a prison, because the Egyptian government still allows Palestinians to go in and out of Gaza through that border crossing for humanitarian reasons, for educational reasons, for going on pilgrimage to Mecca.
Here's an idea. I've got an idea.
Because this whole idea of telling me, go tell your government first, go tell your government first to open up the prison, and then you can
Are you mimicking my accent? No, but it's true. Don't tell your government first.
What is the government of the UK is doing with the crossings happening?
Okay, come on now. This is getting ridiculous. You can't come here and be selective and not talk about A, the money you get from the United States of America, and B, that border. Remember, I told you I've been to that border.
It's 1.2 billion. We bought stuff for 8 billion last year.
Whatever. Listen,
from Saudi money.
You know it. But here's my point. Let's actually, Suleiman, here's the thing, right? So if we want to be fair and we think this is all just and this is all justifiable, then how about Israel put down an agreement on the table and say, do you know what? We completely say that the United Nations are going to be judge and juror in terms of our actions and Palestinian actions, and we will say that no veto against our resolutions shall be tabled going forward. Let's make it fair and impartial. Do not allow the United States of America to veto the resolutions that come against the human rights atrocities in Israel. Let's see how you fare then.
let me add something just to Khaleesi's point. So, would you be perfectly agreeable to then if if the UN wanted to investigate, we're just being fair here, but let's not be selective. The terrorist elements of Hamas too. Like, would you be okay with that? You would be.
Okay, Benjamin. But if I may, I think
But I think they should definitely. Do you know what? How many resolutions has Israel broken? How many has America voted?
But if I may add that.
Wait. At the last count, Benjamin, America vetoed what 60+ resolutions that countries had bought because of Israel's human rights atrocities against Palestinians. So you know what? Let's scrap that. Let them investigate both sides.
At the same time, look at the nations, and I'm sorry, look at some of the nations which are not being talked about: Saudi Arabia, Iran, Syria. Where are the condemnations of their human rights?
Okay, hold on, but wait.
They're not apartheid states. That's different. This is occupation. This is apartheid.
Of course, they're nice, open, welcoming states.
Well, I don't agree with that, Halisi. I mean, I wouldn't say apartheid, but Saudi Arabia has significant.
Yeah, maybe okay.
Yeah. So, but in terms of and to be honest, same with Qatar and Dubai and a lot of these Middle Eastern countries.
Okay, but hold on.
But in terms of the veto power, Halisi, that's just well known. The fact that basically, when it comes to when it comes to Israel, it's been America's veto power that saved them from.
Okay, but hold on.
Do you know what it is? Let me ask you a question. And they said, when Hamas came in, things got bad, and before that, it was fine. And I just made a really significant point that the Gaza airport was bombed. There's no acknowledgement or acceptance. I got that fact wrong. I got that fact wrong, and actually, you're right. We did bomb Gaza well before, so it wasn't that things were rosy. Because what it is, then go down. What about and then we go into a different line, and then you mock my accent, but you won't accept that you were wrong. I think that's just spineless, to be honest.
Remember, whenever we're looking at people's points or he said he's intelligence. The issue is this: when it comes to Egypt,
I said I'm in security. I didn't say
security.
That.
Sorry, you said security. Apologies. Security. When it comes to Egypt, there's a significant reason why they have the stance that they have, and it's because we know there's a reason. The United States, the number one country they fund is Israel, and the number two country is Egypt. And as much as M wants to make it look like we don't need that money, well, that's fine.
Don't
take
not true.
it. Don't take the money
that's
then.
Not true.
Don't
that's
take.
Not true.
Okay,
Suleiman,
hold on.
True.
M, please let me just, because this altruistic international law, guys, is bullshit. Like, let's just stop.
No.
Hold on. This idea, first of all, Egypt. Okay. If you look, I'm going to go on a little bit of a win here. Egypt. There's a specific reason why the peacekeeping force in Egypt right now, still active, the multinational force observers, the MFO, that maintains the peace between the peace treaty between Israel and Egypt, is not UN sanctioned. They wear orange berets, not blue. And the reason why they did that is because they did not want to put the Israeli-Egyptian peace treaty to the United Nations Security Council, because they knew the Soviet Union was going to veto it and not allow a blue keepers United Nations peacekeeping force to monitor it. They completely sidestepped the UN and made sure it was made by the West, with other countries being Colombia and I believe Fiji are the main benefactors there. Countries operate in their national interest. Egypt has national interest. And if it's because they get funded by the US, or they get funded by Russia, or they get funded by China, or they do whatever, that is their national interest. They have
because they got bought out in there also. They
have zero. But hold on.
Egypt by the US, a country that's struggling itself, is basically paying Egypt to basically allow the
but that's their national interest. Okay, and what's the criticism? Who cares?
The criticism is the human rights violation. You'll basically
tell me where.
You're making the argument No, what also
no, but hold on, you're making what people are arguing is that somehow this is where as an American, right? Like this is like telling Americans
as an American, why do you think it's okay to be funding foreign nations when your own country's
hold on,
because of peace
Egypt
dividends.
has zero obligation. Let's make something. Egypt has zero obligations, and this is where I think the conversation gets missed. Egypt is it has its own national security interest. It's its own country. They have, let me repeat this again, zero obligations to the Palestinians. Zero. Like that's
a fact. I agree. Also, you're missing the point.
That's a fact.
That's not the argument. I agree.
No, but hold on. This is where I'm getting at.
No, because the argument that was being portrayed here, and that's why we would demonstrate the flaw in the argument, was that it's actually Hamas who's forcing them and keeping them.
Okay, let me get there. That's where I'm getting
now
at.
You've admitted that actually it's in Egypt's interest, and the reason they keep them in prison is because it's in their interest, and they're getting paid.
Oh no, that's unfair.
They have zero.
That's unfair.
I said, hold on.
That's absolutely
I said obligation.
Between
2000, I agree with you. You summarized it brilliantly. We agree. It's in their interest to keep the Palestinians in a prison.
No, hold on.
Suleiman, this is historically false. Why do we have a peace treaty?
Now we're going to go historically factual, are we? So when it comes to you guys, you want to go historical factual. When it comes to us, you want to go selective.
Because you can verify it. You can verify what I say. The United States.
But you didn't verify what I said. You swept it under the carpet. I asked you about bombing of the airport. You didn't respond to my bombing of the airport. I told you about the minister
that Arafat declared. Obviously, it does matter. They took out the radar.
It wasn't perfect before Hamas took over.
Ma'am, I didn't say.
Failed. No.
And the second thing is, I asked you about the minister who said in March that he was going to wipe out an Israeli town.
What's wrong with you? We said it's disgusting.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, sorry. Yehuda, you did. But M sat here and he said
it's monstrous. You said I was selective. That's not true.
No, you said that. Yehuda, you did. What I'm saying is, you did.
I don't speak on behalf of the Israeli government or the Israeli.
I don't care you speak on behalf of M, but the point is, when you come on a space and you're going to be so selective, right, about these demons and everything else, Hamas want to kill me because this is what they're like. They want to kill a whole people.
No, Hamas doesn't want to kill me. Hamas likes
outrage,
me.
It's selective outrage.
No,
don't be a hypocrite.
I said that.
It's selective.
Ma'am, in 1973,
I wasn't even born in 1973, so let's not go there.
In 1973, Egypt decided to launch its first attack to take back the Sinai. The facts are out there. At some point in this...
This is called whataboutery.
No, I'm explaining something to Suleiman. At some point in this conflict, the United States of America decided to deploy SR-71s against the Egyptian air defense systems to take photos of the entire front and then relay that intelligence to the Israeli Defense Forces, who then designed their counterattack to go through a wedge between the Second Field Army and the Third Field Army, where my grandfather didn't serve, and thus encircling the Third Field Army and forcing a stalemate, thus triggering peace negotiations, thus having Egypt approving going into a peace treaty with Israel against the will of the entire Arab world back then.
And President Sadat that Egypt resolves to take.
Exactly, and President Sadat paid for that with his life. He was assassinated by members of the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, which is an offshoot from the Muslim Brotherhood, the same organization that Hamas is an offshoot of. When the peace treaty was signed, the United States government, USG, decided that it will be giving a military aid program to Israel and a military aid program to Egypt because they wanted Egypt out of the Soviet orbit and becoming more of a Western nation, becoming more of a Western allied nation. The economic, turning to face West. It was partially economic and partially military. $1.3 billion is nothing, okay? Our GDP last year alone is 1.5
what I was going to
trillion.
say. Gift it back to them. Gift it to the Palestinians. Gift it to the Palestinians.
If the United States government,
they may actually, gift it to them. Let them go wherever they want to.
It's
Just
not
gift it to them.
them.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
It's Abu Mazen.
If the United States government,
It's nothing. It's nothing. Give it back to them.
If the United States government, through its elected officials who represent their constituents, decide to kill the foreign military funding program with Egypt, we will be happy. Let them do that. How about you send letters to congressmen and senators and tell them, please kill the FMF program with Egypt? If they do that, we'll be more than happy.
I don't think you'd be happy.
I think
No
the
one's
first
going to
thing
say
I
no
would
to
write to
money.
congressmen about is the fact that they need to actually get the United States of America out of that region, stop them funding both sides,
And
Egypt
Jordan
and Israel,
and the
and dot
Palestinian
out, because
Authority.
then there might
Jordan
be
and whatever.
but there might be a chance of peace. But you know what? It's nothing. I mean, they only give a few billion here and there. I think you should just. I think you should petition your government to give it back.
Nobody answers this question. Nobody has answered this question. Which it's just, this is the problem. And this is where I was trying to get at before. Egypt has no obligations to the Palestinians. The Qataris have no obligations to the Palestinians.
No one disagreed with that.
The Jordanian, hold Suleiman, please. The problem when you're having this argument, that the U.S., if they say the U.S. as a country and our national security interest says we want to support the Israelis, that's a fact. Like, stop this. This is like maybe if we stop. This is like the same argument of a one-state solution, and we go back to history. It's like, oh, what about this? Like, it's fucking irrelevant. The past is the fucking past. The future is the future. And here's the future. Hold on, Suleiman, please, for the love of God, man, please.
All right, be quick then, bro. Can you take it?
Yeah, I will. Yeah. This is where nobody's going to have a conversation. There's not going to be a one-state solution. The U.S. is going to continue to fund Egypt and Israel, the Jordanians in the Middle East. The Chinese can get involved, but they're not going to undermine the Israelis. So what proposals, serious proposals, legitimate proposals based in real world, do Palestinians have to get this into a peace? Because it's either a two-state solution, status quo, and by the way, you are losing Arab ally. You can say about the people, great. But the Arab states are normalizing relations with Israel. So what proposals do you actually have based on reality that can solve this conflict? Because right now, neither Israel nor Palestinian leadership give a damn about peace. They don't give a flying fuck. It's not in their interest for peace. So how do we achieve peace?
Okay, you demilitarize Gaza and you resume peace negotiations.
Yeah, also to come back on you. First of all, when it comes to what you said about Israel not being US, it being in U.S. interest. It's not U.S. interest, it's Israeli interest. So
but Egypt, Suleiman, Egypt have a bilateral relations agreement with, it was signed, I think it was signed last year with the United States of America, and that includes economic opportunity, hence the billions.
The billions have been there since 73.
But wait, I haven't finished. And regional security. My interpretation of regional security is keep that Rafah border closed for the nothing that we give you. That's it.
No, ma'am. It's Suez Canal passage priority and overfly rights.
Suleiman, please, can I make one comment? If I make no other comment tonight, I want to say this. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, sir. Khalisi, you called me selective, and I took offense and umbrage, and you withdrew it. That's fine, but you did there.
Yehudi, I'm so sorry. I'll tell you what happened. My comments, those 2 points I made, were directed towards M because he had spoken, but I took your name repeatedly, and it was actually in response to him. So I do apologize. I take it back, but I take it back from you, and I park it firmly on M's table. He's very selective, but go ahead, Yehuda.
You made a comment about, I think you insinuated something about Gaza pre-Hamas, and you might have made a comment that I was rosy about the PLO.
No, those comments were for M. It wasn't to you. I used your name by accident because he made those comments about the fact that, things were good before Hamas took over and, Fatah, they removed Fatah and they took over.
Let me say this. There's a difference.
Exactly.
I grew up in a world where the PLO was a naughty word. And Yasser Arafat was a terrorist and we didn't like him and he killed Jews. The difference is this. The PLO course corrected and said, you know what? We recognize we have to live with Jewish people in what we consider our own land. I'm not saying I agree with that, only their land. But the difference is the PLO changed their charter in a heartbeat. Hamas has not changed their charter. Yes, Ismail Haniyeh has said things to Al Jazeera. It doesn't mean, I said something to my neighbor that I like liver. I don't like liver. I could tell my neighbor I like liver. It's not true. Now, the fact that Hamas never changed their charter is a very strong indication of how Israelis or Jews should think. For me, I just want to make it very clear. If Hamas were to come to the table and say, you know what, Forget Hudna. It's not a Hudna. It's not a peace, a temporary peace deal until we could get strength to kill our enemies. And they said, you know what? Look, we accept Israel is in its pre in the 1967 borders, and you know, this area A, B, C, and D stuff's got to stop. You know, these Israeli settlements, you know, fomented by psychotically right-wing Israeli governments that, you know, they get power because of the way their representational how do you call it, the representation by population, there's proportional, that's it, thank you, Benjamin. The proportional representation system works. We're not going to do it. We're going to say, you know what, we're going to go back to Barak. And you know what, you know, whether you like Ehud Barak or not, I personally, as someone who's, I would call myself quite dialed into the history and the current politics, prior and present, of Israeli politics, I'd say the best deal that Arafat ever had was Ehud Barak. And because of Arafat's stupidity, frankly, he lost an opportunity for a generation. And I think both Palestinians and Israeli children will suffer for another generation for him not saying, you know what, we can do this. Well, you could have Abu Dis. You can have a, you know, Palestinian capital in East Jerusalem. Yeah, the Waqf will report to the Palestinians versus the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Everything would be good. Just do me a favor. You seem like an intelligent, kind woman. I don't think that you would provide succor to a group of people that say I should die in Canada. I'm a legitimate target because I'm a Jew for some, you know, misinterpreted Islamic value or belief. Solely because I'm a Jew. Everyone, this should not be a controversial topic. You know,
no, it's not Yehuda. Yehuda, just to come back on that. Look, no one disagrees with that.
Unfortunately, I think
That's
people do. I think some people do.
No, but let me be clear. Like, it is unacceptable. But also be clear that Hamas, when they're making that statement, it's all bark and no bite, because they.
Well, no, Suleiman, my first cousin, I have to interrupt you. My first cousin with the same name as, I'll send you my name, was murdered by Hamas in 1994. Okay, in Israel,
in a foreign land.
Because,
I'm saying in a foreign land.
Hamas's charter says we'll find you everywhere. Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm personally the victim of Hamas terrorists who dressed up as. Hold on, let me share the story. Let me share the story, please. It's very important. It's very important. My cousin was a Canadian who had moved to Israel because of religious belief. Now, him, like myself, being an observant Jew in the Israeli army in the 90s was not a pleasant thing. It wasn't something that happened. And he came upon a car with four men dressed as women with hijab, and they feigned car trouble, and he went up to approach them, and they murdered him. Now, you might say, as Russia and other people talk about all of these grievances of the Palestinians who've been murdered, I have every right to have hatred in my heart, and I'll tell you one thing. Not myself, not my cousin's parents, his late mother who died of cancer. None of them feel hate in their heart. We want the conflict to end. You keep talking about the IOF, these are childish semantics that you're playing, and shame on you. You should know that other people have felt pain and suffering as a result of hatred, and I still maintain my humanity because I believe as human beings, as Rasha says, we should look at people as human beings. I certainly look at people as human beings. I have a colleague in my work, Palestinian Muslim guy, and we have differences on politics, but we look at each other as human beings. He calls me, asks me how I'm doing. I call him on Ramadan. He calls me on Rosh Hashanah, and we ask each other how we are. Guess what? Within Israel, there are 2 million Israeli Arabs. They're my favorite because I look at that as an example of coexistence. When you say there's apartheid, you know, do Mexicans have a right to vote in American elections? No. And frankly, Israelis should say to the Palestinians, look, this is what you need to do to sort yourselves out. We will not bother you unless you do the following. I personally lay blame on Israeli political fragmentation and on Palestinian civil society, which instead of encouraging peace and security and harmony, they're promoting hatred of Jews. If there was only one person, 5, 10, 15 people within the Palestinian Authority or Gaza who thought that Jews were bad, I don't think this would be a problem. But you are lying to yourself if you think this is not an endemic problem. And people like M from Egypt, who you know is in a system or was in a system where they deal with the Hamas authorities in Gaza, and they know the intransigence and the just idiotic behavior they espouse and these doctrinal beliefs, you would understand that this does not help peace. I'm telling you, before the window closes, before Israel becomes far right, it's not far right. 80% of Israelis, I'll tell you what they want to do. They want their kids to go to school. They want them not to go to the army. They want them to go to the beach and have fun. They want them to smoke a joint and have a girlfriend or a boyfriend and live life. That's what literally 80% of Israel wants. You ask Benjamin, ask anyone who's Israeli, that's what they want. So this is one of the weirdest conflicts in the world because neither of them want this fight, but it keeps being propagated. And unfortunately, I think the radicals on both sides are driving the agenda. It's time to cut the radicals off. It's time to say to the religious on both sides, look, you want to be a religious Jew? Great. Just don't piss anyone off. You want to be a religious Muslim? Fantastic. Allahu Akbar. Great. But you know what? For these agitators outside of Israel and Palestine, and frankly, my dear, I like you. I don't know why. I look at you as an agitator. You have your heart in the right place, but you're wrong on a lot of issues. And when you propagate these narratives, they're in the mosque. They must have been attacked by the Jews. You got to stop it. It doesn't help anyone. If you care about Palestinians, promote peace and security. No one needs to kill each other. All right? I'm sorry. And I'll yield the floor, Suleiman. Thank you.
No, that's fine. But Suleiman, you have to let me respond to that.
Yeah, I'm going to you because he called you an agitator. So
yeah, I've never, ever used the word Jews, Yehuda. So I don't know who you've been listening to, but I think you have got a selective hearing, and I will label that at you now. I've never used the word Jews. I challenge anybody on this space to say it.
Do you say IOF?
Wait.
No,
that's
not.
Different.
It's
wait, I was coming to that, but I didn't interrupt you. No, well, yeah, but you know what? Let me come to that point.
Let her finish, Yehuda, because look, she didn't interrupt and you talked for quite a while.
Exactly, and you put a lot on my plate. So there's a big difference between IOF and Jews. I would never name somebody's religion. I say IOF because I see them as an occupation force. I don't see them as a defense force. Now, that might be offensive to you. You talked about your colleague who's Palestinian. Well, do you know what? My neighbor's an elderly woman, and she's a Jewish elderly woman. I keep her house keys because her only child lives miles away. And at 4:00 in the morning, sometimes I get a call because she's got an elderly alarm in her house. And if they can't get in touch with her, they call me, and I have to go into her house, petrified, obviously, to see if she's still alive because she's that old. When it's Passover, she gives me biscuits. When it's Ramadan, I give her dates. It means, okay, fine. It means that we see humans as humans. But the way you feel pain, and I sympathize with you with what you just said about your personal experiences, I don't take that away. I don't take away the pain of anybody who lives in Israel, no matter what religion they are, if they've suffered personal loss. But I also feel enormous pain for the Palestinians, and I cannot exclude that. So when I see the way the IOF behave with the Palestinians, and there's evidence after evidence, Yehuda, and I have been there and I have witnessed it, then I will call them IOF. Now, if you are offended by somebody replacing the word, occupation, defense with occupation, then I'm not sure how you're going to work towards a solution here. I agree, that religion should be stripped of it, which is why I never use the word Jew, because I'm a Muslim. And yet I never even use the word Muslim. I say Palestinians, and I do see it as an apartheid state. And it's not just me. Global human rights organizations see it. When you take an entire population of majority now, but Muslims, Christians, Palestinians, just because they don't come from your faith and you treat them differently as substandard human beings, then there's something wrong. And I do want peace for the region. I've never done a them and us. I've never belittled somebody else's pain just because they're not Palestinian. Yes, I will call them IOF, and I will continue to call them IOF. And if you find that offensive, then maybe you need to start looking at things from other people's perspective as well. I can see it all around.
I think if you think that your words promote peace, I think you need to give your head a shake.
Can other people speak here as well?
Yeah, but before I get to you, Nima, I'm going to get to you. Let me actually do a reset here. You guys both got to respond to each other, so I appreciate that. Let me just update with some news that's going on right now. So real quick, I have to get back to it because I've been all over the place. With reporters, Israel Defense Forces International spokesperson Richard Hecht says the IDF struck targets in Lebanon belonging to Hamas. Hecht says 9 rocket launches failed from the Gaza Strip. He also adds that Israel is not looking to escalate conflict. So That's interesting. Did you guys catch all that? Because I accidentally loaded a video. All right, cool. So yeah, we got that going on right now also. And I kind of want to rotate around a little bit. Nima, I know I did want to get